習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形。 无形为形，武道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron? I will not listen to a curious lapdog. Today, I will purge you shun of your filth! Go now! You're courting death, Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这遭又该麻烦你了。
It's not a game, I'm not a robot, and I challenge you. I'm not a phantom, I'm in your face and I'm here.
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
武道如水，水可剛，亦可柔；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的李星云。哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron. I will not listen to Akiria's lapdog. Today, I will purge you, Shun, of your filth! Go now! You're courting death, Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
not a game. I'm not a robot, and I challenging you. I'm not a venom. I'm in your face, and I'm here to see
その歪んだ欲望、我々怪盗団が頂戴する。
right before your eyes. What just multiply?
どんな困難にも全力で立ち向かいます。
It's time. As the power
美
grows.
少女怪盗と申します。お宝は私がいただいていきますね。
Life as well will try. Stop.
綺麗なバラにはトゲがあるとこ見せてあげるね。
ジョーカーだ。よろしく頼む。
心の怪盗団の一員だよ。こんにちは。私のことはバイオレットと呼んでください。私はノワールです。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted that I never shared. Break this song, I tried to find my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've gotta find in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this road, I face the world with all that I have. Believe forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. The end of your king is back. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this throne, now trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've gotta fight in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this throne, now face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me
习武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如许，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron.
Traitor.
I will not listen to Akira's lapdog.
Today, I will purge you shun of your filth.
Go now!
You're courting death, Justina.
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
It's not a game, I'm not a robot, and I'm challenging you. I'm not a battle, I'm in your face and I'm here to
その歪んだ欲望、我々怪盗団が頂戴する。
right before your eyes. Watch us multiply.
どんな困難にも全力で立ち向かいます。美少女怪盗と申します。お宝は私がいただいていきますね。綺麗なバラにはトゲがあるとこ見せてあげるね。
ジョーカーだ。よろしく頼む。
心の怪盗団の一員だよ。こんにちは。私のことはバイオレットと呼んでください。 私はノワールです。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted I'd never share. Your fears in the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this throne now, trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. Never hold me back. Break this throne now, face the world with all that I have. Lay forever held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可柔；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形。无形为形，无统即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的李星云。哎，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如许，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron.
Traitor.
I will not listen to Akira's lapdog.
Today, I will purge you shun of your filth.
Go now!
You're courting death, Justina.
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，百折不散。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
It's not a game. I'm not a robot, and I challenging you. I'm not a venom. I'm in your face, and I'm here to
その歪んだ欲望我々怪盗団が頂戴する。
どんな困難にも全力で立ち向かいます。美少女怪盗と申します。お宝は私がいただいていきますね。綺麗なバラにはトゲがあるとこ見せてあげるね。
ジョーカーだ。よろしく頼む。
心の怪盗団の一員だよ。こんにちは。私のことはバイオレットと呼んでください。私はノワールです。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand, I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted I never shared. Break this song, I'm trying to find my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've gotta find you my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this road, I face the world with all that I have. Believe forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. The end of your king is back. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this zone, now trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've gotta find you my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this zone, now face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. I know your king is back.
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可高，亦可收。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道，就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的李星云。哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron.
Traitor.
I will not listen to Akiria's lapdog.
Today, I will purge you, shot of your filth.
Go now!
You're courting death, Justina.
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
It's not a game. I'm not a robot. AI challenging you. I'm not a phantom. I'm in your face and I'm here to
その歪んだ欲望、我々怪盗団が頂戴する。
right before your eyes. What just multiply?
どんな困難にも全力で立ち向かいます。美少女怪盗と申します。お宝は私がいただいていきますね。綺麗なバラにはトゲがあるとこ見せてあげるね。
ジョーカーだ。よろしく頼む。
心の怪盗団の一員だよ。こんにちは。私のことはバイオレットと呼んでください。私はノワールです。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans How so much of what I meant to be, how some should stand, but I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted I'd never share. Break this song, I try to find my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've got a fire in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this road, I face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. The end of your key is back. Deep down I know how you can. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this road now, trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've got a fire in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this road now, face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside creatives, and it's been a long wait for this. A lot of anticipation building up. We've had a few delays, but we're right back into it. Welcome to the solo finals, the first solo finals of our fall split. We're going to be jumping right into it, taking a look at some of our standings. These are our qualified players. In 12th place, we've got Edward. 11th is going to be Wufong. T225 picking up that 10th place spot. Verse in 9th. Ajao in 8th. And Nbpl in 7th place. That's our old DRG's Fong. ASE's XY, Shen Yuan. 7.8 proposed points coming into this in 1st place. Star is going to be in 2nd. Mike in 3rd. Action in 4th. Spider in 5th. And Arano is going to be in that 6th place spot. Creatives, my man, how are we doing today? I know it's been a minute, a lot of anticipation coming up to this because we've just had, a few issues going on, but now everybody's ready to watch. Everybody's ready to jump into these solo games. We could be playing 4, we could be playing 8. That's the beauty of the finals. How you doing today?
Doing good, Sam. Doing good. I'm excited to watch the first bi-weekly finals here for the fall split. I mean, I'm looking at the overall standings, and I'm looking at XY, I'm looking at Star, and I'm looking at Action, right? XY coming out the Koi Cup championship, winning that, and going into the first bi-weekly of the fall split, taking the most points for that as well. I caught a glimpse of his gameplay one of the days he played, and he was playing Viper, which is very interesting because throughout this whole fall split, the beginning of the fall split, we've been having a different selection of characters from our players. We've had Wu Chens, we had Yodos, and XY was, from what I saw, the little clip that I saw when I was watching, he was just full aggro, getting eliminations on the Viper. So I'm very excited to see how he's going to do today. Star as well. Star in 2nd place. Looks like he's been having a great bi-weekly as well. So those two players, I'm looking to see if they're going to have the momentum carry on over to the grand finals. But one thing that's always going to carry on over are these Twitch drops for everybody watching over on twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. As always, we have the daily drops today, the Spectral Silk and the Treasure Choice gift for the 4-hour watch time. And then today we are going to be having our bi-weekly final drop, which is going to be our first one, which is going to be that Fission coin for today's bi-weekly. We know you guys are looking at that bi-weekly 2. Well, that's what I'm looking at, bi-weekly 2 and bi-weekly 4, because we don't know what that spring split item choice gift is, but we will know in that bi-weekly 4 final. But yes, I mean, it's gonna be very interesting to see how these players do today. Once again, XY, Star as well, and then I'm looking at Action. He wasn't in the league last split as well, and now he's came in and he had an insane yang against Mike day 1. So I'm very curious to see how he's gonna do in today's matches as well, and see he's gonna once again carry the momentum into today's finals. Yes, bi-weeklies days are, you do want to perform, you do want to make it into that top 12 and carry as much points as possible, but today's the day that matters the most, and it's the day for the chip. And now we're locked in here with the one and only Edward, aka Wan Liang, the OG of the league, ready to post up. He did take a bi-weekly 1 back in the spring split this year, so maybe he could try to do it for the 2P this time around.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot coming in. Starting out in 12th place is definitely not the section that I think he was expecting to be in, but it's only a 12-point lead that they've got. 12.7, yeah. I believe, is going to be our 1st place position. So he does have the ability to be able to come and bring that back up. So we're going to see if that's going to work out for him. It could be some issues going on, but I definitely think that he's got a good shot. Someone like WZ's Arano. Arano has had a pretty explosive start. They had a pretty good ending to the spring split as well. Falling a little bit short of being able to hold any, real accomplishment when it comes to, top 3, but still a very strong competitor, and I think they've got a really good shot at winning. One of the classics, Spider, Team SR, has a very, very good chance of being able to clutch up and go for some wins today. We've seen Spider create many amazing opportunities and get some really good situations, get the good MVPs, but sometimes he's just falling short of none other than Mike. Mike himself has been a powerhouse throughout the NBPL, over and over again, he's managed to win so many of his battles, so many of his fights. He's taken home so many championships. So let's see if he's going to be able to make something like that happen again here.
Yeah, and I mean, Mike and Spider, both players want to reclaim that throne. For a very long time, they've been known as the best two players in the game. It's been a back and forth between Mike and Spider. And then prior to this year, you know, we move on into the 2025 season. We start getting Edward, Wu Fong, versus well. Just lots of players super close as well for Frostivus in the overall finals for the spring split as well. So everybody is up to par with everybody's skills. So, you know, this right here is going to be very interesting to see who's going to take the first one home for the fall split. It's going to be insane. We'll love Arano to lock it in and finally take his tip home. He's always been one of those players who has been quickly getting to the threshold but not been able to close out. And this is looking like the standard selection that we're used to. A double Lonnie for our first selection and then a double Liam for our second. So those characters are out of the pool. And now for Spider and TT25, we are going to be locking in that Syra. We are once again one patch behind from the active patch in game right now. So Syra still is how she was to Bart right before her nerfs this patch. And ooh, that fourth round selection, Yodo being selected by both of those players, and that's very interesting. We've seen some crazy tech as well day one from Mike in the Roma Yang, being able to chain the ultimate with the crouch LMBs as well. It's just so much damage outburst off of that alone. And now it's kind of interesting because we usually get our Shayos between that fourth and third slot, but now for our fifth round selection, Verse is going to be the lone Shayo, and then we're going to have a Justina for Wu Fong on this Predoria nighttime. And then for our last round selection, Edward and Fong. Fong locking in that Kylan for his first pick, and then as well as Edward's gonna match the energy on the Kylan, which we've seen some success with the Kylans as well. We've seen him very strong off release. Then he got tuned up a little bit. He kind of didn't see a lot of pro play, and then he started coming back for the matches. And a day like today where we potentially have 8 games in a row, we are going to be seeing, you know, these players calculate their picks a lot more strategically, just to make sure they have that selection if it does go to distance in like game 8.
Yeah, it really, you've got to stretch your heroes thin here. You have to be able to play a exponentially larger amount of heroes when you're coming into the finals. You're not able to just fall back on your 5 different heroes. You've got to be able to have 8 or 7 different heroes in the pocket if the games do end up going the distance, just to have that extra flexibility of, okay, I can play this character if I want to, I can play this hero if I need. And that extra flexibility that some of these players are going to have is going to grant them a huge advantage coming into these games. And, you know, seeing the double Kylan pick as well in the last round, I really enjoy seeing that. When you see whether they're running the V1 or the V2, I was actually talking to Frostivus about this. The preferences between V1 and V2 is kind of varied. Most of the players in the NBPL, they do enjoy playing with that V1 ultimate in solos, but some other players like Spider and Frostivus, they enjoy that V2 ultimate. As we're going to be kicking things off, game number 1. Let's see who's going to get to that threshold first and who's going to claim that MVP. Will it go the distance, or are we going to be seeing a quick and easy scoop up after 4 games? Look at that, F1, V1 for MTF on the Kylan, and Edward going to be hitting that F1 and V1 as well. No V2s on the Kylan side. We're going to be seeing V2 coming out for our Lannies, and then V2 F1 as well for our Liams. F1, V1, pretty standard side. Oh, look at this. Shen Yuan's going to be running that V2 ultimate. F1 V2 on Yodo.
Yeah, so that is that was specifically what I was looking at. XY running the F1 V2, pros from Arana with that F2 V1. The V1 is that new ultimate in the game now. The V2, very curious to see how it's going to do, because that ultimate doesn't really last super long, and once it's gone, all eyes are on you, especially with the sound cue and seeing her fly up in the air. So very curious to see how XY is going to play around using that ultimate, as well as the F as well, not having that F that pretty much gives you 1 free powder Vitalia at all times. But you know, we're gonna have to wait and see how that locks in for our first game of the bi-weekly 1 finals in Predoria. We are going to be having Firefighters in this map for our first game as well. The standard format here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creators. I'm here with Seb, locking in our first game of the day, potentially 8 games in a row. Will Mike or Spider claim the throne again? Will Verse make it a 2-piece from the bi-weekly or from the summer final that we just seen a couple months ago? Or will we have a new contestant coming in like XY, Star, or Action taking the chip home? We will see that later today. But now, hot drop in the middle of the map. Sad, this is going to be exciting.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting spawn. Everybody is clustered in 2 or 3 different areas around the map. So we're going to be seeing down on the bottom side here. This is going to be where Mike is at. Now flipping over, we're seeing ASE's XY, Shenyuan going up against WBG's Verse and SS1's Action all around the surrounding area of the map. We're heading over to Imperium now. We're going to be seeing the fight happening against Star and T225. This is going to be Hungsword versus Fan. Fan's going to come out swinging right from the start. T225 does have a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to weapons here. Look at that. The amount of damage per focus that Star's able to give out with those, that blue Hungsword is just so, or purple Hungsword, sorry, so much more than the gray Fan that T225 is packing right now. He does get the armor swap, so we are going to see a pretty even health reset right now. Star still with the advantage on the weapon. Looks like he is just going to back off. We're seeing T225 did find the blue Fan, so a little bit of an upgrade. Flipping over now, we're seeing Arano trying to jump into the mix, see if he's able to spice anything up.
Yeah, smart from both of those players. I mean, they know it's a very hot drop. You saw Arana already lurking in the back end with the flying knife, so the players do back on up and get a full reset in. But across the map, XY in the pocket, as well as Azhao eating tons of damage there from the flying knives there from XY. Azhao now showing up to the mix on Delani with the purple Fan as well, can outburst a lot of damage. He does catch XY already with no armor left, and looks like he is going to continue in the pocket, eats up the damage out the flying knives. Crouch LB there from Azhao, tries to send the 1.0. Cancellation there from the grapple to we're getting parried, gets the RB, has the terrain to go for the aerial RB, and now XY is going to invest the ultimate, but he's stopped in place, and he is going to get hit one more time, and Azhao's going to snag an elimination there onto XY.
What a beautiful pickup on the kill. Tried to ult to get away from it, but there's no health buff that you're going to be getting in that new Yodo ultimate. So it's not like that, like a Valda ult, where you're going to see a huge increase in health, or like a Syra. Oh, big parry coming out on the side of Verse on the Spider. Ultimate is forced out here. He's going to try and go for the stun on the Verse. He's going to be able to hit the microwave beam for a decently long time. Doesn't get the knockback attack, though. Gets it on the second one. So we're going to see him lose a lot of his HP here. Spider desperately trying to keep the chase up, trying to see if he can go for a stun. Unable to connect the stuns off. We're going to see Kyle ultimate pops now. Spider ultimate down, popping that F ability to try and get out. He's going to be able to get a little bit of sight through. The Dazzle's actually going to come through onto Verse. This is not good for him. He's got that Shio ultimate available for him. He's into the 1-2, and now we're going to be seeing that Liam ultimate from the other side popping in. He's going to get Spider. That's a guaranteed kill. But the Shio ultimate on Verse. Oh my goodness! What a play, stealing the kill away from Mike, who stole it first. We're going to see Verse now versus Mike. Oh, what a dodge into the 1-1-2. We're going to see the uppercut coming out. F ability invested on the side of Verse to prevent that combo. Huge parry going to come through. Mike going to be taking a lot of damage, and Verse picks up the kill. Oh my goodness.
That was disgusting there from Verse. He got that shield proc, and he waited for the perfect opportunity. He did see Mike catch Spider into the V2, waiting for that time, throws out the shield, gets the last hit there and snags up the elimination and comes up on top still. That was insane there from Verse. Now with 2 on the board. Action still happening in the center of the map. Imperium Edward in the mixer on the Kylan, trying to get a final hit onto, I believe that's T225 in the back end, but T225 try to cut out the pressure here from these 3 players. Arano, Star, all 4 chasing down T225. We have a Liam ultimate invested there from Star in the back end. Looks like it's not going to connect there onto T225. T225 having this terrain here to be able to scare rush to try to create the space, but Edward, first one on the scene, looks like he is going to be still full focus by everybody in this lobby. Everybody trying to get the last final hit. Stop a parry from T225, sends it on to Fong, has the F to create the space once again. Beautifully done here from T225, and now the chase still continues here from T225, trying to ice out all this pressure. A lot of players in the center of the map, has the pole sword in hand. hand. Not the ideal weapon he needs to try to kite this out, but he's trying to potentially find an overhaul charge attack here onto one of these players to back up one player at least from the 4 on his show, as you see. And it's not easy to catch him. They are still full focus in him. Gets tipped off a little bit there from Edward. And now the F called in once again. He's back on cooldown. He loses that little bit of common armor that he had. And now the Syra ultimate is going to be invested. Edward trying to run for the hills, and it looks like they are going to be waiting for the Syra ultimate to run out.
Yeah, Edward now getting blasted by the microwave beam, getting taken super low. Immortality proc already come out on that ultimate here. Trying to get that dash to one of that movement. See if he can knock the Syra out of that ultimate form. 1 HP and a Dream now needs one dash to connect. He's going to get it. He makes the elimination, grabs the bloom as well. He's in a very good standing now. Using those last 2 dashes, just a little bit of distance between him and Arano. Star in the back end as well. He's going to be trying to avoid. And Aja now moving over to the other side of the map, closer to that Yang portal. Maybe fighting off against Spider. Spider just going on ultra speed mode right now. Trying to see if he can get a combo off with that purple longsword that he's got in hand. Aja, huge weapon advantage at this moment. He's got, or huge armor advantage. They've got purple weapons each. Purple fan going to be working into Aja's favor against Spider's blue armor. It's not going to be the greatest.
阴霾尚未驱除，
Last revive coming
还不是倒下的时候。
going to be going for that respawn. He was able to get eliminated within the time frame of losing that.
等你强个哭了，让你知道什么是概念神。
We've got a little message from him.
概念神这一块，应该是有吧，我也不知道。我觉得决赛的我是最强的。
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, super rough for him. Gets eliminated. Now has to rescale up from all the resources he picked up. Trying to see he could potentially take a round, but I would assume everybody is already waiting to take the round. XY, first one posted up, purple staff in hand. Currently here on the Yodo He-Man. As well as blue halberds and blue fan in the back pocket if he needs it. Decent setup to go into this first round. He is about to take it pretty soon. We have 5 seconds for the round to be able to be taken by these players. Mike can T225 as well. Mike, purple armor and already in his inventory. Blue fist blades. Looks like the realm is full. So they are going to back on up. Burst and XY for our first Rumble Yang of the day. The Yodo versus the Shayo, and I believe the Shayo wins this battle here. We're gonna have to wait to see it unfold here. XY taking up high, trying to find the value onto Verse. Verse though doing the same. Both players in this sky battle just back to back here, trying to lay down the range pressure. And we do have pistol shots connecting here from XY onto Verse, but Verse as well responds with the pistol shots. And now trying to try to scare Rush, trying to find a perfect opportunity. That's a massive parry there from Verse. Goes for the double jump into the parry. Tries to go for the pistol shot finisher. XY's gonna be forced to pop this ultimate pretty soon here. Throws on the F. Doesn't find the perfect space for him to take a pot. Now he is gonna go ahead and TP onto it. He's gonna be forced to pop the Yodo ultimate out. And what's gonna be here? It doesn't even matter. And that is the downfall there from the Yodo investing that ultimate there. You are a sitting duck there in place.
Yeah, Yodo's going, Verse is going absolutely insane right now. He's taking out Mike and Spider, winning his Realm of Gang as well. We're going to be flipping over to this Realm fight though. Ooh, big catch from FPX Star. Looks like he's going to be just going for the pot here. Tries to go for the throw, it doesn't get it in time. Still has his ult up and available. Immortality proc is given onto the side of MTF. Missing that second grab though. We're going to see now coming through Star. Extremely low on HP. Going to go for the overhold, trying to see if he can go for the release. Goes for the 2.0 release there. Gets the follow-up attack, knocking MTF backwards here. They're both going to go for a pot. Star's going to be able to get the pot, but into the jump LMB goes MTF. See them both holding the side of the pillar. Going to be able to get the overhold into the focus attack, connecting off on the side. Pistol shots going to be coming in on the side of MTF, trying to see if he can get that last little bit of HP off of Star. 40 seconds remaining. Star just trying to kite this out, so he can go for a tie. He's going to be able to get a catch mid-air into the 1.0, but the F ability is going to come out from the Kylan to be able to stop that extra bit of damage. Prevents the heal into the 1-2, tries to go for the 3, turns it around to avoid parry damage. We're going to be able to see onto the side, goes for the scale rush, focus scale rush to the other pillar, Clink off of that pillar. Now they're both 1 HP in the Dream. MTF trying to hold for as long as possible. Oh my goodness, the jump LMB from above. MTF gonna claim it. What a pick.
I mean, that was some good kiting pressure there from Star, though. He was super weak and still creating the space, playing around the pillars, was still outbursting some damage there onto Fong. Unfortunately, he does get clipped there off the jump LMB, does get taken out. He is going to be having that Yang depletion timer, but another person with Yang depletion timer is going to be XY with 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Trying to see if he can find somebody to get lobbied. There are around 3 players here in this area. Mike, a little bit of love tech there onto XY. Timer's still ticking here for him. He does need to find some sorts of value pretty soon. Has a little bit of time to work with, but Verse starting to move on in with a Vermilion's Birds. He might get active. He does have the full pass to try to get one of these players eliminated from this game. Wufong as well won his realm, I believe, against Action. So Action and Star, XY, or Rano all with Yang depletion timer on their debuffs. And now you have Alliance Wolves TE WBG with the Vermilion's Birds buff. Fong, first one in against Star. We are going to have to wait and see how this goes. The run back here between both of these players. We do have him with gold longsword this time around, scaled off of that realm beautifully. Star, though, needs to try to kite out. Has some time to work with there for his debuff to kick in. But now, trying to kite it out with that blue dagger. He is going to have the tools to try to ice out the pressure here from Fong.
Everybody got the Nbpl hat on, looking super fresh on the Kylan. Star being doing a very good job of catching it out as we speak. And dipping and dodging, weaving and ducking. The buttery rocks are playing in his favor right now. Lots of the time we don't see that happening. The armor swap is going to come through. Star onto the jump LMB is going to end up taking a lot of damage, but the soul break going to come in second time around. No parry coming up from the side of MTF. We're going to see ultimate getting released now. Full Kylan ultimate ready. He's just gonna go for the reset here. His action looks like he wants to jump into this fight. He get a little bit of the piece of the action. It looks like he did lose his battle to Wufong in the round with Yang, so he's gonna be on that depletion, trying to see if he can get an elimination here. Be able to do a lot as MTF is going to lose that ultimate. No immortality proc available for him now, so he's going to be super squishy. Star going to jump into the mix as well, trying to see if he can get the pick off onto this fight. Who is going to get the kill and who's going to claim the blue? Jump LMB is going to track. Beautiful tech chase coming through, but now Action getting extremely low. Forced to pop that ultimate as well. Going to bring it around into the ball throw. He's going to get it. Who's going to get the bloom? Who's going to find the bloom? There we go. Action's going to grab it. Star now forced to pop that ultimate, trying to see if he can fully body his way into this fight. He's going to catch come through, but he misses it. Action going to be able to get the restand into the combo, into the focus attack. Star getting hit super low now. That musket shot does so much extra damage, gets him into the ball throw. Oh. There you have it. SS1's Action off to an absolute tear as Buffalo Phoenix and Star journey in game 1.
Yeah, bodies are dropping. We see 2 players already eliminated. Arano, Edward, as well as Star and XY. 4 players at that. Already out of game 1. Action there with crazy composure. He had the ultimate invested. We did see his opponent try to capitalize off of that, but he gets caught off the LMB Prowl, sends him with the 1.0 from the halberds into the pistol shot, catches him with the final ball throw there to confirm the elimination, and that snags up his 2nd kill of this game. Beautifully done there from Action. Now players posted up for the 2nd round. Mike already with a pass in hand. Verse not going to be able to take this round, I believe, unless a pass doesn't get snagged up and he's able to enter off the timer alone. We see players start to move on into the round. Mike's still waiting and out. Spider rotating on in as well with 1 on the Syra. First one in, T225 on the Syra once again. Purple pole sword in hand, blue dagger in the back pocket. I can't believe Fong ate 2 back-to-back soul breaks there. He's supposed to be the dagger master, right? Him being known as that dagger / fan player. He took the damage there ×2. Was forced to pop that Kylan ultimate there, and just fight goes completely sideways for him there in that situation. But this is going to be a classic here. OUG's Mike against YZG T225. Both of these players have been in numerous amounts of battles against each other for years, and now we're gonna see it once again here in our 2nd round. Liam for Mike, 255 on the Syra, raw uppercut 2-on-1. F invested there to avoid getting the damage off the R&B, and now the dazzle connects there for T225. Mike, we're trying to apply the pressure. Let's go for the raw uppercut. Connects with the master parry down to T225. This is the cancellation there to get the full capitalization off the R&B as well. Big damage there from Mike, forcing out the Syra ultimate, and we've seen this from Mike. He's able to kite this out perfectly. He runs into the wall to get line of sight as well. As you see it there, trying to hide behind the pillars, and now TT25 is going to be forced to use Dazzle here to try to get some health back.
Ooh, Mike's gonna end up getting dazzled here. He doesn't take too much damage. I think there was some good damage reduction. And see the ultimate getting popped here to avoid that extra dazzle from the F bubble. We'll see overhook come through. Oh my goodness, is that martial artist Tai Chi fan coming out there from Mike? Very low in HP right now. We are both attacking that full sword and it's all over! Oh my goodness! T225! He went for the ball throw, but it didn't work. Mike is gonna get himself eliminated as T225 picks up the win in the Realm of Yang. As I was saying it, one focus attack from the pull sword, it's all over for Mike. He does eat that pull sword there, misses the parry, misses the ball throw as well. We're going to see T225 take it. Taking a look at the replay from our other Realm of Yang. This is Aja versus Fong. Golden flying knives coming out on the side of Aja. Golden fan on the side of Wufang. Oh my goodness! Scale rush catch into the combo. Gets the uppercut into the grapple bump. Into oh my goodness! Oh my Aja, you're crazy, bro! The rematch coming out as we speak. Team Wufang gonna try and scale away from this. He does not want that smoke again. Oh my god, huge parry coming in. Aja's going crazy right now. He's gonna pop that ultimate just to get out of there, using all three of those dashes just to gain space. 3 minutes and 57 seconds left on that Yang depletion timer. We're just gonna see him go for a bit of a heal here. And this is probably the right play to make. He needs to take a breath, just take a time to chill, and just realize that, wow, that is something that is going to be very difficult to fight against, and I gotta watch out for it. We're going to be seeing YZG's T225 and Alliance's Agile both with that White Tiger's prowess buff. Jeez, Wufang. Oh, are we just ending it here? I think he might call game at this point. Jumping into the zone could have a strat going on, but we'll see what happens. Mike also on that Yang depletion, desperately looking to find somebody. Oh, bush check. Oh, goodness, he revealed himself. But then, oh my.
Yeah, I think Wufang's just taking storm damage. He's gonna full rotate, full left here, just to avoid any sorts of pressure, to make sure he can survive into the end game. I mean, there's still 8 players alive. A-Shot has been in a tear though, with 5 eliminations on the board, versus well with 4. Almost matching that. Action with 2, Mike with 1, has Yang depletion timer. He is gonna have to try to find something in 3 minutes and counting, as well as Wufang on the Justina. But we did see Wufang burst out that Justina ultimate, so he's around 35% right now. He needs to try to find something, could quickly find some sort of rage from pokage or eating up some damage as well. So we're gonna have to wait and see how he bounces back here from this situation. Wufang now using all those white powders there to try to top off the white health. We do see him there with 0 in his inventory. He's gonna go ahead and try to salvage anything he can from any remaining troves. Spider, on the other hand, he is fully purple weaponed out, pulls from that blue staff and that blue fan, but needless to say, still has that purple pole sword with the purple musket, 2 purple muskets and a purple longsword as well. But now Mike getting active in the zone, and he catches Wufang, and this is good for Mike, bad for Wufang though. And the back end burst starting to move on in. Third parting is gonna happen pretty soon. You do have the jellyfishes around as well. Make sure you do not get hit by the poison there. Mike now forcing out the Esther from the Justina into the 1-2 there from the Halberds, gets the elimination and cleanses very quickly there. Wufang in shambles, not being able to fight back due to the situation he was pressed in earlier with no online. He has to count his blessings, and now he's out of game 1 with 2 eliminations on the board.
Yeah, Mike just 1-2 cross, 1-2 cross, 1-2 cross, and you're dead. And there's nothing much you can do against that, especially just light attacks. It's just chip damage away so quickly at your HP bar. And when you're already unable to find pots to heal yourself back up to full, it's definitely going to be a unfortunate situation. Wufang unable to do anything to defend against that. You know, you could have tried to go for a fight back instead of a runaway, but I do think that, you know, in that situation, especially when you don't have ultimate, it's not a spot that you're going to be able to win those fights, especially against one of the best players in the world. So SS1's action now. We're going for a bit of a scale rush on the tree branches. Trying to see, this is going to be an interesting, first of all, it's a beautiful end circle. It's going to be an interesting play to see how and where these players are going to end up colliding with each other, where the fights are going to take place, if they're going to go for the low ground fights, or if they're all going to try and clam into that high ground. Look at that, 3 gold weapons on the side of Ajao. He's got 5 eliminations on the board. Verse is leading the trail up with 4. And then we see Mike and Action down with 2 eliminations, T225 with 2 as well, but he started the day in a lower spot, so we're going to see him just remaining at that 8th place marker. Spider with 1, MTF as well with 1. They've got a lot of ground to make up. And wow, Ajao just going crazy today. We're going to be seeing Spider. Everybody just holding at this point, waiting for that Yang Spirit Well and the regular Spirit Well to start dropping their stuff going through. It looks like Mystic Might is going to be coming out on this side, and Ajao going to be going for that Yang Spirit Well, completely uncontested.
You gotta be careful here as well. We do see Spider being that first one contesting Asia, making sure he doesn't get this for free. And now, in the middle of the Spirit Well, potentially has the remainder of the lobby start moving on in. I do hear the range shots flying on in. Asia can be forced to pop this on the ultimate bomb. Next one in. A little bit of luck tap there onto Asia. Syra ultimate being invested in from T225 to make sure he does not get that. He's gonna be forced to use the ultimate to retreat. Spider still dead center. T225 is gonna wait this out. He's gonna be able to catch a dazzle onto Fong in the back end. Action drops very low there. No more armor left for Action to be forced to pop the Lonnie ultimate as well. Mike though on the Liam. A little bit of luck tap there off the F in the back end. Spider catches the Spirit Well buff, and now he's just gonna have his ultimate times 2. He's able to fly around and look at the left-hand side of the screen. Everybody else is going to have Yang depletion timer on the back. They have to try to cleanse this, and this is the new addition that is a big game changer in my eyes. With just being able to capture that, you have the pressure of the old times 2 and the remainers of the drops, and plus everybody else has to fight, so it is very active. So the capture of that, it's going to be able to get some sorts of value. You have to see it here. Action is going to be hit with the poison. He's jumping very low in the white health apartment. He does manage to stay up, trying to cut out the pressure. I think Spider's the first one in trial. Action doing a really good job trying to cut out the pressure, but still it's just so many grapples happening his way. Delays the wake up, loses the V2. Mike with the 1-2. Action still alive, being able to survive this. Doesn't get cut off the V2 this time around. The random bang to play as well. The H now with the RP finisher there. Snacks elimination onto Action.
Oh, who got the bloom? It looks like Verse was the one that was able to cleanse off of that. So Ajao still with a minute and 45 seconds left to claim that Soul Bloom to get himself cleansed. There's still 3 people on Yang depletion. That's going to be Mike, MTF, and Ajao. Verse able to snag that bloom away. But Ajao did get the elimination, which is going to put him even higher up in that point threshold. Double charge going to come in, connecting onto Ajao. Ajao now taking damage from everybody here. Perry going to come in off to Mike. That ability to save his weapon. Ajao just getting absolutely deleted at this point here. Using that beat to get just a little bit of HP back. He's able to get just a little bit of sight there. The Spider going to steal that elimination away, and it looks like Mike was able to cleanse that. A Soul Bloom? I'm not 100% sure if Mike was able to grab Bloom. Yes, he did. Cleanse has came in for him. Everybody's starting to slow things down now. The Syra's grouping together as they have gotten that Bonnie out of the lobby. So they've got the Kylans now focusing on the Liam. The Syra going to be grouping up together. Immortality Clock coming in for MTF. He's got that whole ultimate burn now. We're going to see Mike now becoming the target of the entire lobby. MTF 40 seconds to cleanse this Yang depletion. We could be seeing a double elimination here if MTF doesn't manage to grab Blue. Mike almost certainly going to die here. It is not the greatest position for him to be in. He's going to be holding in the zone. Use that F ability to try and kite everything out. The entire lobby chasing. T225 actually going to be the one to pick up the kill and the Soul Bloom. MTF needs to find a kill now in the next 30 seconds. Otherwise he's going to completely cook out of this lobby. He's going to get a parry on the Spider here. F ability is going to be invested to avoid any of that damage. 10 seconds left. Who's going to get the kill credit on it to MTF? Immortality Proc has come in. So whoever's got that last little bit of damage is going to be the one to get the kill. And it looks like Verse is going to claim kill credit here. And now 2 Syras versus Syal. It's going to be unfortunate for him, but I do believe that Verse might win on points.
Yes, unless T225 gets both eliminations here. He's currently on 3. Could match the energy there from Verse with 5, plus the multiplier and the MVP. Could take him to win there for that alone, but we're going to have to wait and see how that unfolds. First up, once again, 35% of that ultimate Still trying to get active. He knows he needs to try to isolate one of these two Cyros in the back end. Spider, Gold Fan, R&B, so much damage. You see it there in the armor department, just completely shredded so quickly. Now, Spider, once again, since the LB focus, so much damage. And T225 snacks up the kill onto Burst. And now it's a 1v1. T225 against Spider. What's going to be the mix up here? Goes for the scare rush. Raw upcut here from Spider as well. Dropped on R&B focus there from T225 as well. Big damage. And now, since the totem does get the last and final hit there from the dual blade totem. Now, the Cyro ultimate is going to be invested here from T225. Spider has his ult as well. He's trying to kite it out. The damsel doesn't connect here for T225. Playing around this pillar or this rock structure is doing a really good job kiting out the pressure here from the Cyro ultimate there from T225. He gets caught off there off of that dazzle, and now it's his turn. Now, how is T225 going to respond here in this situation? Same play, trying to play it wrong. Gets cut off the first dazzle, has the F. The three beam charge doesn't connect there, but now the second one nearly misses as well. The health is pretty even here. Spider trying to get a little bit of HP before the Cyro ultimate runs out. The 3 shots connects into the musket shot jump there from Spider there to get the last hit, and I believe it might be going towards Spider's way. He might have had enough there with the 3 eliminations plus the multiplier to take game number 1.
That was a dirty musket shot to finish that off. What a beautiful elimination coming through on the side of Spider. He's going to hold that ult, kite it out for as long as possible. Aja's still going to be able to win with those 6 eliminations. He gets the MVP. It's nice to see that happening there. And Aja had a phenomenal game. It just came down to the fact that T225 and Spider were both Cyros. And you know, Shael fighting into 2 Cyros, of course they're going to focus Shael out first and then go for the Cyros afterwards. That mirror matchup is going to be such an easier fight when it comes to the Shael fight, especially when you know that Shael doesn't have ultimate. The right decision to make. First, you know, was close to being able to win that as well with the amount of eliminations that he had, but he did get eliminated third. So, you know, that issue there really just kind of cooked him.
Aja, beautiful performance here from Aja. Still very new into the scene. Came in last split and had a very good start in the Pro League. I mean, we saw him with being able to qualify to bi-weekly finals multiple times, and then he kind of slowed down towards the end of that summer split, and now back into fall split. You see him here taking the first MVP of the day, currently running up the leaderboard, being in first place as well. So Aja, definitely very happy about that. We did see him smiling there in the player cam, so that's very nice there from Aja. We're gonna have to wait and see he's able to clutch up as well for the first bi-weekly finals of the fall split. But wow, what an insane game 1, right? We saw so many things happen, but we're going to take a quick look at the answer for treasures first. For everybody at home watching over on twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT, make sure you guys try to type in your answers in order to win a random special gift box. The question will be, which player killed SS1 Action in game number 1? And we're starting off kind of difficult here. You guys have to try to pay attention now. We have our first question, a little bit difficult, but our answers could be Alliance Aja, B, SR Spider, C, OUG's Mike, or D, YZG T225. So, you know, throughout the whole show, we are going to be having multiple answer for treasures in order for you guys to get a chance to win a spring or a gift box for everybody at home. But wow, Seb, game number 1, we saw some crazy plays, right? Off rip, we saw Verse there playing the shield proc perfectly there to pick up the elimination there once that V2 connected there from Mike onto Spider, but he still manages to snag up the kill off of that situation alone. Overall scoreboard though, first we will be talking about overall scoreboard. Aja running up the leaderboards with 7 games scored, Spider in second with 6.6, WBG's Verse with 6.5. It's only 0.1 difference there from 2 and 3. T225 with 6, Mike with 3, Action, Wufong, and Fong with 2.5, Edward with 1, XY with 0.5, Star and Arano with 0 for game number 1. And I feel like I kind of cast the curse of Star and Arano. I did mention XY Star, and then towards the end I mentioned Arano, so I feel bad for them, but we still have multiple games left, and you know, this is just game number 1. Jitter's out the way. We're back to lock in game number 2 pretty soon. So we're gonna be taking a look at our overall standings as well here for our bi-weekly final 1.
Here we go, taking a look. Edward still at the bottom there, with only gaining 1 point in game number 1, is going to be in 12th place. Arano at 11th, Wufang at 10th, Star at 9th, MTF at 8, and Shen Yuan jumping to 7th place. MTF was in that 7th position previously, so we are seeing a little bit of a jump going on there. Now we're going to be taking a look at the top of the leaderboard, and I'm excited to see how close we're going to be getting. Look at that, 12.9 for Spider, just because he had more proposed points coming into this game than Ajao, but Ajao is 0.8 points behind. He's at 12.1 in second place versus at 11.5, so he's still super close behind. And we've also got TT25 at 10.7 in fourth, Mike at 9.9 in fifth, and Action at 9.2. Everything is within a couple of numbers of each other. They're within 5 points. They're within one mediocre game of catching up to each other. And the match point threshold being 24 points. So Spider already halfway there. If he's able to have a consistent 6 points every single game, he will be able to make that match point threshold by game 3, and we'll see, could see an MVP by game 4.
Now, highlights powered by China Unicom. Game 1 highlights. This was a start off rip here. Asian against XY, and yeah, I mean, this was what I was worried about here for XY on the Johto Ultimate. You see him pop it here. He's just a sitting duck. He's just a 1-2. He actually gets eliminated twice the same way. And this is what I was referring to here. Verse with the perfect shield throw there to avoid that V2 throw there from Mike to catch both players there to snag an elimination. He weaves the V2 that time around against Mike. Gets caught up in Prile. Has the F there for the combo breaker. Overholds. I believe he catches the mid dodge. No, it's a massive parry there for Verse. Sends it. Gets the last hit there for the elimination onto Mike as well.
Yeah, and then this is that unfortunate circumstance that we saw. I said no ball catch coming out there. And yeah, you can tell he's upset about that. Look at he can't believe what he's gotten away with there. Spider scale rush into uppercut off on the fan with the drop down. Focus is going to come through. Spider with the greatsword or the dual blades column being able to do so much damage off of that. There we go. We see the dazzle come through into the musket shot. Just what a beautiful shot coming out there to finish things off. You know, you think he's safe. He thinks he's going to be able to, you know, scale rush around the corner, kite out for a little bit longer, but Spider ends it with one shot of the musket coming through. And our MVP is still going to be Alliance's Ajao coming in on the Lonnie for our first game. Let's see, this is going to be, I believe this is his second. This is his second time MVP. He's got Dragon Like Might, Assault Smolder, Quick Charge, and Jabbing. 6 eliminations, 16,000 damage, 14,000 coming from his melee weapons, the rest coming from his abilities. We got 7,000 damage with the fan, 4,900 with the flying knives, and 1,200 with the dual halberds.
I mean, beautiful plays here from Alliance Asia. Would arguably the best character in the game, right? Lonnie being up there 1-2 with Liam. Liam being pretty much the king of the throne for a very long time right before Lonnie dropped. And now, lots of the Lonnie games have a lot of value just over on her kit. She did get tuned a little bit, but overall, she is still a big character for these characters, as you see here. A big force to be reckoned with in these lobbies. But wow, an amazing game 1 we just saw there. I love that new change there to the Spirit Well. Back then, before we had that, I mean, it was a waiting game, right? We had the Bane spawn in the middle of the map. Lots of the players were playing on the outskirts of that Bane to make sure they don't get caught up of anything. And then we would be seeing Bane being MVP in a lot of games as well, where you know, someone would get caught up by 1 or 2 players and they were forced to Bane surf, and then, you know, elimination comes into play that way. But with this new change, as we see it there, it's just so much more aggression towards the right before we get into the last and final moments of the game, where a lot of these players are forced to fight to try to cleanse that yang depletion that is received there from that Spirit Well. So I think alone that just gives it a lot more excitement. In my eyes, I would say I love how much more aggression it is. Not a big downtime to wait the action to happen. But as we saw it there as well, TT25 and Spider are both on that side where the handshake meta is still in play for now. But once we get back from EWC, we are going to be having that new system in play, which is going to take that out of the equation completely. So right now, these players are still You know, they've been playing with that for so long. They're still very, very good with it. As you see them finding value. Spider was the last one standing, but T225 could have potentially took an MVP as well, picking up that elimination there from Verse. And if he was able to snag up the last one onto Spider as well, he would have definitely taken an MVP just off of having that multiplier.
Yeah, it would have gone to him. But just the way the cards fell, Spider was able to come through with one elimination, and T225 came with the other one. So, you know, if T225 would have won that final bit, he would have had that MVP for sure. If Verse would have gotten another elimination, he probably would have had it. Yeah. It really does come down to those final seconds where you're like, okay, if this one tiny little thing would have changed in that fight, we would have seen it go a completely different way. And, you know, that's what we love about the game. It's so interchangeable. Every single moment can never be recreated in the exact same fashion that it's happened. We've seen crazy combos due to terrain that have only happened once in a lifetime. And, you know, the opportunities for these things to happen are reoccurring, but in the fashion that they happen, it's always different.
Yeah, that's true. When you see action and run with Longsword, he cooked up last time, 2-1 there to extend with carousels. I mean, Longsword got it got nerfed due to everybody running Longsword and round, but I mean, there's still a way to do it. I'm still hoping to see Lonnie TOD as well. There is a way to TOD with Lonnie old proc, so hopefully we get to see that. But we're gonna be having our Yang win rates here for our top 5 right now. XY has an 88% realm win and Action with 75%. We have Spider with 73, Mike with 64, as well as Arano, an 88%. He won 15 out of his 17 realm wins here for the fall split this far, and that is just an insane amount of wins to come out of realm and not have Yang depletion. I mean, we see the damage that is done, right? Once these players are out of realm and they need to try to cleanse, it's just an overall brawl there, and a lot of things could go bad very quickly. And being able to come out of realm so many times with Vermilion's Bird's Might or any buff that the player decides to take, which is, you know, staple is Vermilion's Bird's Might there for the first round. It's just insane to watch there from XY. I mean, that's just crazy there, Seb.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty insane. An 88% win rate in Yang is almost unheard of. Like, there's often times where you're going to get into a fight and you just take a bad matchup. And it's not your fault that you're losing. It's just the fact that, like, the character that they're playing is going to directly counter exactly what you're supposed to be doing. So you've got to try and switch up your strategy. And oftentimes those are difficult to win. You know, they are still winnable in this section. They are pro players. They can make anything work. But that being said, it's more often than not the other pro player is going to be able to come away when he has that type of advantage against you. So seeing that win rate is pretty nice. It seems like he's been getting very lucky with his matchups, which, you know, it could be one thing, or just the fact that he's outskilling every single one of his opponents when it comes to those realm Yang battles. T225, locking in for this. He had a good game, right? You know, finishing 4th place in those standings. He's climbing up further and further. I think he's about 8th right now in the overall standings. So he's definitely got a good shot of coming into this and maybe putting himself into that top 5. We just need to see him, you know, get that extra burst, try and get himself to 24 points as fast as possible, because it is going to be a very difficult.
Hey, Star looks locked in. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah,
Star looks completely locked in. I haven't even seen, I mean, blink once. He is ready for game 2. Tarka, hey, we got a Tarka on the overall here, on the overlay for Star. I mean, hopefully today could potentially be a day we see a Tarka. Day 1 that I was casting, I was hoping to see a Tarka because we were seeing Wu Chen's and Yodo's, but I mean, Tarka did get touched up as well. A lot of his kicks there, his new kick did get slowed down. Every character in the pool's ultimate duration got lowered as well. So overall, not sure if we are going to be seeing a Tarka for today. We could potentially will be seeing it maybe by XY or whatever the case can be. XY did have some games with Tarka in the past. We are going to be taking a trip back to Hollerod Sunny for our 2nd game of the day. And what I'm waiting for here, Seb, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm waiting for that Tomoke game from XY, because hands down, I think XY got the best Tomoke in the game.
Oh yeah,
in the league, I should say.
Yeah, he is absolutely insane. When it comes to that Temi pick, he's able to do some things that most people can't even dream of completing on their own ranked games, let alone inside the NBPL. The way that he makes that character work for him in these specific ways, he is doing such a good job with that. We're going to see a Lani from Edward and MTF, and Liam coming up for our second round. Third pick is going to be Syra, and we're not going to be seeing very much Syra anymore, hey? After this next patch with the huge nerf, it looks like we're going to see something else take its place. Do you think Syra, or do you think Shael is going to take the place of Syra, or do you think Enor is going to make its way into solos?
From what I've seen there from Juan, I don't think he is a overall strong solo character, and I haven't really seen a lot of the new Syra, so I can't really talk about how she's going to be doing in the meta. But I do believe Shayo is going to definitely get brought up one round selection from she is right now. I mean, right now it looks very standard, right, from what we're used to. Day one, we were getting a little bit of a mix-ups there with our first to third selection picks from these players, but I mean, this is finals, right? These players are going to be playing what they're more accustomed to. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Juan's gonna be played in these games. I would love to see it, but I just feel like the Transformer, once you pop that ultimate, it's very easily avoidable. It's like playing a Yushan, right? You just grapple up and you create the space. It's gonna be rough. I think Einer's Juan's like F is probably his best thing I've seen from his kit. I mean, you're able to extend with it. You're able to catch Prowl. You get, what is it, 3-4 iframes there off the dashes as well. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's gonna be having that pro play, play in the league. But I would love to see it be tested out in one of the qualifier games for the bi-weekly for sure.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to see. I think that we might get to see a little bit of testing when it comes into Biweekly 2 after the EWC, but I'm not 100% sure that we're going to be seeing that, as we're going to be locking things in, ready to go. Everybody's got their hero picks going on, so we're going to be seeing these players locked in, ready to go. Here we are, game 2 starting in just a second here. Everybody's going to get in, lock in, get their little picks going, get their spawn points all set up. We get to see it on our very nice interactive map, and as we get to take one final look at all of these players locking in, ready to go. Mike looking absolutely relaxed and chilled, ready for this fight. We're seeing MTF, Milani, everything's pretty standard. F2 for Star though on the ACOs. That's going to be a pick. Sometimes people opt for that F1, which is more of a defensive alt. F2 can be used defensive as well as combo starter ultimate, and then he's got the V2 ultimate on the side of the ACOS. Pretty standard across the board for the rest of them. V2 on Mike though, as we've been seeing the debate, Kylan V1, V2, which one's better? Mike going to be opting for that V2 variant. He is a lone Kylan, so we're not going to be seeing any sort of family meta when it comes to Mike, but we could see a lot of stuff coming up from Spider, T225, Wufong, and Verse, XY, and Arano, and then Edward and MTF are going to be pretty familyed up there.
Yeah, I mean, first four selections has a pair of the same hero. Everybody else is going to be a lone wolf in the field. Very curious to see how Action is going to do this game on the lone wolf Yodo. Probably going to be trying to prioritize as many Yangs as possible with a character like Yodo. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how he does here for his second game. We have a big drop of players there on the top left-hand side of the map. We also have a couple of players on the bottom left and 2 players landing near puzzle for the contestant there of the gold weapon. We are going to be seeing that unfold. Not sure we are going to be having a potential third party there. We've seen numerous times. If anybody's going to do it, I know it's definitely going to be Fong, probably playing an outskirt, but he's not this time around. He's usually lands left or right to rotate on in there to puzzle and go into one of those ballistas and potentially get eliminations. We've seen it time and time again. He just upset the players so early in these games who have been fighting whoever else drops there, and he snags the elimination. He solves puzzle and he gets out of there with gold weapon plus whatever the box provides him. But this time around, we are not going to be seeing that. We're going to be starting off with Spider, T225, and Action all landing near each other. And we have Spider on the Shayo here for our second game of the day.
Flipping over right away, we're gonna see TE's Wufong facing off against Owe's Edward. Oh, big weapon swap coming in right off the bat into the 2-1-1. Going for the katana focus, but that F ability is gonna prevent so much damage. Huge jump parry gonna come in.
Whoa.
What? Oh my goodness, hit rag come in here. Wufong gonna be able to get away on a little bit of a game glitch there as Edward not able to come away with any sort of damage off of that. It's definitely a little bit confused into what's going on right now. As we're gonna see the overhook come through. Wufong's gonna connect off and gets the catch. Edward, no! This is unlucky for him. F ability gonna be invested. Every time he gets prio, something just goes wrong. The other swap's gonna come through. He's got just a little bit of armor. Through on that scale rush. Now we're gonna see the focusing act brought back around. Edward fighting desperately for his life right now with Wufong. Definitely in the lead. He'll be able to get a little bit of a connect off coming through as the drop down focus attack from Edward is not gonna connect on anything. He had those icicles there. And
wait, what killed him?
What killed him? Oh my god, no way that an icicle hit him.
No, he was gone. He rotated to the back. I'm not sure what really caught the elimination there for Wufong, but Arano, Spider, 2-2-5, still in the mix. Syra investing that F, and that's gonna be Arano. Drops very low, around 60% there off the white health. Still in the pocket, T225, applying so much pressure there onto Arano. Spider now joining the chase into the final R&B. Focus there for the elimination there onto Arano, and now caught it in the corner. Spider being able to apply tons of pressure onto T225 in the back end. And once again, it's T225 and Spider both on the same character picks here for the round selection. Shayo beats Shayo. Do have T225 trying to kite out the pressure. Loses pretty much all that blue armor. Spider fully healthy here, trying to see he can snag up another one on the board. Currently with one elimination due to that elimination we just saw. He is gonna be fighting a blue armor swap. 2-2-5 massive shit parry there from Spider into the hit. He does have the F there to avoid getting sent down that terrain. Has to go for the uppercut. Comes LMB there. Does get the damage since the LMB focus. Now the 1-2 F called in there from Spider. Now Pip comes in. The Shy ultimate is gonna be called in here for Spider. 2-2-5 is gonna respond as well. And it's a stare game between both of these Shayos trying to wait it out. He is gonna try to kite this out. Throws the shield. Gets the catch down to T225 on the top side. Action now starting to move on into the party. Blue armor stop here for Spider. Cannon shots flying on in. Big damage there onto T225. Action wait for the perfect opportunity to start moving on in. As we see it now in the minimap, he looks like he's right on top of these players. He's waiting for these ults to fully run out. Spider's ult is gone. T225 ult is gone as well. And there it is. Action choosing T225 out of the bunch. Spider trying to find some more resources. No more white health there for Spider currently in his inventory. And T225 is going to try to run for the hills here to try to back on up here for the pressure from Action.
Yeah, T225 doing a really good job of kiting. Like we saw last game, he is no stranger to this movement. He's going to get himself all the way into the top, being able to kite everything out, find himself a nice blue armor swap, gets the scale rush into Action. Action gonna go around on the chase, popping that F2, just be able to kite out a little bit of this extra damage, goes for that pot reset as well. Now you're gonna see the other side, Wufong versus Mike. Kylan ultimate gonna be thrown out, 1 HP in a dream. Oh my goodness, Agile with the kill steal. Mike gonna try and send some more Kylan dashes through onto the side of Agile, but Mike definitely not too happy with that interaction. He's losing a lot of HP, especially on that V2, that ultimate. Ooh, big overhold gonna come through, connecting on to Aja. Now he's back into the corner. When you see the overhold comes through again, trigger block into the focus attack. Tries to go for the cancel, gets the catch. F ability gonna be invested by Mike to be able to avoid most of the rest of the damage. Finds himself a blue armor swap, gets the overhold off onto Edward. He brings himself to the top side. Mike needs to get this pot off. He wants to be full health when really investing this fight into one of his dungeons. It's unclear who's going to start to go for it. Gets the overhold off onto Aja. Aja trying to make something happen with the rubber chicken. F ability invested. He almost had that blue attack connect there. Fan gonna pull Aja back from the other side. We see the ultimate invested now on it. That Justina. Aja needs to get out of here fast.
Oh.
Mike. Ooh. All 3 dashes now invested into the grapple to try and get away. Max distance grapples gonna be coming here. We're gonna flip over to ASC Shen Yuan. Tries to go for the grapple bump off of the staff. But he's not gonna connect. He does get the focus attack again later. We're gonna see the shotgun burst coming out from those flying knives. Able to do it a second time, but he doesn't get to connect on the second time. One into the F ability. Oh my goodness, the F invested into the ultimate to be able to kite out most of the damage. Trying to see if they can get the dazzle off onto him. It looks like he's unable to. We're gonna see that. Ooh, what a movement TP coming up from MTF.
Houdini's on him, throws the ball right, goes left, acts like he's gonna go down in the puzzle area, but TP's back to safety, gets a full reset off that as well. Asia does manage to see that, but he was forced to pop the ultimate earlier there against Mike in the third party as well, so he can't fully engage into that. We do have Star on the Akos, 77% on that ultimate, still with common armor, not really scaled at all. He is gonna get a blue weapon upgrade now, blue nunchucks at that there for FPX Star. Fong has been picking up 2 eliminations already from game number 2. Spider, A, Zhao, and Wu Fong have 1 on the board. We are gonna be taking our first round very shortly. Mike with the drippy Kylan here, waiting it out. About to get that ult online as well, but regardless, taking that realm provides you with that ultimate. We are going to be seeing his J loadout plus the weapons. Just blue weapons in hand here for Mike. He had a blue fan in the back pocket, running with the blue halberds in hand. And we see him there playing the 1.0 with the overhold mind game there against his opponents earlier in this game. Still with no eliminations. Has the potential to come out here with a weapon upgrade plus the buff and a kill if he wins his Yang. As we see him here, first one in. He's ready for the action. Spider as well on the Shayol. Has purple hung sword in hand. It's pretty standard on the J department. Nothing too crazy yet for Spider. Practicing 2-1-1, 2-5. Playing out the Sparrow games. Gonna snag up big chunk of purple upgrades there. We did see, I think, a purple bow plus a purple weapon. He also had purple armor in hand. And it's gonna be OUG's Mike against ASE's XY. Syra there for XY. Mike on the Kylan. Purple staff in hand for XY. Has a little bit of advantage there on the weapon department, but now XY starting up high once again. Tries to drop down there with the bow. Doesn't manage to connect. Mike, I believe, gets a little bit of hits. Doesn't manage to catch the scare rush as well. Catches the pile. Forces out the F very early there. Sends the 1.0 there off the staff. Tries to catch the delayed wake up. Doesn't manage to do so. The 1.0 there from the LMB. This is the cancellation there off the LMB focus. Big damage off the 1 point from the halberds as well. Now Mike has the advantage. Knocks off all that armor there from XY. Scare rushes into the 1-2 from the RBs. And now the Syra ultimate is going to be invested. And Mike has done this numerous times. He can just avoid all these with the tap dodge rolls here. Playing the pillar. He does not manage to get caught up there. Beautifully played out there from Mike. And now the Syra ultimate is about to run out pretty soon. And Mike now is going to come in hot here with the Kylan ultimate of his own.
Kylan ultimate going to be coming out. Trying to see if he can get some huge slashes going to come through. He's able to connect on his first one. That's his first 3 slaps. After this next slap's coming through, all of these are going to cost some of his health points. So he needs to connect onto those. He gets the third connect. Gonna miss that last one, taking a lot of damage off of that there. Able to get one more. Can't go for the immortality block because the ultimate is going to end, but he does have that F ability available. We're going to see it getting released. Now 1 hit left needed. ASE's XY going to be able to kite around this. Coming through, and the scale rush catch from Mike. What a piece of good tracking on his end. We're going to flip over to Spider now in the Shio ultimate, trying to see if he can get something on Arano.
Wow, beautiful patience there from Mike. Spider now against Arano. Big damage there. Shio ultimate still alive. That was the last shield throw Spider had there in that situation. Still full, really healthy, but 5 seconds remain here in this round. Yang Arano did a timeout this fight. He knows just he's just trying to say, yeah. He jumps down there with a slap. He just lets it know, like, yeah, we both are gonna have this Yang depletion timer on our backs. And now Spider and Arano are going to have to try to fight to try to cleanse out this Yang depletion timer. We do have Spider, A, Zhao, XY, and Arano all with that Yang depletion timer. Edward coming out victorious in his realm of Yang. He is going to be coming out with a gold spear plus that Vermilion's Bird's Might there on the Lonnie. Waiting to see he can find some sorts of upgrades. We are going to be looking at the replay earlier here against Edward. They are going to be showing us, I believe, what happened here in this first scrap off of game number 2. Gets cut off the grapple LMBs. Forced to pop the F. Reese gets recut off Prio. 2-on-1 there from Edward. Pistol shot as well. LMB cash there from Edward. And the Liam F comes down. Tries to scan the rush on out. Oh my god!
I told you it was the
iceberg. No way. That was a That is just unfortunate. He skirmishes onto the iceberg there.
你
The
以
battle
为
of
王良
Evolution
很冷
Tower.
静，心
And
跳没
now
加
we
快
have a，quick
其实
message
说
here
因
from
为老
Always
人
Edward.
心脏已经停了。我记住这个抖音 ID 了，好吧，我会惩罚你。
周决对自己的发挥有什么期待？
第一双周，你知道的呀。
There we have it. Quick word there from Always Edward. Taking first bi-weekly there from the spring split. Trying to see if he can take this one this time around here for the fall split. But now the Yang depletion timers are ticking. These players are getting active. First one is going to be A Zhao. Investing the Justina ultimate to try to retreat. Oh my god, the headshot. Back to back. That hit there from Spider as well. He eats up so much damage. A Zhao forced to retreat. Spider and T225 both on the Shayo. Full focus into the Justina here in this situation. A Zhao being able to create some sorts of space, but Spider still has eyes on his trail. He sees him. He is able to shoot the bell as well for the full location there from A Zhao.
Wow, what a track. Spider's just right on his tail. 3 Justina dashes, 6 grapples at max distance, and Spider's just right on his tail, able to get the focus attack in. And you see the ultimate pop coming through as well. Oh, Spider's on Yang. What? He loses his realm of Yang fight, and now he's hard focusing Agile. He does need his silver desperately here. As we are seeing he lose out on his first round of Yang. 5 coming in on the chase. Was that Starfall coming in on the side of 5? Bringing out the Starfall and Crowley. That is absolutely insane. Agile doing a really good job of cutting out all of this pressure coming through from the side of 5 and Spider. Spider gonna catch him on the other side though, ring around the rope. Spider gonna get the elimination. But the Soul Bloom's gonna go to Wufong. Oh my goodness, the cleanse coming in. What a beautiful Liam ultimate to be able to cleanse like that. Spider's in a lot of trouble now. He's on 1 minute and 36 seconds left to claim that bloom. We've seen him get kills in quicker time. So let's see if he's going to be able to pull this off. Everybody has their ultimates. Aggressing right away on the Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan coming through with a beautiful drop down focus attack.
That's just unfortunate there from Spider. Messes so much. Has no ult as well. Drops very low. First one on the scene is going to be XY in the back end. T225 though. Applying the pressure down to XY. Forcing out that Syra ultimate. We see it here. Still numerous amount of players in this location. T225 being able to tap out his roll. All the dazzles here. Gets cut off that last one. Doesn't eat up damage there off the 3 charge. And now the ult's about to run out pretty soon. Spider still needs to try to cleanse. Trying to find a location there from the Syra XY as well having to cleanse. And now the drop down still in the pocket in the back end. T225 with the damage off the RB focus. Another Syra ultimate I believe is happening in the back end. T225 with a bow shot onto XY. Now Spider does manage to cleanse off of the situation alone. We do have him snagging up the remainder resources. Arano one shot in the back end. Fog trying to snag up the shots there off the musket shot. Doesn't manage to connect. Arano 1 HP in a dream. Trying to stay up right now. Being able to live for now. In the back end, Spider with a freebie. Snags up the elimination onto Arano. Snags up the blue as well. Resources going towards both Shayo's way. And now we have Mike against Verse in the second round with Yang.
Oh my goodness. Spider, just what? The moment you think, oh, this is going to be it for him, he just comes back and absolutely dominates the competition, picking himself up 2 eliminations in that sequence and getting the Soul Bloom to cleanse. We're seeing Mike now trying to fight with the gold pole sword in the hung sword. It's not the greatest matchup, but now he's got that gold variation of his ultimates. That's giving him a huge damage buff when sending out those Kylan slashes. Oh my goodness, look at the damage coming through on the side of WBG's Verse. He's going to get the catch though. Does he have the flying knives? He doesn't have the knives, but he's going to be able to get the throw out. Trying to see if he can get a heal off. And now it's back to full sword versus hung sword. Oh my goodness, misses that throw from the ball. We're going to try and see a blistering edge is going to come out again from Mike. If he's able to connect off of 1 blistering edge, it's going to be all over for Verse. But Verse does have the upper hand in this fight right now. We'll see if Verse going to be able to make anything happen. We're going to see the pistol shots coming in into oh, what a parry coming out! But he doesn't get the full finish off. He could have made it happen. Another parry coming out onto Mike. Switches over to the full sword. The 1.0 finish. Mike panic bluing his way to a defeat against WBG's Verse. Was able to pick up another gold full sword into this. And a nice gold soul jade, some gold armor. What a beautiful finish. Verse is going crazy against the Titans right now. He's not getting a lot of eliminations within the game. But when he's facing off against Mike and Spider, he's winning games.
Yeah, spring finals winner, right? Just showing out crazy mind game reading there with the 1.0 back-to-back parry. Mike thinking he was going to re-parry, tries to go for the blue focus. Gets punished for it, does fall, has Yang depletion now on his back with 1 kill on the board. Wufong as well. Action though, still alive on the Yodohime. We are gonna be seeing him with
burst arrow too.
That he could potentially find some value here in this situation right here. I believe that dreadful well in the back end by one of these players on the dagger. We are gonna be having Star, the longsword in hand. Was gonna be mixed up here for Star. Goes for the 1.0. The elimination goes towards Star's way. He is going to be able to get out as well. Versus Wufong in the back end, potentially fighting. We are going to be having them full kiting out towards Star's way, though. Looking for the Akos. Star, no purple armor in his arsenal right now. Needs to try to find a place to take a reset in. We are going to be having him popping 1 powder in, though. It's going to top off once. Wufong trying to get the info here. Both of the Liams looking for that lone wolf Akos in the pool. I should say lone tiger Akos. Star trying to back on up, does get caught or does get visually caught there from Wufong, trying to use his terrain here to make sure the chase is not very simple. Gets cut off the R&Bs. Wufong now caught about the F2. He's gonna respond with an F as well in the back end burst now, trying to get a piece of the action. The Akos ultimate is gonna be invested here from Star. You gotta take a look at the mini map. 225 starting to move on in as well. They do see the Akos retreating now inside the cave. Burst does manage to cast the V2 off of that. It's gonna be a 3-charge burst here off the V2, and it's just a 1.0 there, and it's a gold pole sword. It's so much damage, and it's enough to snag an elimination onto Star.
He's got the gold pole sword, the gold long sword, gold armor, absolutely stacked up. Beautiful ult play to be able to get that elimination. T's Wufong still on Yang depletion right now. It's gonna be an issue for him. He needs to get a kill. He's not able to find anybody that's not buffed out right now. He's gonna try and go for something. He's close to Verse. Spider and T225 both taking up some real estate in these bushes, as abilities are gonna go down here after those buff timers are gonna expire. We're gonna see a little bit of a replay from Yang. This is Wukong versus the SS1's action. You're going to see Yodo does end up winning this matchup, which is interesting. You usually see it go the other way around. Oh, you see Wukong taking a lot of damage. Just to go for the pot. You're going to see the pot defend come through into the upper aerial combo. With the second one, they're able to extend this. Like, I'm able to do a couple of the basic flying knives combos, but the way that they extend that so long, keeping them into the air and just getting so much extra chip damage coming through. Verse with Juggernaut. Oh my goodness, he's stacked on the JH. I believe that's going to be Pistol Jade. That's going to be Quick Charge Thunder Call, and then we're going to see him with another Soul Jade available to him. We're going to see T's Wukong coming in off at this side, trying to see if he can close this game. He's got a minute and 11 seconds left. The top ult pretty early here. Facing off against Action again. Action has ult available if he needs it. We're going to try and make something happen, but it looks like the situation can end up pretty dire. He takes his life.
Then the fight though. Action possibly full coming in. We hear him charging out the bow in the back end. Wufong though. 3 white pots left. 43 seconds left. Potentially gonna rotate on in or just not give anybody the kill. Might want to fight Action once again. Nearly makes it back inside the zone. Almost is caught up there off the storm damage, and now trying to cut noise. 29 seconds. Action has the potential there to pick up a freebie here to make it 2 on the board for himself. He does manage to scout Wufong here. Wufong now letting his presence know. Bow shot does not connect. 15 seconds high behind the brick wall. Action might potentially get line of sight here on the top, but no. Storm's gonna be doing the damage now. Wufong's gonna fall to zone. Action now being able to find the last and final hit there onto Wufong, and now to be forced to start rotating on into the center of the map. Do have Spider T225 still. The Shy Yols running the lobby, as well as the Liams there from Verse, but I believe the second Liam does fall. Now, here it is. First one in. Fong in the mix, as well as Edward. The Lonnies showing up, and now the Shayos as well. Burst is gonna back on up here from the situation. Shotgun burst here from the Flying Eyes. Back to back. Says LB focus, big damage, forcing out the after from T225. Now Edward has the call to try to full focus T225 here in the situation. Gold ban in hand there from T225 though. Spider trying to be in the center of this very well. We have ultimates being invested. T225 very low. Spider turning against him, trying to get the last final hit. He does see the common armor swap now. Shayo proc first one here from T225. Has the ability to throw. You see him now playing it very patiently, trying to find for the perfect opportunity to get damage onto multiple players if possible. Edward though claiming the center of the spirit well. T225 has to be forced on now, and it looks like he is going to be investing the ultimate to potentially get the spirit well. The Spider though applying pressure still. He wants to get the spirit well buff. We do have T225 showing back up. Blue armor swap, massive ship parry from Edward. Doesn't get the full capitalization. The 1-2, and I believe X is showing up with a little bit of love tap as well. And now Yang depletion timers is invested by the remainder of the lobby. You see 5 players now with that Yang depletion timer, and now the flag must be captured from one of these players.
Edward gonna try and go for the flag capture, but he's become the target of the entire lobby, getting himself extremely low in this situation. It looks like Spider, did Spider manage to get not only the first spirit, the Rebel spirit, but he got the regular spirit well as well, because he's got himself that Mystic Might buff as well.
Oh! No!
I don't think he got the regular one. Huge Bane gonna be coming in. Burst extremely low right now. The 1-2 gonna come in. Oh my goodness, he gets the catch. Sends him into the Bane. Oh my goodness, Burst. What a play coming up. He's undefeated against Viking Spider at the moment. But he sends him a Bane himself. Capitalize off of that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Nbpl the survivor of that. What is going on, the Bane? Nbpl, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to get the Bane.
They have to get out of here. We do still have the Bane in play. He gets clip off of that. Nearly gets clip off the Bane as well. In the back end now, the Lonnie ultimate is invested there for Bob. And now T225 in the center, unfazed by the Bane. And now it's finally gone, but the damage is done here in this lobby. Game number 2, multiple people getting shredded by the Moon Bane. T225 against Fong. Pulse against Fan there. Staple weapon there for Fong. Pulse hits it from T225. Tries to go for the R&B catch. Doesn't manage to do so in the back end. Retreat. Swaps on over to the Hong Sword. Trying to find an opener, I believe. He's going to go ahead and back on up. Trying to go for the full gold armor reset. Fong with the purple armor. So the armor advantage is going to be going towards T225's way. Does manage to get a full reset. And now back to neutral. Gold player starting up high. T225 now swapping on over to the Flying Eyes. F invested there from Fong in the back end. Trying to retreat here from the situation. He is going to be swapping back on over to the Fan to try to use the Scare Rush potential there off that weapon alone. Clips him off the R&B. T225 still with the advantage. It's a hit by one R&B focus. The health is still very even between both of these players. The 1.0 cancels it, catches there off the LMB. Now the F caught in once again there from Fong in the back end. Goes for the grapple parry there, big parry there from T225. Catches Prowl, ACCA as well. Big damage off the 1.0. Goes for the bolt shot, doesn't connect there for the extra damage. Gonna potentially get the headshot as well. But the follow-up 1-2-3 there from Fong. Big damage, and now the LMB does catch there from T225 in the back end. Manages to weave it, cancellation there from Fong to avoid getting parried in that situation. The 1.0 connects. Shy ultimate called in for T225 in the back end. Jump filling beast for extra damage. Catches fire as well. And now the Lonnie F called in. Lonnie ultimate called in as well. Doesn't catch him off that shield proc. And now it's gonna be back to neutral. T225 trying to take a quick reset in. Does proc the second one around. The TP does not manage to connect. That was a disgusting tap dodge there from T225 to avoid that. The jump throw there does connect there from T225. But now Fonk's still in the pocket. Second one still connects. Now all that common armor gone there from Fong. T225 still has to survive one more throw here, I believe. Gets clipped off of that into the R&B. Comes to and Fong with the last hit there onto T225. Staying up, even losing the armor very quickly in the fight. Fong being the winner here for game number 2.
MTF, Mr. Terrible Fong coming in and winning this game.
Is that
Such
what his name's
poetic
for?
fashion. I don't actually know. I just Mr. Terrible Fong coming out. What a comeback. T225 had the upper hand almost that entire fight, and just being able to hold his ultimate for a little bit longer, getting both of those ball catches near the end. putting him at just that little bit ahead, granting him 3 eliminations and a first place finish to get those placement points and the MVP coming out there. And you can see they're smiling. Look at that. They're so happy to be here. And this is the best part about it. There's rivalry, right? There's definitely fun, playful rivalry, but they're all friends at the end of the day. Everybody super happy for each other when they win. You know, obviously they want to be the best, but the friends are going to just laugh it off after game number 2 as we're going to keep the momentum rolling. And ladies and gentlemen, Moonbane MVP for me. That is absolutely insane. Like what I was saying, the verse, he's not playing like absolutely insane, but he's killing Mike and Spider every single game at least once.
I mean, it's those round wins, right? If you're able to stay up in round, you have so much momentum. And right there, he should have lost that. He gets clipped off the Bane, but he invests the V2, catches Spider, and just throws him inside the Bane, gets the damage off the splash damage from the V2, plus the Bane hit. It was just instant deletion there onto Spider, which was insane to watch. And then right after that, three other people get. It was just so many Bane hits we just saw there in a short amount of time. That was just we got to rewatch it back in the highlights to see it. Well, I had to just to re-see it, but wow, what a crazy game too.
Ladies and gentlemen, your answer for treasure game number 2. How many players chose Yodo Hime in game 2? Was it A1, B2, C3, or D0? Pop your answers in the chat, and if you are the lucky winner, you will be selected to win a special gift. Just drop the NARAKA account your UID. They'll whisper you. You whisper them your UID, and you will get gifted some really cool stuff in the near future. And who doesn't love free stuff? So take your shot at a guess. I'll give you a hint. There was at least one. So make your answer based off of that. The answer is not 0, is all I've got to say. Wow, what a game 2. The finish there, I loved the end circle and just the fact that we had the cave to play in. These players were getting caught out by the Bane in the cave. Taking a look at our scoreboard, we see 6.6 game score for MTF, 3 kills, 3.6 on the kill points, and the ranking points going to put him at a 6.6. Verse going to be hitting a 5.5. TG25 at the 5. Spider in 4th with 4 points. Action going to be hitting 5th with 3.5. Edward with 3. 1.5 for Wufang Star and Mike. Aja with a 1. And Arano and Shenyuan with 0. That's double donuts for Arano off of the first 2 games. Unfortunate to be seeing that coming in. We're going to take a look at the overall standings here as well. Taking a look, Arano still at the 6.2 down in 12th place. Shenyuan at 8.3 and 11th. 10th place is going to go to Wufang at 8.6. Edward going to be getting 8.6 as well. Taking a look at the top of the scoreboard, though, 17 points for WBG's verse. Spider going to be at 16.9, and T225 at 15.7. MTF at 14.6. Ajo at 13.1, and Action at 12.7. We're getting really close to match point threshold. We could see it crossed. If Verse and Spider have really good games, then we need a 7-point game from Verse and a 7.1 point game from Spider to be able to see that match point threshold already crossed after 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, definitely top 4, potentially top 5. It's just an outstanding game, but top 4, I mean, we've seen 10.5 games from these players, and that alone would jump you up to that 24-point threshold. So top 4 could potentially have an insane game to make it to that threshold to game 3, but highlights from game 2, powered by China Unicom. Did not see this. This was T225 against Action. The shield throw finish there. That's just unfortunate that Yodo loses that matchup against the Shayo. Shayo being able to pop that ultimate and just jump right inside that shield, that after from the Yodo. Can instantly proc that shield throw to have it in their arsenal. But now, first against Mike, this was just unreal there. Snags up the gold pole sword. Hits him with the final parry there. The back-to-back 1.0 parries into last hit. Star against Mike. This was an F2 catch into the R&B focus there. Birch tries to snag up the last hit. Wasn't able to do so. This was Spider getting a clip off of his. He backs on up. Spider now in the back end, gets clipped off of this. Burst as well, uses the F to try to back on it up, invests the ultimate, goes for the V2, catches him, throws him inside the bait, gets the elimination. Now Action and Fong move on in the bottom side. Burst gets hit off the Yodo ult there into the last hit. Action inside the bait, just gets juggled 3 times there for the hit and the last hit. The Moonbane being MVP, and now our last and final fight of game 2. Fong and T225 getting active here. This was a very long fight, a big drag out there with the ultimate. Fortunate enough there for Fong. He does manage to catch the last. Look at the ultimate there. That was the last ball throw he had, and it was the ult literally just ran out. He was able to catch that, get the RMB into the LMB finisher, and he is going to be snagging up the MVP here for game number 2.
What a play. The finish on the Lonnie. 3 kills, 11,000 damage. Most of it coming from the Flying Knives and the Fan. He's got the Sap Soul Jade. We saw the Cyan Fang actually come out. Ripple and Phantom, huge helper as well. This is his first time MVP, and it's going to be in the finals of game number 2 on the Lonnie. Really nice to see that coming out here. And now we're just that much closer to that match point threshold. Everybody is within a game's points away, realistically. 7 points in a game is around the average right now for our MVPs. 6 to 8 points is around our average. So hopefully we get to see something crazy coming out here. Game 4 finish, maybe?
Very rare. I don't think I've ever seen an early end to our bi-weekly final. But you know, it could be a change. I mean, top 4, like I said, all it really takes is that one pop-off game to make it into that threshold. But I mean, we see the focus that these players get once they make it into that threshold. We have another answer for Treasure. Is this the same question? How many players chose?
Yeah, it's the exact same question.
Yeah, it's the same question. We already had this.
Running it back.
The two-peat with the same answer for Treasure, but that's fine. But yeah, I mean, we've seen players make it to that threshold very quickly. And it's just so much pressure for the remainder of the lobby. Once you make it into that threshold, you pretty much get last pick into the games. So you're very easily called out to see what characters are available, what characters are not. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how game 3 pans out. We are going to be taking a quick break. Once we come back, we'll be locking in our 3rd game here for the bi-weekly final. Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Fall Split Bi-Weekly Final 1. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with Seb, and we just saw 2 games unfold. Top 4 very close to making to that threshold with 1 pop-off game, but our top 2 in distance of making that 24-point threshold is going to be crazy game 3 that we're waiting to watch right now. I mean, off of game 2 alone, we saw crazy Bane plays happening, unfolding there for that game alone. It's just straight chaos there once that the Bane spawns in the middle of the map. But that is exactly what I was talking about, right? With that new change in that Spirit Well, giving out the remainder of the players that Yang depletion, they are forced to try to cleanse that as fast as possible, and everybody gets active, as we saw there from game number 2. Even game number 1, no Bane clips there off our first game, but our second game, they have to try to cleanse, and we see it there, just fully getting pretty much griefed by the Bane. It's just unfortunate for some of those players, and that one of those players being Spider, even though Spider kind of had a rough round to try to cleanse off that Yang depletion tire. I believe it was the second Yang he took. He was able to pick up elimination, but Wu Fong snags up the V2 cat, steals his bloom. He does manage to get the elimination, but doesn't manage to cleanse, but somehow finds a way to stay in the game, gets another elimination, cleanses out, goes into his last final moments of that game, but gets just taken out by the Bane.
Yeah, the Bane, unfortunate circumstances, right? It's very RNG based. Sometimes, all the bursts will come in one area, like we just saw in that tiny little condensed spot. Sometimes they will spread out over the entire Bane. So it really has to do, you got a little bit of luck aspect in there, whether you're going to be able to take the correct pathing and not get hit by a Bane hit, especially not a triple hit, which means that you're going to get completely wiped off the map. If you get hit 3 times in one consecutive little area, all of those bursts are overlapping each other, it's pretty much done out for you at that point. And I mean, when you have characters like Liam that can ball you up and throw you into a Bane hit, yeah, never a nice situation to be in.
Yeah, because I mean, you take the damage from the splash damage off the V2, right? That's already a good chunk of damage, and then you're just eating up the damage from the Bane as well. It's just crazy. But I mean, Fong, right? Now known as MTF, veteran in the Pro League, has been in the Pro League for years. I remember back in the day. I'm always gonna say this because he only played dagger for so long. That was a weapon that he only touched. He would drop purple, gold, rare weapons for a common dagger. I remember in the center of Temple in Morris Isle, he had probably like 2 gold weapons. He dropped them just to pick up a common dagger and a blue dagger at that time. And, hasn't really found a lot of success in taking chips home. But now from Wolves, I mean, off of that game too, being able to snag up that MVP, he's a player that really plays a lot more conservative, a little bit more passive than the remainder of the players. He likes to go in, he hits with a little bit of chip damage, he tries to win neutral fight, but if he does manage to lose a good chunk of HP, he is one of those players who is not afraid to back on up and, get the chase game on between him and his opponent, which, he had a lot of success back in the past, but, throughout the years, a lot of these players' movement had just increasingly gotten a lot more better. So that strat hasn't really been, very, I'll say, perfect for him for a long time, but the way he managed game 2, I think he has found the answer to the hole in his strat that he's been looking for, and I'm happy to see how he's going to do for the remainder of the games tonight.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to who's going to be able to hold their mental, right? Like it's to that situation where these players are all on a really high skill ceiling level. They're not at a position where someone is objectively better, right? Mike is respected as the #1 NARAKA player in the NBPL, but we just saw 2 games in a row, the #1 and #2 players, Mike and Spider, get absolutely demolished by WBG's Verse. So it's not to say that Verse is the better player, because Mike and Spider still have more accolades. They are still, the stronger players when it comes to overall gameplay. But in certain situations, that hero that Verse is picking is going to play very well into the heroes that Mike and Spider were playing, and they were able to get nice eliminations on them both times. Mike got eliminated very early into that game, and Spider does get out due to that Bane's Breath because of the Liam pick, right? So Spider going to be on the Liam this time. He's going to be able to do a little bit of Bane throwing of his own. Syra for Mike and Star, Ajao and Action next to pick up heroes is going to be our Shyle picks coming through. And now 5th and last round selection. This is where we get a little bit diverse.
We're gonna have to wait and see how this pans out. I mean, I didn't sit back and look at. We got double Yodo pick there from Edward and Fong, but I didn't really just sit back and take just a look at the lobby. I mean, this is just a veteran lobby, right? You look at it, it's just like you're throwing Wufong, A Zhao, XY. XY had some time in the league, but then he came back. So I don't know if I was still considering him kind of newer. I mean, I would say because he didn't have that much time in the beginning in the league. So, you know, these players now showing up in the league and being able to hang with the veterans is not a very easy task. We don't really see a lot of players or new players who come into the scene and are able to adjust to the pace and the pressure of these lobbies. So these players being more into the newer side and being able to make it to the bi-weekly final, it's just that alone is a very hard task to do, and they do deserve their spot here into the top 12 from the first bi-weekly as always. But locking on in our third game of the day, we are going to be going to Morris Isle, the OG map, the OGs of the OGs. No Firefly map though for our third game. We are going to be taking another daytime next for the Predoria into our Firefly maps, where we start seeing those Aquases, the Temmies, those aggro characters being invested. Potentially we get 8 games. We could see a Takeda with Team 225. That is a hero that, you know, he does enjoy playing. We did see him, I believe, play a Takeda not too long ago as well, a couple months back. But you know, that's if it goes to distance. We are locking it in our third game. Super close right now. You see action there with the notes. He's locked, ready, trying to see who drops where. They got all that panned out in their head. But we're gonna be taking a look at our hero picks there from our ults and Fs. We are gonna be seeing the V1 F2 for Fong. Our other Yodohime is going to be locking in the F2 V1 as well. We are not going to be having that V1 like we did there for XY. Which I think if we are going to be playing Yodo, I think that ult gives you a little bit more leeway and a lot more aggression. Instead of you being caught up there, popping that ult, just sitting there. If you pop it in a very bad time, you can just still continue to get chip damage, as we saw. XY back to back, pops the ult, gets called off for it twice in a row with a last and final hit off of that gold form. He is taking less damage, but if the damage is done, you can still be eliminated, which is just super unfortunate. But we are locked in. Third game of the day. Have our spread on the top left-hand side of the map. We have T225 landing top left. Well, so many players are waiting his eye. That's a deep spawn there from YZG's T225. It's just going to be landing in the outskirts of the whole map in general, as we see it here, to make sure he has a perfect rotation on in. Spider, Wufong, Star, Fong, A Zhao, Arano. I mean, it's just a titan of players there in the top mid side of the map right here. It's just so many players waiting to fight. WBG, SS1, OUG, all right next door as well, with a potential third party on that right hand side of the map. And I mean, this is gonna be a straight brawl here in these first moments of game 3, and we are gonna see it now here with our third game of the day.
Oh my goodness, here we go. WBG's versus Arn getting a purple longsword right off the bat. This is a huge weapon advantage right off the rip. Spider gonna get himself parried by TV's Wukong. Soulbreak gonna come in for extra movement, trying to go for another parry, as we're gonna see the blue attack come through the roof. Extra movement on the side of Spider with that dagger in hand. He's right around this area, very easy to get himself to that lower area, trying to find a little bit of better loot. He's gonna flip over to Sunwing's Rest, where we're gonna see 5 versus ASU's XY, flipping up to the top side. As we can see that mushroom smoke come through, and it looks like it is going to hit both of them. The T25 is pretty much up here. He's got very low HP, and there's nothing he's going to be able to do about it. ASU's XY going to be able to claim that soul bloom at the very last second. That is comes away, but it looks like he's just going to go for the grab right away. Flipping over Quick little transition onto the side. Back to WBG's Verse with that purple longsword in hand. Going to be fighting up against OUG's Mike and SS1's Action. Let's see who's going to go down first.
I mean, these fights at Sunwing, we just see there just how dangerous it is to fight, especially around the mushrooms, and T25 is going to get caught off of that alone. But now, Verse in Action going at it. F caught in there for Verse. Mike showing up to the mix as well. Action with one block of that common armor. Looks like Verse is going to retreat for now, and it might gonna pick up Action out of the bunch here to be the aggressor onto. We do have a massive ship pair there from Mike. F caught in there from Action as well. To the final 1-2. Snags of the Bloom as well. Verse now trying to show up to the fight. Gets to be calling in the F as well in the back end. Mike with a shotgun burst gets the damage there onto Verse in the back end. The 1-2 off the nunchuck, swapping on now. He's gonna go ahead and call in the Syro ultimate as well. He wants to try to end this fight as fast as possible. I don't see anybody in the minimap there with a third-party potential, but Verse has every terrain here to be mobile. He still gets clipped off the 3 being charged there though. So now he's forced to kite out on the opposite way, but Mike on his trail catches the second dazzle, goes for the pry off of this as well. Weaves the F. That was beautifully done there from Mike, and now Verse is still back in the back foot, but he almost getting that ultimate online for himself.
Yeah, and he got the prio off there in a slight instance, but he just used it to gain a little bit of extra momentum to get away. 94% on the ultimate. Trying to go for the jump LB. He's at 97, 98. Will he be able to get that ultimate online? He has F online now too, so he is in a decent position. R&B into jump LB there. F ability invested, but to no extra value. Now he's got that cooldown burn, but he does have that advanced heal coming out. Might try and grab that blue armor. Advanced heal might actually be able to help him a whole lot here. Tries to go for prio. Parry gonna come out, but he doesn't connect with it. Blue was ended up thrown. Shotgun burst gonna come out. He has ult online. If he holds it too long, Mike's ultimate is actually gonna be able to go back on. So he might actually just hold it to that point here. We'll see F ability invested to get to Verse. Jump LMB gonna come through into that Kylan ultimate. And now this is where things are gonna get spicy. Verse gonna miss the first slash. There you go, hits the second one. F ability now invested to avoid any sort of comboing off of that slash. Misses the second one. He's taking so much damage. This is an unfortunate situation. Actually, advanced heal gonna be able to come through. Armor swapped over to the blue. Immortal Proc gonna come through as well, losing that ultimate, but Jump LMB's over and over again, gonna be able to deal so much damage into a parry. All into the double charge. No F ability available for him here. There you go. Mike is extremely low in HP. He's got nothing left to help him. Trying to go for that scale rush. He's going to be able to do it. Wufong jumping into the mix. Who's going to get the kill? Who will it be? And it's Wufong stealing the elimination, but Verse going to be able to get the blue into a full carousel, but he drops the carousel at the last second. No focus stack available for him. He's going to be able to get the grapple bump into a 1.0. Oh my goodness, Verse is going absolutely insane right now. The amount of sustain that was required by him to be able to come away with that sort of standing into that fight. He didn't get the kill on Mike, but he manages to live to fight another day.
Love that there from Verse. Confirm damage there. Make sure we fall back on up. But Edward getting tons of damage here from Edward. And now the Yodo Heathen ultimate is being called in here from Edward. Verse will connect. Overholds the F caught in there from the Lonnie. Back to back onto LMBs. LMBs. Big damage. Forcing out the Lonnie ultimate now. Has to go for the raw uppercut. Doesn't connect this time around. Since the second stage of the ultimate into the ball throw there from XY. He is going to be snagging up the elimination there onto the Yodo Edward. And man, I don't know. I think the Yodo, it just looks rough, right? Once you invest that second stage and you're not able to full juggle off those crouch LMBs, I just feel like the ultimate just falls a little bit too short. Yes, the F is nice. You're able to get a reset in there. One pot inside the spinning blade, but man, just looking at the character pool, it's just a little rough scene. Not sure who will be the substitution. I would love to potentially see the Justinas being picked out more opposed from the Yodos. Just Justina being that overall very strong character. She's still MVP multiple times. A lot of these players are very comfortable with Justina in their pool. But our first round, forming on up, the gates are open, waiting for somebody to take the pass. We see XY in the mix against Wufong. Spider in the back end there. Liam for Spider. XY with for Lonnie, or with Lonnie. Wufong in the back with Kylan. XY has the pass now, has the ult if he needs it. He can just ice off the pressure here in this rock structure. Scare rushes on up. Wait this out, but it looks like these players are going to retreat. They do not want to fight it out. They know can't really output so much damage there to try to take the gate. But Verse, on the other hand, as well, on the Kylan, playing the longsword, hoping to see. He's playing longsword dagger, so potentially seeing LSD catch into R&B. Yeah, potentially. He's playing double melee weapon and no range there for his arsenal. So we're gonna have to wait and see how his realm looks. But Mike, blue halberds in hand, Arano waiting this out. They're gonna wait for the cave to open up, and it's gonna be a scattered. See Mike playing the top side to drop down. Who's gonna be able to get the remainder of the loot? And it's gonna be Verse against NBPL CQ Star. We could potentially see a full extension here for Verse.
I want to see the extension come out. If he's able to pull this combo up, Verse has been my goat today. So far, he's going absolutely crazy. Let's see the scale rush action coming through. Tries to just go for the reset to jump things back up to completely. We're gonna see him there. He has that advanced heal too. Oh, big parry coming through. The double charge is gonna come out. F ability still available for CQ Star. So he did not use it to kite out any extra damage. He just had to eat that 2.0. The carousel gonna come through to the 1-2. The 1-2 gonna be answered back with a 1-2 of his own from Star. 1.0 gonna come out, cancels the release of that on the fist blade. They're both just going for the catch, and he gets it. F ability now finally invests, tries to go for the drop down, but he's gonna not connect with it now. First gonna switch over to that dagger. Ooh, using the F ability to get some extra drop down here, but now there's gonna be big damage coming out. He doesn't get that triple charge blast coming through though. He's gonna be able to dodge that using the same techniques that we saw Mike do. The tap dodge roll around the pillar, and now he's gonna be able to just get the catch off here. Scale rush in, but the 1-2-3 gonna come out. Now we see the Kylan ultimate releasing. First gonna try and make something happen with it. He's not gonna be able to get the first catch. Gets the second one into the recatch. He does get the second dash coming through, but a little bit of healing coming out from that F ability isn't gonna be enough, and Star catches it through.
Holding blade in front of his face. Sweating out. You know he's gonna try to tap dodge it. He uses all 3 dodges there, so he had an opportunity there to hit the final hit. Just letting it loose there. He is gonna be coming out victorious in this first round. I was hoping to see an extension, but I mean, yeah, Star knowing off of that parry, if he does invest the F and he gets recaught, he did see the longsword in hand. It could have been very bad for him either way, so he decided there just to stay with the F off of cooldown and ready to use if he potentially gets recaught up and eats up the damage off the R&B alone. But even so, just so much damage was done. XY in the kill feed picks up elimination onto Asia. We have T225, Spider and Star in the mix. Star going out that Yang. He needs to try to cleanse, but he runs on in until both of the Liams here. Star in the backside needs to try to kite out the pressure here from T225. Doing a good job scare rushing around. Swaps on over to the blue fan to continue his scare rushes here, but T225 catches the grapple stagger, grapple LMB, raw uppercut as well, aerial LMB, forcing out the Syra ultimate, and this is going to be a range battle, I believe, between both of these Liams to try to get a last and final hit. The Syra does have that shield, but he sees the musky shot connects. It just chunks out a good portion of that armor. We do have Star now trying to pop the healing off the Syra ultimate, trying to slow float down. Does manage to get caught up, has the F to stay up. He could potentially get out of the situation here in this building, but he messes up the movement error times 2. He gets caught up on the side of the wall here, and he is going to fall. The V2 caught in there from T225. Spider snags up the bloom, and now T225 invests the second ball throw and does not connect here onto Spider, and this should be a full reset there between both of those players.
Yeah, we saw the kill feed as well. Always Edward getting taken out by WBG's Verse, putting him on 2 eliminations already. We see he did invest ultimate for that elimination. We're trying to see if we can get anything going on to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan now in the back end. We see gold pole sword and purple longsword on the side of Verse. Verse gonna get knocked away by the flying knives attack there. It's gonna give him a little bit of stun when they come off each other. That throw attack. We're going to see the 2 gonna connect. Ooh, big shotgun burst gonna come in on the side of Shen Yuan. Explosive armor for Shen Yuan as well. Gonna knock Verse back. Now he's extremely low in HP. Gonna try and see if he can take Shen Yuan out, but now Verse forced to connect is out. T225 gonna come out of nowhere, snagging that elimination up from the side of Mike Shen Yuan. Mike will be able to get that kill with the release of the 1.0. Now Mike gonna try and just kite out this situation as long as possible. Match point analysis. He needs to get at least 4 eliminations in a first place finish, or he's 5 eliminations in a second place finish here. As he's already got 2, but he's on course to getting that match point threshold. I don't know if exactly those numbers were correct, but with my basic Chinese reading, would have been good.
See it now, second round. Post it up, yeah. I mean, Verse on pace to make it to that threshold off game 3. Potentially taking second round, why not? Good valley there on the Kylan. We see him post it up over here. He's gonna rotate potentially to the top side. There is probably another gate on top. You have action with the gate pass already on this side. Arano backs on up. Fong still in the mix. Fong potentially rotating around, but action, gold fist blades in hand, does have purple flying knives as well. A crazy weapon in the pool ever since its release. We've seen all these players favor that weapon so much if they're able to find a good pair. Now with a purple rarity, you're able to output so much damage off one cast. You have everything. You have omnidirectional, you have quick burst damage, you have catches, you have extensions. Overall weapon just so good. Verse, as you see it here. Go ahead. Post it up for the second round. Already has gold posted off that first round win. Has the O online. Sculling off the purple weapon. Now, in the Roma Yang, it's going to be WBG's verse against OUG's Mike. And this is going to be a big one here. Mike needs to try to find success here in this round to try to cut off the momentum here from Verse. If Verse wins this out, he could potentially make it to that threshold so much more easier as well, especially with the buff and the weapon upgrade. But now, Mike starting off hot, gets caught up here off the LMBs, forces off the F, and now the R&B caster from Mike off the F, forces out the Colin F as well in the back end. Verse with back-to-back blues, doing the T225, the triple blue as well, shotgun burst on top of the pillar, does connect off the scare rush there from Mike, but now the health advantage going towards Verse's way to be able to still apply the pressure there onto Mike. Mike trying to play around the pillars, since the shotgun burst, gets the 1-2, since the follow-up as well off of that. Doesn't manage to catch, yes he does manage to catch the pile. The F caught in there for Verse, and now the health advantage going towards Mike's way. Tries to go for the splash damage there off the canning shot. Doesn't manage to do so for the second time, and now the clink comes in off the focus. It's a flying knife battle. Blue raiders for Mike, purple raider there for Verse. Now tries to go on in. The follow-up there from Verse catches, and now forcing out Mike with the F, and now the ultimate's gonna be called in here for Mike. He needs to try to find some value here because the Kylan ultimate is still online there for Verse.
Yeah, Verse is going to be able to pop that Kylan ultimate any second now. We're going to have that immortality part being able to help him out. It looks like Mike's just going to go for most of the heals here. Tap dodge roll being done a very good job by Verse, and now we're going to see him bring it back out. He did get a bit of a heal off as well in that. Mike is now at really good HP as well as, oh, there we go, there's one. They have ability and investment to be able to kite out in the second follow-up slot, but he does get the third connect here. We're going to see him just trying to kite around here as much as possible. Does miss the slot. Immortality proc is out. 10 seconds left in this fight. Mike needs one blue to win it here. We're going to see the jump LMB coming out into the follow-up. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh! Verse gets it in the He's undefeated against Mike and Spider today. Ladies and gentlemen, WBG Verse is goated right now. He's going crazy. Absolutely insane. What a finish. The shotgun burst to finish it off.
I can't believe that caught too. That was insane to watch. And I mean, even that tight, the tight kiting there on that pillar for Mike to avoid any shots. He tries to go for the scale rush, but still get clips off of that shotgun burst from the flying knives. Just super close to call. He thought both players were gonna get that Yang depletion timer, but now Mike's gonna be the only one in that fight with that Yang depletion. He's gonna have to try to cleanse as fast as possible. TT25 does see Spider with the buff playing around. Spider there, a fellow Liam, MTF, Fong. Waiting this out there on the other He-Man, trying to find a perfect opportunity. Verse off the realm of Yang with his white tiger spires, trying to get active. Practice T225, but Spider's in the mix as well. They have Wufong as well. So this could be potentially 2 players falling in this situation. Verse does see that they also have a buff in hand. They are going to back on up, trying to see if they can find any other players in the back end. We see Fong, you see him trying to be sneaky in the back. He's crouching in his out. He could potentially get called out. He's hugging the zone. He could potentially not get spotted here by these players. Mike's as well. Mike in the back end possibly sees the Yodo there on the top side. The Spider's gonna run into Mike once again. Mike needs to try to cleanse. Spider has White Tiger's powers. Does catch him off the 1-2. That'll be focused off the gold dagger there from Spider. It's gonna chuck up so much HP there off that purple armor from Mike. Now, he's gonna be caught up here in a very hard situation. 3 players in the mix. You know Fawn is gonna join in this fight as well to potentially get a last hit. We do see him winning it out in the backside. Just pistol shots Mike just calls it quits. He knows it's just so hard of a task. And what did I say? Fawn, as always, with that third-party magic, snagging up the kill onto Mike. But now he's in a bad situation against Spider in TT25.
Yeah, Mike he took the headset off before he was even fully dead there. He just knew there was nothing he could do. Now, MTF is in a bit of a tough situation right now. He popped ult. He's gonna go for the... Look at that. Trying to run the 2 Najee to get himself a little bit of extra healing for free without having to use a pot. And then we're gonna see Spider just still giving full pressure inside the zone, as he does have that White Tiger's prowess, which is gonna give him a little bit of health back. But he's not losing as much HP as MTF, but MTF gonna be doing a really good job of kiting this out. So we're gonna see him get caught up pretty quickly here. Spider does want this elimination really badly, though. He is trying to push for that match point, as well as Verse. Verse is on 3 eliminations. He needs to get 1 more and a first place finish if he wants to qualify. Now MTF getting dangerously low here. This is a really bad situation to be in. We're gonna see the ball catch into the ground, and there goes a lot of damage. TG25 is actually getting incredibly low as well here. They've got not a long distance to travel back into the zone, but if he manages to grapple cancel Spider here, that could have been a crazy play. We're not going to see it happen. Verse gold armor, gold weapons. Same as a Spider. Everybody's stacked. Oh, little engraving action coming up from the side of the Fawn.
Now Spider won his round against Action. Backwards F to the RB. The catch here from Action. Big damage off the flying knives. 1, 2, 3 to the aerial RB as well. Tries to go for the LNB catch. The Liam ultimate is caught in here for Spider. He has no health advantage. What does he do here? Does he catch V2 into full stagger? He catches V2. Pops a white health. Or a purple armor, I should say. Throws on up. Kites out the pressure. Goes for the scale rush. No ult online no more. Does go for the pistol shot. Cannon shots flies on in here for Action. Tries to go for the jump parry. Manages to weave that LMB there. Sends the 1.0 off the LMB. Big damage. Goes for a reset as well. Does manage to connect off the 1-2s there for Action. Sends the follow-up focus as well. Back-to-back clinks there from Spider and Action. Now behind the pillar. Trying to find an opening. Spider doesn't connect with the scare rush. Does manage to find the second scare rush. Tries to go for the LMB catch. Doesn't manage to do so. The overhold sends it. Gets punished for it. Now Action forcing out the Liam F there from Spider. Calls the F of his own. Delayed wait seconds. Spider into the parry as well. And that was a very close fight between Spider and Action. And both gangs went to distance as we see it there in the timer. But Spider coming out victorious. Snags up the gold fan. Gold long sword as well. Get some nice swords to J's there for those weapons alone. And now outside the realm, waiting to pick up the Spirit Well Verse as well, trying to contest 2 gold pole swords and a gold fist blades in the back pocket. But what weapon is he using? The purple flying eyes, because this weapon just outbursts so much damage. As you see it there, the F there to send him down in the terrain. XY now joining the bottom of Spirit Well, but Verse trying to contest the top sides and invest the Colin ultimate. Finish up some pressure there onto TT5 in the back end. Now applying the pressure onto the second Liam in the back end. Spider eats up 2 slashes there. XY moves on in. Arano as well. The line show up. Verse now ultimate is about to run out pretty soon. He is going to have to try to potentially get the flag, but someone steals it on the left-hand side. Not sure who captured it. No, it's still up for now. We do have Verse, Spider, TT5, and Wufong, and Arano with the Yang depletion. So XY snags up the Spirit on the other side. Spider starts moving on down, trying to capture the flag. So go ahead. Take the flag to its location. Wukong in the back end is gonna be forced out to pop this ultimate. It's gonna use the V1, I believe, in the backside. Does go inside the zone, but Arano first one in. And now the damage is gonna be going towards Wufong's way. Tries to count out the pressure, sends the V1s out. Now in the corner, this could be bad for him. The F-con ended from Milani in the back end. Still, the pressure not going towards his way. But for Liam's applying pressure inside the zone. TT5 drops very low. Arano with the last hit there inside the zone. zone with the fist blades, and now the shotgun burst up from XY. He's gonna take out a Wufong, and now Spider versus XY and Arano are still left for the top 4 here for game number 3.
What a play. Oh my goodness, Mike. Going insane. Because right now we're gonna see XY going insane right now. We've got Verse, the Spider, and XY still alive here. It looks like Verse and Spider going at it. Huge parry gonna be coming out on the side of Verse. Ultimate pop now for Spider. Verse is gonna get in trouble. So beautiful dodge coming up there. Spider gonna be focused up onto this big ball catch. Gonna send him into the zone as far as possible away. Now he's gonna have to try his hardest to get back in. It looks like he's just gonna go for a heal inside the zone. Oh no, brings it back around. He sees he's got the space to move away. Now we're seeing everybody starting to take the high ground here. Spider on the top side. Going to do extra careful to avoid this Bane this time out. As he is gonna go for a bit of a surf here. He is on the outskirts though, so it's not very likely that he's gonna get hit up. Using those buttery rocks as a object of aid in his pursuit of kiting out this fight. We're gonna be seeing Arano close on his tail, everybody else following behind as quickly as possible. They want the Liam out of this lobby, and then it's gonna be a double Lonnie. You know, Verse could do well with family meta here. He could try and help out Spider, take out one of the Lonnies, and he might have a better shot of coming away with any sort of victory in his final bit. Because right now, it is not looking too good for him. Oh my god, he's on Yang depletion! No! No match point for him! He's gonna get eliminated right now. That's why he's chasing Spider so hard. And now it's gonna be 2 Lonnies versus Liam.
I mean, Spider has the terrain of his playground right now. You see him just full being able to kite out the pressure from anybody right now. Being able to scare us simultaneously back to back to back to make sure he does not get caught up. He burns out a timer there from Verse, and Verse is going to be falling due to that Yang depletion. Spider's still in the mix. Do have, believe, that's a run on the top side. XY now showing up to the mix. A bit of low tap there onto Spider. Shotgun burst connector from the top side. F caught in there for the Liam. Spider gets caught up. Now, does manage to scare Roach on top. Ice off a little bit of pressure. The movement error there does manage to him, for him to be eliminated. And Arano with the bow shot there for the elimination onto Spider. And now Arano and XY are going to be fighting in this tricky terrain. We do have a longsword pickup there from Arano. Has gold longsword in hand now. Go ahead and catch the prow on F caught in from XY. Tries to go for the catch. The LB there from Klein out from XY. Still trying to find a perfect opportunity. Tries to go for the grapple cancel. Doesn't manage to connect. Has engravings. Going to swap on over to the gold launcher now. In just a matter of seconds, being able to snag up the gold launcher and swap it on over. Drop down from both of these players. Engraving connects. Goes for the R&B. Jump LB there for the tap dodge. Tries to go for the double dodge. Doesn't manage to avoid the focus there. Now big damage there from XY to Arano. The follow-up R&B does not connect there for XY, and the bottom side, Arano still trying to catch the prowl, gets caught up in the side of the terrain. This could be bad. He still has O online though, and F available. Now the F caught in there from XY on the top side, sends out the scare rush. Arano now might have to respond with his O of his own, manages to weed that first ball throw, still in the pocket, being able to avoid everything that XY is throwing his way. The gold frame there to avoid that catch, and now XY trying to run for the hill to avoid the pressure here from Arano.
Arano still trying to keep up the pace and going with this big attack, but it looks like it's not going to be enough as he's XY getting, oh, beautiful ball TP up top to avoid damage, but he is going to get knocked back, and this is an unfortunate situation. I believe XY doesn't have any balls remaining, so we're going to see 2 balls to none here as we're going to see the throw come through into the scale rush catch. Tries to go for a second scale rush catch, tries to throw that last ball, but ends up burning his combo break. This is about trouble for Arano. Moonshot Storm going to be coming up from AS's XY on the top side. Tries to get the scale rush up into the 1.0. Tries to go for the Hepta Dash as well to continue that onslaught of damage. Arano now getting extremely low. Going for the scale rush to the top side. There's so many levels to this. Goes for the scale rush for 1.0. It's going to connect off the side. Goes into the uppercut, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Arano with the jump LB, but he misses. The jump LB over and over again. But it's going to come in, and Arano is going to be the victor of game number 3. Going for the bottom of the leaderboard, double donut for an MVP in game number 3. That's what we love to see. Come on.
Great game there from Arano. I mean, bouncing back. Bounces back, makes it to the MVP. Spider tries to stay up. I mean, the pressure there from Verse was just a lot there. Quickly claims the throne there in that spirit world capture, and then the Lonnie start moving on in. Everybody gets hit with Yang depletion timer. It's just everything changes in the split of a second. But Arano being that player to be able to stay on top to make sure he can claim that MVP. Mike, rough for Mike as well. He's been caught up in very bad situations. Very close fight against Verse as well in that realm of Yang. I mean, that was a 1 second beater there to pause. 1 second buzzer beater there for Mike to try to win that round. I'm just going off of what you were doing, bro. But anyways, amazing game 3. What we see, that is going to be our 3rd game concluded. I mean, Verse was so close there, right? If he was able to snag up one more elimination, potentially, we're going to have to wait and see how the overall standings look for that game alone. But I know I didn't really capture how many points he had right before he got eliminated, but I know it was super close. He had an outstanding, early to mid game, winning those realms. And, they weren't easy. Even in the beginning of the game, he had a very long fight there with Mike. Just to start off the game, it was just super long. As you see, it was dread out for 2-3 minutes, and then Wu Fong comes in for the third party to just completely, just take those kills that he worked so hard there onto Mike. Wu Fong comes on in, snags up the kill. He does manage to ice off the pressure for him to force him to back on up, so he managed to get the momentum there to continue scaling his inventory there for the game alone. But it's just a battle of the Titans right now. But the way WBG's Verse is looking, he is looking very polished, very crispy, and he has not let go of that practice since that summer split for sure.
Verse in 5. This is my new prediction. We're gonna see Verse in 5 games. He's gonna get there. I think that it's pretty unrealistic that that actually happens. What I think more is actually gonna end up happening is Verse is gonna get Threshold at the same time as Spider. They're gonna have to battle it out. They're both going to lose MVP because Mike is going to start a comeback and he's going to start playing a lot better than he has been in the first 3 games. And then we're going to see a couple other players qualify for Threshold, and we're going to go all the way to 8 games, and Verse is going to win at the end anyways. And we're going to be seeing now Arano at 7.8 points, going to be our MVP. Shen Yuan at 6 points in number 2 spot. Spider going to be taking 3rd at 4.5, tied with Verse at 4.5. And we're going to take a look at the overall standings. Now, Arano jumped from 12th to 7th with 1 game of 7.8 points. It's going to put him in 7th place, above Mike, who's now at 13.9. And now we're going to take a look at the top of the standings, 21.5 for Verse, 21.4. 0.1 point difference between Verse and Spider right now. And then we're going to be seeing MTF at 18.1, 17.7 for T225, Shen Yuan at 14.3, and Action at 14.2. First and second are neck in neck right now. This is going to be a 2.5 and a 2.6 point game needed from Verse and Spider to get to that match point threshold in game 4.
I mean, just look at them, right? It's so similar how many points have been putting out throughout the first 3 games, right? 6.5, 6.6, 5.54. It's just so close between Verse and Spider. But taking a quick look at our highlights here for game number 3, powered by China Unicom. This was the fight where Mike comes on in, snags up a kill onto Action here. Goes for the tap dodge there to avoid the F, and now Verse shows up, and that was a very long dreaded fight there. And now swap on over to XY with Edward, the Yoda of this game. Each of the damage on the bow shot. Tries to call in that Yoda ultimate. Doesn't really get much value off of that ult alone. We have XY responding with a Lonnie ultimate of his own. Able to stay in that gold frame there to avoid the second follow-up there off the ultimate. Verse against Mike. A crazy fight, right? Look at the health from both of these players. There goes the Syra ultimate. Just dreads out the timer. Verse as well pops his ult right after. Dreads out the timer. We're gonna see it in first person perspective. How he catches. He dodges into the shotgun burst there. Mike trying to wait out the timer, but Verse there with the pressure with the elimination.
Yeah, Arano gonna be getting up and then nasty into the attack form coming through, as we saw this happening earlier. We're gonna be seeing ASC's XY. He had the upper hand for a decent amount of that fight, but when you see it from this perspective here, you see Arano was able to control with such grace. If that Hepto would have hit, that would have been absolutely insane there. We're seeing Arano now back on the back foot. We're seeing Shen Yuan trying to go for the heal, but the catch comes in. misses the carousel and then almost completely misses that. The Clink's going to come in though, and Arano is going to be the winner of game number 3. That's our MVP for you here. As he's ready to go. Mike looking visibly frustrated as he walks off the stage. You can see that it's not his day, but it's okay. You know, Mike always comes with some bounce back.
You see the decision these players are making now, right? It's just, it comes down to the T, everything they've experienced. But WZ Arana with 3 MVPs in the fall split with 10,000 damage, 4 eliminations for game number 3 alone. Had Hepta, Sap, Phantom Step, Tuna, Quick Charge, and Engraven with that long shot that we saw there in the last and final moments of game number 3. On that staple Lonnie, not a surprise, tier 1, tier 0 character in the game currently. I mean, just overall, good performance there from WZ Arano. He needed that to jump up in the ranks now. Had bad games 1 and 2, and just one bounce back as we see it there, shoots him up there into that top 7. I mean, it's just a great way to move on over to the remainder of the games. But yeah, I mean, everybody is just, it's so locked in, right? Like before, you know, we had a time where, you know, people were going for the follow-up off parries, and then we kind of swap on over to the transition where we weren't doing the follow-up. We would dodge in, over a hold, try to get the burst damage because we knew they were gonna pop F, so you were just trying to get as much more damage as opposed to just getting one follow-up hit there from the parry. And now players are gambling the damage there to avoid any sorts of prio right after that, and they just settle with the damage off the focus attack, off a dodge, and just go back into neutral and, you know, hope they don't get recaught as we saw there with Star, to make sure he doesn't get caught up there against the longsword, because he knows in the realm of Yang, longsword still has a very, very big so much damage outbursts against anybody in longsword. We saw X-Shen do it. Yes, it did get nerfed where you were able to do the standard grapple carousel, but that you can still 2-on-1 into the R&B uppercuts, which confirms you all that damage if you are on cooldown. So, you know, players know everything in the game. They are trying to macro anything to make sure they can try to win these games. And I mean, just everything's just so much more advanced now. Everybody's in such a high level. I mean, these games are going to pair. But yeah, I mean, we are going to be taking a quick interview with one of the players. Once we come back, we're going to be locking in our 4th game of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，Spider 先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 SR Spider。
欢迎 Spider 来到我们的赛后采访。哇 ，Spider 其实前面刚刚在说很热啊，这种热我感觉不仅是说我们现在上海的天气比较热，哎，是不是也是手感比较火热？所以我们先来问问关于我们周决的情况。Okay, so as the first Biweek final of the new season, so how's your feeling like your status right now? 那我首先问一下，现在目前呢，其实也是我们积分榜的领先了，应该是在第2名。然后想问一下 Spider 觉得我们这个秋季赛的第1个周决，目前自己3把打下来自己的状态怎么样？
很平稳，没有什么意外。
Okay, I think I have no accident and just came down really. Okay, so let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天我们要给大家送出的福利和题目到底是什么。Okay, so now we can see the question is, which hero did SR Spider use in Game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中 Spider 到底用到的是哪个英雄？哇，说到刚才这把比赛 ，so talk about the latest game. We saw that a lot of like Kilim Zhang and like Liam Liu, like a lot of audience were talking about the strongest of these 2 heroes compare with them. So how you think about that? 那可以看到刚才这把比赛当中，其实刘恋和张起灵一个对局的情况还是蛮多，大家也在很热烈的讨论说，哎，现在目前单排当中2个英雄的强度到底怎么样？来吧 ，Better， 能不能给我们讲讲你的看法呢？
刘恋的技能非常的全面，什么都有，然后可能张起灵就比较容错比较低一点，但是对位刘恋有一点小优势。
Okay, so for me, to be honest, I think that Liam Liu is really a strong hero like ACE. He have all the ability in the solo game. But Kilim Zhang have like a little bit advantage when he compare with Liam Liu because he has like a little bit counter this character. Okay, I think our players prepare. Let's start counting. 应该准备好给大家送出福利了吧？那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。来，英文说。
3, 2, 1
Screenshot， 哇，这好快啊，我都没反应过来。给我们也来公布一下正确答案是什么吧。来
，B。
Yeah, the correct answer is B, and congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, so as the bi-weekly final, we know that like this season you have really good status compared with the last season. And when you first, can you foresee for us like how many matches you think will finish today's grand final, and who will be your biggest opponent？ 帮我们来预测一下吧。其实 Bider 可以看到这个赛季在周决当中的表现，其实整个状态是要比之前好了不少的。给我们预测一下，准备自己今天几把结束掉我们的比赛，或者说今天觉得目前为止你最大的对手现在是谁？
排名靠前的都是对手吧，感觉能在可能7把左右吧。
排名靠前的那就是1到12全是你的对手，对吧？Okay, so I think all are like they're strong solo game player. They are all my biggest opponent. Everyone from 1 to the 12, and if let me to foresee like how many matches we can finish the solo game today, I think it's the match 7 we will finish, and we will have the championship today. 那我们也期待一下 Bider 到底能不能预测成功，是不是7把能结束，以及最后我们到底结局是怎么样。不管怎么说，前3把其实状态非常不错，也期望你尽早可以开赛点，然后期待你的一个精彩表现。Okay, cheer up for you, cheer up for Spider, and thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside my man, C8 Creatives, the creative guy, the Zero Band Warrior, Katana Demon, as we establish some of his many accolades in the NARAKA universe. We're hopping into game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. We have got 2 players who are very, very close to reaching that match point threshold. That's going to be WBG's Verse and SR Spider, the former team and the new team for WBG. So we are going to be we're going to be jumping into this game in just a second here, but I just wanted to mention, like, Arano, look at that rise. 12th place to 8th place in one game. Able to come up so far in the ranks. It just shows that it's not over until it's over. We've got a possibility of 8 games to be played. It is still anyone's game.
Yeah, and I mean, just those pop-off games really change a lot, right? Being able to snag up like 7 points in a game is just insane. But we've seen even 10.5s, like massive amount of points off of one game alone. It's not an easy task to do, but some of these players are able to come up on top with a big amount of points off of one game alone. So even top 7, top 8 has a chance to really drastically jump up in the ranks with just off of one game. As we saw there for Arano, from 12th to 8th, it's just a crazy come up, right? You get out of game 1 and 2 with, I think both donuts or a 0.5 for one of the games as well. And then you just have a pop off game 3. And I mean, we've seen that just multiple times, like I mentioned, and that's why I was saying top 7, if they do manage to have the pop-off game, they were able to make it to that threshold. But one of the lower ranked players did it, which was Arano, and we see him now being in that contestant for that threshold. And now we are going to be taking a trip to Perdoria daytime for our 4th game of the day. But yeah, I mean, off that interview there from Spider, just him even reconfirming, I mean, we can see it as well, right? Just how much more the skill has, you know, rose from everybody in the league. He even confirmed right there that, like, everybody in this lobby is who I need to be worried about. I cannot just out one player, because everybody is in a level that they could, you know, take me down or could win the game, or even win the bi-weekly one final. So, you know, everybody getting their flowers, as we've been seeing it for I believe even the past year. But even moving into 2025 and spring split, you could drastically see everybody just so much more higher in the skill ceiling department, just so much more locked in. They've been putting in the time, they've been putting in the effort in their time off the pro league matches and all that. But overall, it's been an insane watch off of this first bi-weekly. And I mean, it's just the first one, and then we are going to EWC next week, so it's just so much happening. Bi-weekly 2 after that, bi-weekly 3, bi-weekly 4 finals, and then J Cup. I mean, it's just everything's happening so quick. But I mean, it's a very exciting time here to watch here the pro league.
Yeah, it is super action packed. We've had non-stop NARAKA since last week Wednesday. We've been playing trios, solos, trios, solos, trios, solos, trios. Now we've got the solos finals. Tomorrow's going to be the trio finals, and then contestants from all around the world are going to be leaving in a couple of days to be going to Saudi Arabia for that EWC. That's going to be our mid-season challenge. It is going to be a crazy event.
Yeah, I mean, EWC, right? First event that the mainland players have to go outside of the mainland to compete. Most of the J Cups, or all of the J Cups, have been hosted in the mainland, and now it is going to be a change for the mainland players. But I don't want to make predictions because we're not there yet. But it's going to be a very hard task for anybody outside the mainland region to try to take the chip home. But I mean, I feel like it's going to be an insane watch regardless. Just seeing solos and trios in Saudi Arabia is going to be a blast to watch. But overall, what we have in front of us still, game 4. Players are locked and loaded. Winner of game 3, Arano. We need to see how he bounces back off this dub. Trying to see if he can confirm another W to make it to the threshold. I mean, what was it? Verse and Spider are like 2.5, 2.6 off of threshold right now?
Yeah, they're 2.4 and 2.5, I think. Or 2.1 and 2, I think it is. It's 2.5, 2.6, 2.4, 2.5, or 2.1, 2.2. Same, but different, basically. As we're going to be jumping into this next couple of games here. I still think that we have the possibility to end in 5. It's wishful thinking.
He's a player, right? It's coach.
It's coach. Definitely coach.
Yeah, but he was a player, wasn't he? Looks very familiar.
Yeah, it could be one of the trios players. Lots of the solos coaches are the trios players. So
yeah, Mike, been having a really rough time. I mean, just like off of game 3, that super close realm against Verse, thinking he could time out, just gets hit with a dodge R&B focus off the shotgun blaster from the Flying Eyes, and Verse with those split-second decisions, making it known that even if the timer is ticking, he is still in it for the win, and that played out perfectly there for Verse. T225 has had Spider in the same round selection, so he's able to make it to those end games, as we see it time and time again throughout the whole day. He has been able to make it into those last and final moments of the game, but now with the Yang depletion being spreaded from whoever doesn't capture the spear well, it's just so much more aggression throughout these lobbies. As you see, a lot of bodies fall. Game 2, Hollerot just Moonbane being MVP in that situation. It just changes up the game a lot more for these players, and that is something they have to get accustomed to now, playing it on the active patch here for the Pro League. Action back in the league. This man be having crazy mechanics for years. I remember back in the day, he was catching everybody with longsword infinites back when you were able to do it on flat terrain. I've seen 11 uppercuts off the longsword infinites from Action. Day 1 of fall split, he comes on in and does 2-on-1 extensions off carousel onto Mike and Ramo Yang. I mean, mechanics for Action has them all. He's ready. He needs to try to tap in and find a W in these games to try to make it into that 24-point threshold as fast as possible. With a couple games left, players are ready to make their selections here for our 4th game of the day. We are going to be starting off with T225 and Spider, pretty much picking that Lonnie for the first round selection, if I do not mistake.
Yeah, Lonnie going to be going for the first round. Rano and Shenyuan going to get the Liam. Wufong and Burst going to get the Syra. MTF and Edward are going to be getting that Shiol. Action and Ajao. That's going to be an interesting one. I think we're going to... I don't know. Kylan, I think we might see a Temi coming out. I think there's an opportunity for Temi. I think Mike is going to get Akos. I think that's pretty much clear. We're going to see maybe a Justina coming through from Ajao. Ajao likes the Justina play. I think we've already seen him play it, though. That's my one concern. So we're going to see it. Predicted almost perfectly here so far. Shiol from Edward and MTF for the perfect 4-round prediction. Now our 5th round here, we're going to see Justina Kylan. Or Kylan. Let's see here. Jumping in. Ajao to select on that 5th round selection. Justina. Ajao pick Kylan. Come on. Give me that perfect prediction. It's probably going to be Justina Kylan. Here we go. And then Akos. And then Star's going to go on the Temi. Get that. Oh, Temi on Mike. Yoda coming through. I almost had that. 9 out of 10, say. Very, very close. Mike needs to lock in here, ladies and gentlemen. He has had a very rough start to the day. He's got opportunity to make back all of his losses in these next couple of games, and that's why it goes to 8. If you fall behind in the first 3, you're still able to make it back in these future games, and that's what Mike's going to be aiming to do here.
Yeah, he needs a pop-out game, but his Temi games are very strong. He has a very strong Tomoke, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is a game that he's looking for here in today's matches to get that bump in points, to make it higher in the pyramid of the leaderboard. XY, a very strong player. I'm very curious to see if he's gonna bring out the Viper today as well, but we've kind of had a pretty standard hero selection for now for our first 4 games. Nothing too crazy. Day 1, obviously, that is pretty much the day I pretty much say that these players can test out things that they want to test out before Biweekly finals, and we saw Wu Chen's Day 1. Lots of players were testing out the Yodohime as well off the rework, so that day was definitely more of a test and trial day, and it looks like the Yodohime has been stayed in the meta for the bi-weekly final for this week alone. So that is very interesting to watch. I'm looking at Star. He is gonna be running that V1. I think XY has been the only one rocking that V2 Yodo with the F1F for Yodo, but everything else looks pretty standard. F1 V1 Shayols, the Collins, F1 V1 for Asia. He is gonna be running that V1 for the Ultimate Department. Action standard on Justina. Everything else looks pretty much up to normal standards for the remainder of the characters. I was looking at, for a second, I was just looking at the Liams, just how the standard now is V2. We had a time right before 2025 season where the V1 was the one being played out by all of the pro league players, and then season started in 2025 and it was just a complete switch. Some players were testing out the V2 last year, but now just the V2 being that staple ultimate there for Liam, catching the value off the V2 ball. If you're able to get that in realm and you have flying knives, if you have a hung sword or even a long sword, you're able to extend a lot off of that weapon alone with the V2 catch if they are on cooldown. So overall, resets, throw inside banes as we've seen today, inside zones, I mean, just the value, it's just a lot more greater, I believe, than what we're used to from the V1 opposed to the V2. But even though we have seen that take its toll in these games, and we saw Lonnie pretty much being picked first over Liam, which Liam had the crown for such a long time. Everybody was locking in the Liam for the first round selection, but it looks like the first picks, we're back to it. Lonnie being that first round selection. Our fourth game locked and loaded now for the bi-weekly one fall finals. My name is Creators. I'm here with Seb. Starting off here with Burst, trying to see if he can find as much scaling as possible. He does have a blue armor swap there, but he might get aggressed there by A-Shot pretty soon.
We're going to be seeing Edward in Imperium facing off against Shenyuan. Shenyuan with the slaps is looking to do more damage than Edward has, but we're going to see the armor swap coming through, and now Edward going to have the upper hand in this. Tries to go for the uppercut, but it's not going to be successful, but he's able to get the kill either way. No uppercut needed. Star going to drop to that 12th place spot after Edward gets that elimination, now overtaking him. Spider now facing off against MTF on the bottom side of the map. We're going to be seeing MTF get a nice armor swap, and now Mike going to be coming in on the side. 1.0 release going to connect on to Mike, forcing Spider into a decent position here. Now Mike's going to back off, go for the reset. Verse now, he'll be sending some shotgun blasts out on the Wufong. He's going to get the connect, gets the first elimination. Now he's going to be facing up against Action, gets Cryo. We're going to see the F ability come through into the 2.0 off of those flying knives. Action going to be able to get out of here pretty quickly. Has that ult almost online. We're going to see come in, gets the 1-1-2 into the uppercut. Gets the combo off in it to the jump LMB. Tries to go for a second jump LMB. Shotgun blast going to come through into the follow-up. Gets a shotgun. No ult available for Action and Burst. Qualifies. Oh, he's at 23.5. He needs 0.5 more points. And he is going to be match point threshold here, ladies and gentlemen. Verse 2 kills off spawn already, going absolutely insane.
I mean, versus neutral is just, it's so crazy. It looks like he has all of his opponents' number in his phone, speed dial number ones, with just how he knows what to do at every moment, right? Catch trial, forcing out F, knows when to release. It's just so much pressure there from Burst onto all these players, and he's able to snag up 2 kills very fast in game 4 of this contested area. The ruins look very contested by a lot of these players right now. I believe there's like 6, probably 7 even players in the mix right here. Azhao getting picked out there from Spider, might potentially be finding some sorts of damage onto Azhao. Players are starting to retreat now though, so Azhao could see if he could find a place to reset. I think he did manage to pull off that blue armor. Fong waiting for the perfect opportunity to try to go for the reset. He's gonna go ahead and hide a blue armor. Look at him, tricky, being able to find a perfect spot for him to get that blue armor swap if he needs it. Edward working to get that Volpine Essence. 6 keys in hand already for Edward. Still going inside the zone. And this is Edward's pretty much staple. He loves playing the Volpine Essence. We saw him as well day 1, being able to snag up the Volpine Essence. Pretty much took it all the way to second round and had a very good value with the Volpine. Yeah, I mean, Serb was even saying that you're able to, you know, hide the Volpine outside the realm, and then if you do end up winning or losing, you re-pick it back up, so you don't proc that Volpine essence if you are in a bad predicament, if you have to try to cleanse for the second round. But you know, we're gonna have to wait to see how he does there for Edward. But right now, XY going at it, shift parried it from X round to Star. F caught in there for the Yodo. Gonna potentially have to wait this out, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Gets the R&B focus in the corner, back-to-back R&Bs into the 1-2, and XY taking out Star very quickly there.
A really nice finish. You're gonna see Burst picking up his third elimination of the game. Match point. Burst at 3 eliminations, putting himself up to 24.5 of points. Stole that kill away from Agile, and you can tell that he's upset, swinging that sword around, trying to get the elimination off on the WBGs. Versus Arano gonna try and come in on the third party with some ranges shots coming through. Versus needs to get the thought off as quick as possible here. He's able to get one, and it looks like they're gonna let him get the full reset here, which is an interesting situation. Allowing the reset on a low target, not really the best idea, especially when they've got purple armor to reset to. Now they've got the upper hand above you, and now look at this, Agile extremely low. You're going to see him come through here. Verse picking up his 4th elimination of the game. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Verse is off to an absolute tear. He's at 25.5 points, and he's going to be able to get another reset in.
I mean, you see the confidence he be moving in, right? He picks up that kill, backs on up, takes a powder in. Now, he has 2 players on his shroud, but he does have this terrain here. Oh my god, massive jump pair there onto Fong. And now Fong always playing for the third parties in the back end. Now, looks like he might be picked out of the bunch with 70% on that rage. Still applying the pressure onto these players who are full focusing him. Fong manages to get a full reset in the back end. First Roma Yang starting to form on up now. Arano not letting go to chase. Swap it on over to a common armor swap here for reverse. Cannon shot slide on him from Arano. The 1-2 from the nunchucks. Overhold, raw uppercut goes for it. Doesn't catch the LMB. Tries to catch the dodge. Doesn't matter to do so. Gets cut off the LMB. Proud to be forced to pop the F. And now in the backside, Fly 9, so much damage. Massive parry there for Burst. Forcing out the F. But Arano in the back end there for the Fly Knife. And Fong now caught up in the same position that Burst was in. And Arano still has that ult online. Fong invests that Shayo ultimate. And he could match it here if he tries to go for the shield throw to potentially get the elimination onto Fong.
Yeah, we're gonna see the ultimate get popped here though. Now we know that the shield proc is gonna get negated by the Leon ultimate, which is why it's such a strong counter pick here. As we're gonna see Verse actually goes for the salty run back here. He does have ult available, so I think he just wanted to go for his weapon. He has that purple nunchucks back already. He's gonna go for the purple armor, bring it back around. Oh my goodness, Wufong absolutely carrying TG25 out of zone here. Not going for the full elimination. It looks like he is just gonna try to secure Yang pass. Personally, yeah, you know, they're the pro players, so let them play. Had that kill within a reach of his grasp, but we're going to see WBG's Verse now back on the offensive, trying to see if he can pick off onto WBG Arano, who wants that purple armor back. He's like, give it to me, get back here. It's not your armor. He wants to go into Yang, and he's going to need purple armor to do it. Arano's going to try and get an armor swap here. We'll see what happens. Verse is just hyper aggro. Try and dash away. Arano gonna try and go into Yang here. Nope, doesn't go for it. Now he does get himself fully eliminated from this game. He's gonna have him get sent out. We're gonna see the armor swap coming through.
No.
Into there. He grabs the blue, full blue armor. It looks like he might even be able to take that into the realm of Yang. We're gonna see Mike and T225 facing off Temi versus, I believe that's gonna be Lonnie.
Mike on the tumult. The Fly Knives. Loses half that blue armor. T225 is well back to the blue Fly Knife energy on the Lonnie. Scare Rush overholds the blue. Doesn't get cut off of that. Now the F called in here for Mike. He's going to throw down top of the pillar to try to take a quick reset in. Does manage to avoid the Scare Rush, but gets clipped off the follow down R&B. Now forcing out the Lonnie F as well. The 1-2 from the Fly Knives gets the damage on to T225 in the backside. The 1-2 once again. The click comes in between both of these players. Shotgun first up from T225. Hiding behind the pillar. Now the Liam ultimate is gonna be called in, or the Tumult ultimate is gonna be called in here for Mike. T225 manages to get out of the center of that Tumult ult. Does manage to find a place to get a reset in. Now back to full health. Mike as well. F back off of cooldown. Can get aggressive off of this. The 1-2 does get caught up with that, but has the F. There it is. Can be able to avoid this. Throws down the Wisp. He gets aggressive this time around. T225 Let's look to the force attack. Gets the damage onto Mike. Mike's still fighting in the pocket. Tries to go for shotgun burst. Gets caught off by Nbpl. Now this is gonna be a full extension here from T225. Oh my god, look at the damage. Aerial R&B as well for the extra damage. Recatches Prowl. F back off a cooldown there from Mike, but it doesn't even matter. The flying knives being able to cancel all that out there from the Tomote going up high off the F claw, and T225 winning this Realm of Yang.
What a play coming out. The omnidirectional aspect of the
So
flying
good.
knives being able to just throw upwards after Temmie hits F, like it is a very difficult thing to deal with. You see even the best players in the world are starting to lose to it. We're seeing now Edward going for the catapult. SS1's action now knows T225 is near. They're both on Vermilion. We're actually going to get to see a replay here. Action versus Agile. Agile going to be setting that F out, bringing up that Liam ultimate, trying to see if he's going to, or the Kylan ultimate, sorry. See if he's going to make anything happen with the sword slashes. Looks like he was able to connect on both of them, but Action just having that way quicker response time with his ultimate to be able to turn it around. Immortality proc already released here. Now we're going to see it get stuck in the corner, getting pushed up against the wall. But the V2! Oh my goodness! Going to come out, drop down freeze, back around. He's got F available. He's going to pop that F into the stun, and he just needs one hit. Tries to go for one. The clinks are coming in. A little bit of clink damage come through, and the one hits it. Agile goes down, and he's going to be searching for that soul beam to cleanse the Yang depletion. Spider. Looks like he didn't quite into that Realm of Yang. He has no buff, but no debuff as well. You see he's trying to kite out someone that's hungry for a soul bloom. It looks like MTF giving heavy chase, as well as a couple other players nearby. TE's Fong, who's also on that Yang depletion timer. Going to be trying to see if he can get a piece of the action as well.
Yeah, and Fong, master third party in the zone. T225 getting active against Spider as well. T225 seeing he can find a player to try to find an elimination. Fong might be the one that he's going to choose out of the two. The 1-2 there from Fong. He goes to ult pop there for T225. Catches R&B, forcing out the Shayo F as well. Tries to put a rethrow, catches, doesn't throw the second one around, but now Shayo ult pop there from Fong. Able to stop the damage for now. Trying to weave the shield throw. No shield throws yet from Fong. He's going to eat him up with the pistol shots, or the musket shots, I should say. And the triple musket shots there for T225. He is going to be taking out Fong. And look at so much commotion happening here. Inside the zone, outside the zone. Spider in the mix. Tries to back on up. A player's in his trail, and that's Verse. And Verse with 4. He's not going to let loose of this gas pedal anytime soon.
Verse is just hungry for more eliminations. Looks like T225 getting himself eliminated here as well. That's going to be some of the Vermilion Bird Knight players eliminated, but a couple of other players who are still fully in the game completely eliminated. Overhead bonk going to be coming out on to action from Mike. Mike needs to cleanse this Yang depletion. We're going to see the turnaround of that full sword just to avoid any sort of parry coming out from Mike's side. We see him go for the parry. Would have connected. Oh my goodness, the follow-up getting top of the F. The gold focus can prevent the stun, but it can't prevent. Oh, Verse gets eliminated here from Spider, and Action's going to take Mike out. Oh my goodness. So we're still seeing Verse qualify for match point in the next round. Spider is on 1 elimination. Mike is fully eliminated. There's no eliminations on the board here. Spider's already getting extra aggro again versus SS1's Action in the zone. Everybody's either cleansed or dead, and we're going to be seeing SS1's Action trying to make his way in to the rest of this game. And it looks like he might get fully eliminated here. Spider picking up his second elimination of the game. He's at 24.4 points, qualified for match point. And now we need to see 3.3 points from T225 if he wants to qualify, as we now cut over to him fighting against FBX Star.
I mean, just everybody got the invitation to the party there. Just so much commotion from the whole lobby. Saw Action being able to get elimination inside the zone, but Spider waiting it out, finding the easy dub there onto Action. Even though he does get taken out with 4, the remainder of game 4 is done with him. But T225 being that player posted up for the second round, waiting for his opponent to join the round. But we have Wufong against XY on the Liam, Wufong on the Syra. Just the shots flying on, and gold honks to the hand for XY. Wufong with purple nunchucks in hand, overholds, forcing out the F there from the Syra. Now, tries to lay down the pressure off the cannon, but Syra ultimate is going to be called in there for Wufong. XY just has to kite this as best as possible. He's skip off the 3 charge there. That's a lot of damage. Does manage to use the ultimate now. Trying to find a perfect opportunity. Does manage to catch him this time around. To be able to pop 1 powder in as well. Throws him up high. 1 for the pistol shots into the R&B. Forces out the F. 1 more catch and he can go for the slam down to potentially get the elimination here. But the R&B jump LB finisher there for XY for the elimination against Wufong. Edward going at it against T2B5. Xiaoyo, massive parry there from Edward. Forcing out the F there from the Lonnie in the back end. The shotgun burst does connect ×2 since the follow-up as well. Just so much damage there from T2B5. And now the health advantage going towards T2B5's way. Edward trying to stay in the pocket though. The Lonnie ultimate is going to be invested. He can't go for the shield throw. Does manage to do so. Gets a little bit of the damage. Now the second throw connects, but still has the proc online there for Edward. The pistol shots flying on in. The musket shots, I should say, there from T2B5. Edward still eating up so much damage here from T2B5. He has to stay inside the pocket. Goes for the air RB. But T2B5 there with the last hit off the dual blades, or the flying knives, I should say, for the elimination. And it just comes out victorious here in the second round of Yang.
The cheeky flying knives jump LMB. What a play. Oh my goodness, that was absolutely insane. The craziness that is going on at this point in the game right now is mind-boggling. We've got 2 players qualified. T225 is in need of 2.3 points to get himself in qualified. There's 5 players left, 2 on Yang depletion, so we are going to be seeing 2 more people eliminated, minimum 1 more person eliminated before we get into this final circle. I have a feeling we're gonna see 2. I think Edward is gonna kill Wufong, and then Wufong is gonna get third-partied, and T225 is gonna pick up the kill. Just a quick little prediction throwing it out there. As we're gonna see if I can, in fact, predict the future. Wufong now going for fun plus 3 star, and this is a low Yodo, no eliminations on the board. 1-2 gonna come through. Oh, Cyan Fang gonna get released into Star. No idea what to do against that. Raven gonna come out. Star gonna get a huge parry. Ability gonna get invested. Sap damage gonna actually do so much for him there, because we're gonna see Wufong losing a lot of HP. And oh my goodness, another sap parry gonna come into a scale rush though. Not that much punish damage coming through. Another scale rush bringing it back. Wufong gonna get hit without Phoenix Blast gonna be cleared from that longsword from Star. Oh my goodness. Star has his number right now. Jeez, Wufong now in shambles, panic carrying everything. And if he can get the 1-2-3, Cyan Fang gonna come out, get the parry on the Star here. F ability gonna be invested, but not before the damage hits. Star forced to go for a pot. Wufong gonna go for a pot as well. We're gonna see a little bit of a reset come out from both of these players, and it looks like they're gonna go back to full before they adjust.
Yeah, here it is, round 2. No meter burn there from Wufong. Takes out all that purple armor that Star just for reset it. Oh my god, here it is. Full extension here from Star. ×2 R&B side uppercut. No, goes for the R&B damage there. Does get a lot of damage. Respawn goes for the uppercut once again. And now the health is pretty even. Wufong trying to fly up there with the cannon shots, but he's gonna go ahead and invest. The Syra ultimate catches the dazzle. The charge does connect there for Wufong as well. ×2, no, the second one does not connect. The F caught in there for the Yodo. Trying to back on up. He predicts the grapple. Hits him with the dazzle, hits him with the last hit, and Wufong staying up here is going to be able to cleanse out that Yang depletion timer. And man, I would have loved for Star, once he caught him there off the R&B the first fight around, I would have loved for him to try to rotate him off the uppercut and 2-1 him down the terrain there. He could have probably got a little bit more value there for Star, but he goes for the grapple 1.0 with the Phoenix Blast and doesn't get the confirmation damage off of that alone due to the terrain. But T225 against Edward. Edward just very low in the white health department, is trying to get a full reset in. T225 has been a demon with the musket as always. Always been able to get those quick shots off of any ranged weapon, pistols, musket, bows, whatever the case can be. We see it here against Edward. Does have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to try to clinch, trying to rotate inside the zone, but the pressure is still happening here from T225. Grapples over his head into the engraving to get that extra chip damage. Now Edward trying to see if he can find a better place to reposition. Gets caught up on the side of the terrain. The F caught in there for the Xiaoyo. Second engraving as well. Another player showing up to the mix, and that Spider with a freebie there onto Edward. And now these players are going to be going back inside the zone. The damage is done. Edward's body is going to be looted there from Spider.
Yeah, TG25 just getting the kill stolen out from underneath him. That would have given him the push he needed to jump up into that place. He needs 1.8 points now to get himself into that position that he needs to get to that match point threshold. Shen Yuan is the next closest, and he would need both eliminations and the first place finish to be able to pull that off. So I don't think that's going to be happening. But TG25 has a really good shot, especially since him and Spider, double Lani, Shen Yuan and Wufang are going to start getting targeted out as soon as these Spirit Wells start to drop down. We're going to see, I think we might see Wufang go for one. We might see Spider and TG25 both go for the same one, and we'll see them go for the other, trying to cleanse the anger depletion. And now it's going to be a fight between Shen Yuan and both of the Lanis. It looks like we're seeing a little bit of peel coming through from the side of TG25, but not enough to really prevent anything. And look at that, Spider going to get his next elimination, putting him on 4 kills and putting him above WBG's verse. TG25 now. Ooh, what a big combo coming through. Another one into the Phoenix Blast. Spider just getting absolutely decimated here. That's TG25 going to turn on his family meta friend and try and go for this elimination. He needs the kill if he wants to get himself into that match point qualifier alongside Spider. We're going to see now jumping through. Spider able to TPP out of there very quickly as they're giving a soft pursuit as fast as possible. TG25 to keep up the pace. He does have that Assault Smolder coming through, trying to go for that scale rush. Isn't going to connect on that. He wants to hit the Assault Smolder. Getting that burn damage would be super huge for him here. Be able to get the elimination, but looks like Spider's going to get the heal.
Man, that looks like Spider just be gliding through the map. He is so fast, being able to retreat from these situations. Do see him cutting line of sight and goes into that full reset in, but Wufang cuts the chase, wants to inflict yang depletion into these players. You see Spider and TG25 duking it out on the other Spirit Well, and there it is. Players are going to be having that timer on their back now. TG25 and Spider both having to try to cleanse. Wufang showing back on up. He knows this is a Lani that has no ultimate, but Spider making sure you try to get that ult as fast as possible. 99%. F caught in it for Spider. He's gonna go ahead and invest the Lani ultimate now in the backside. Musky shot Spider on in there onto the jellyfish to try to inflict poison onto Spider there from TG25. Gonna go ahead and snag up the flag, trying to find the capture here to avoid his Yang depletion, but if damage will be going towards his way. Somebody used the Tome in the back end. I believe that was the Viper one. And it looks like he is going to be caught up on the side of the terrain. He's going to be forced to pop the F once again from the ultimate. Goes inside the center of the flag capture in the backside. F called in from Spider. Wufang spins back the Phoenix Blast. RB on the ground, delays the wake up. Has to try to find some spacing here, but TG25 is going to eat up the damage off the 1.0 from the halberds in the backside. Now Wufang goes back on in. Spider with a massive carry. Reset. TG25's way, and now he manages to capture that. He's cleansed as well. He gets the full health back off of that alone, and now the pressure might be going towards TG25's way. No, Wufang still chasing Spider here in this situation. Ariel and B, the health are even between both of those players. TG25 is getting a full reset in the backside. He can still close this out and make it our third player into the threshold. And now, this side of the terrain, Spider going against Wufang for the third time around.
Spider and Wufang going back at it again, engraving into the Phoenix Blast from Wufang, trying to see if he can get anything to connect. He just wants to get as much damage as possible. We're going to see a huge parry coming in from Wufang. Spider now going to be taking a lot of damage. He's got ult again. Goes back up top, going through the Bane surfing. This could be a bit of a dangerous situation here. They managed to catch out any shots of the Bane, and oh my goodness, it's so close. There's one. Oh my goodness, Spider gets top dog. To find his way around. Advanced Steel going to do a lot of favors for him there. He needs one pot instead of 3 to get him back up to that full HP marker area. And now we're going to see the opening coming through on the dual halberds. On to TG25, he's going to go for the repair on the cannon, and Spider just going to drop down below. Bane's Breath has been fully depleted, and Circle 5 closing on to Circle 6 as we speak. With 3 players remaining, it's still anyone's game. We're going to be seeing the engraving coming off of that legendary longsword of TG25 as well. Huge parry off the engraving here. that we're going to see on the side of that Syra. Wufong going to get that parried out of his hand, switching over to his fist blades, trying to see if he can get any extra bit of damage with that, seeing if the rhythm will switch anything up, and it looks like it hasn't done too many favors for him here. He's going to go for a bit of a heal now, trying to see if he can get that reset in, and it looks like T225 has focused his attention over to the other Syra target instead of going for his non-teammate right now. The 1-1-2, able to get a decent amount of chip damage off, but Spider ultimate again? How many times is this guy gonna get his ult back? Wufong just using for his healing right now, trying to throw any sort of stun or bubble around and get a microwave blast into the triple charge off of anybody, but it looks like nobody is gonna connect. So he's just setting the beam out as fast as possible, trying to see if he can get any sort of value from that ultimate. Uses that F ability to get away. Spider's still getting full pursuit.
Catches Prowl, committed to mix up. Parries in the back end. Now Spider falls right down to Wufong. Big damage here for Spider. He needs to try to get this elimination due to him not having any more resets in his inventory. Massive parry for Wufong to T225. The F caught in there for the Lonnie, but Spider still has his eyes off to Wufong. Wufong's been picking on Spider all end game long, and now Spider's trying to return the favor there, making sure he doesn't get a chance to get a reset in. Wufong playing the top side, does manage to create a little bit of the distance here. It looks like he is going to be able to invest this powder for now. That's going to be 2 or 1.5 blocks of that gold armor going back up there for Wufong. Spider, though, still trying to full focus Wufong. Scare rushes there from T225 as well. It looks like over the Lonnie's half out their opponent now. The Wufong is going to be caught inside of terrain, trying to scare rush on top. Doesn't manage to do so. Scare rushes inside the rock. Clips T225 there, still trying to stay on top, but Spider waiting patiently, knowing that Wufong was probably going to kite on the top side as you see it. Nice counter grapple to the musket shot. Massive parry there from Wufong. He does manage to get the sample, believe as well. No, that Spider's Mortar defines that proc there. Spider eats up so much damage there in that situation. T225 trying to capitalize here in the situation. Look for the jump LMBs. Cannon shots fly on in. Massive parry there for I don't know who, but so much damage happening. Spider falls into T225. And now T225 manages to go inside that threshold off of that kill alone, I believe. Now, 1v1, T225 against Wufong. The ball does connect out to Wufong. Jump on the beat. Syra ultimate called in. The TP here from T225. Trying to see he can cut out all the pressure here from the Syra ultimate. He does have the health advantage. Wufong loses all that armor. Dazzles on in. The ball connects here for T225. The F called in once again. T225 connects with a second ball throw as well off the goalie stance. And now, what is going to be the mix up here for T225? Trying to wake up. Now the F called in for the Syra once again. Playing the side of the terrain. But now the grapple LB trying to see if he can find the last click, and he does manage to do so. And T225 is going to be our third player in that 24-point threshold. We have Spider, we have Burst, and now we have T225 competing for the bi-weekly 1 winner.
Bang! Oh my goodness. What a game. T225 is really showing that he deserves to be here and that he wants to get himself into that top side. Is this going to be the MVP of T225? We still haven't seen it in a very long time. You know, we get the bi-weekly winners every now and again, but we haven't seen a full T225 W for a very long time. So hopefully we get to see big action coming up from him here. He's able to get first place and MVP in game number 4, putting him over the match point threshold requirements alongside Spider and Burst. This is giving him an opportunity to make some crazy big plays.
I mean, what a game 4 here for T225. He did manage to take a chip home in the spring finals, so looking for the opportunity now, and being one of those 3 players in that threshold, has a good sight of that trophy here for the bi-weekly 1 winner. I mean, wow, that was an insane sequence. I mean, can we just talk about Spider being able to survive so much of that pressure there from Wufong and T225? He literally got about 6 to 7 resets in, and he got about 4 to 5 times there. He manages to cleanse out the Yang depletion timer, capturing the flag. I mean, it was just so much adjustments there from Spider, and he manages to still make it top 3. Could have almost made top 2, but just full focuses there onto Spider. But I mean, it was just an insane thing to watch how long he was able to stay up and not get eliminated there in that situation.
Yeah, it took a long time. Spider had about 4 ultimate ability usages. He popped his ult about 4 or 5 times, and we saw that fight last for a very long time. And that's how well fought these players are. They are grinding to get any extra inch of a health pot, any extra inch of a reset, and they're able to, you know, fight, reset. They don't all in because they know if they all in a fight, they're usually going to get third party to die, especially in a 3-way fight like that. You can't go all in until you're 100% certain that it's going to be a 1v1 without any third party potential. So once they get Spider out, the chase down that T225 had to be able to claim that kill was just vicious. You saw how quickly he was moving in there with those fist blades, trying to jump LMB, hit him with the RMBs, and come through victorious. He ends up winning after taking out TE's Wufong as well. What a beautiful play. Great finish. I can't wait to see the scoreboard just to look exactly where he got points wise. I think it was 4 eliminations. Here we go. We're going to get to take a look at the scoreboard. 26.7, 26.9 for Spider, 26.7 for T225, and Verse is going to be on 26. All 3 of these players, if any of them get MVP in this next game, that's going to be it.
Hard task. Very, very hard task. I mean, the way Verse has been playing, and we saw how aggressive he was off of game 4 alone. He had like 4 eliminations right before mid-game even started. He was just full-on W keying. He was winning every engagement against anybody. But we are going to be having another answer for treasure. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to win a special gift here with this answer for treasure. The question will be, how many kills did WBG's Verse get in game 4? I mean, I kind of just eliminated 1 out of the 4 off of what I just said. Is it going to be A2, B4, C6, or D8? Make sure you guys answer when the countdown happens in chat in order to win a special gift in the chat. But yeah, I mean, incredible game 4 there, specifically there from T225 as well. Verse manages to make it to that threshold very quickly off mid-game, I would say. But T225, 5 kills on the board, 9 game score, and this is what I was talking about here, Seb. Just being able to get a massive pop-off game like this, T225 is sitting very nice on the top of the leaderboard here for game number 4.
Yeah, he's looking incredible right now. So it's gonna be a good one to see how the rest of these games are gonna play out. This is our first plus 7.5 point game. Above 7.5 points, we haven't seen that so far, I don't think, or above 8 points. Ajo got 8 in games 1 through 3 altogether. Arano got 7.8 in games 1 through 3 altogether. Wufong got 8 in games 1 through 3 altogether, and T225 manages to put up 9 points in a single game. So bottom of the scoreboard doesn't really matter too much. Most of these players are not going to be able to qualify. SS1's action going to be at 18.7, XY is going to be at 18.8, 19.1 for MTF, and then Verse, T225, and Spider all past that match point threshold with a very strong amount of points. 15.1 points in games 1 through 3, 5.5 in game 4, 13 points in games 1 through 3 for T225, and 9 points in game 4, 16.5 points in games 1 through 3, and 4.5 points in game number 4 for Verse. As we're going to be seeing, they're very close. They're all within 1 point of each other. So it's going to be a very, very close game when it comes to these next ones. And if we go the distance, it's really going to come down to the wire. Now take a look at some of our highlights brought to you by Shiny Unicorn.
An action against Mike. Just being able to overhold, stay in that focus, action, double backs into the dashes, makes him think he was rotating back into zone, comes right back down into the freeze with the last hit for elimination onto Mike, and just a rough game there from Mike. T225 against Edward. Edward eating shotgun burst plus the follow-up ×2 on the shotgun bursts. Calls the Lonnie ultimate. Edward's still very, very low here in this situation. Goes for the double tap dodge into the jump belly B there. That was disrespectful. Now out of Yang. T225. This is the last and final moments of this game alone. Being able to go in, gets the jump LB finisher onto Spider. Has the Lonnie ultimate online. Wufong has Cyro ult as well. I believe he does pop it. Gets caught up with the first ball throw. Now goes into the scare rush. Clinks off the second into the last hit there for T225 to beat a victorious one from this game alone. Taking our MVP, being our 3rd player in that threshold as well. And now sitting very nice on that Lonnie carpet to make it or to be a bi-weekly 1 winner. As we see it here, YZG's T225 being his second MVP of the fall split. 22,000 damage here for T225 off of this game.
That is an unheard of amount of it, especially for solos. 22k is insane. 7.1 thousand damage on the longsword, 5,700 on the flying knives, 3,100 from the cannon, sky pillar, assault smolder, engraving, ripple step, rupture gale, and advanced heal. No blue jades on the board for T225 when he comes out to play. As well on the side of him, and he is going to be your MVP for game number 4. YZG's T225 taking it home. Now, will he take home a whole win by taking home MVP in game number 5? That's the question.
Yep.
What do you think?
Tough for grabs. I mean, Verse has been a powerhouse of a unit throughout the games. I mean, we saw that Morris game. It was just crazy sequence there from Verse. Spider's been on one as well, being able to, I mean, from what I just saw from Spider, he is super locked in, and T225 as well. I mean, both of them players, Spider and T225, have been in the same group throughout all these matches, and now I'm not sure if it's going to be Spider and Mike, or if it's going to be Spider and, not Mike, Spider or T225, or Spider and Verse in the same group. But needless to say, I mean, any two of those players paired up, I mean, you saw how well Spider and T225 have been playing on the same character pick. They have not been a one-off pick from that group alone. So I imagine that the same momentum is going to continue throughout game 5 as well. So, I mean, we could potentially have our finisher in this game. And I think it might be our fastest bi-weekly final. I don't think I've ever seen it be finished in 5. But, you know, we are going to be going to take a trip back to our Holoroth map in Firefly. So we are going to be seeing like those Aquuses, and you know how strong Spider's Aquas can be, as well as potentially even a Temi. They are going to be in that lower bracket side just because they already made it into the threshold. But that also puts a target on their back, knowing that everybody else knows that if you're not on those heavy meta picks, you could be one of those potential 3 players who are already in that threshold. So you could, you know, get full focus throughout the whole lobby. We've seen it multiple times. A player who loves full focuses players in threshold is Fong, and Fong is here tonight. And as you see it here, he's been playing those third party play style throughout the whole day, and I don't think he's gonna let loose of that anytime soon as well.
No, I definitely think that Fong is going to be like a huge trouble factor for the top 3, because he is right behind them too. He's in that 4th place position. He has the opportunity to hit match point after game 5. So if we might see a little bit of shenanigans going on with that side of things, but I do think that these players are going to have a really good opportunity to clutch up an MVP here. These 3 players locked in, ready to go. SR, WBG, and YZG, T225, Spider, and Verse, ready to lock it in for our game number 5, trying to see if they can come away with an MVP here, because if they do, that means W's all around. That means the winner of the bi-weekly finals, number 1 of the fall split. Can you believe that we're already fall split? Like, it's summer, but it's the fall split.
Yeah, I mean, new name, right? I mean, same time frame, new name. But yeah, we're halfway throughout the year. I mean, next week is the mid-season tournament, which is going to be taking place in EWC. Everything's coming to a close pretty fast for the 2025 season, and you know, J-Cup always being that staple that these players want to take home. It's gonna be very interesting to see how the remainder of the Pro League season goes. From what it looks like, I mean, Spring Split winner WBG's Verse has not gone anywhere. He is still here. He's looking very good in these games, and once again, he is one of those 3 players already in that threshold, and he's setting up to potentially take the first bi-weekly of the fall split as well. So I mean, we see it now. It's just it's super close, right? It's just so close. T225 made it into that threshold at the perfect opportunity as well, making sure nobody has a head start. It's all three of them all moving on into this game on that threshold to try to take the chip home. Arano, though, still trying to cover some ground. Did have a massive game 3. Could potentially be one of the next runner-ups there with Fong to try to make it to that threshold for game 6. And man, just Mike's been having a very rough time trying to get his fitting. He is going to be having first round selections with Star once again. It could be that Lonnie game, and we are getting T225 and Spider in the same group. Verse is going to be with Wufong, Rano and XY. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how the picks are going to go. If their Oculuses are still available, I believe T225 and Spider might be selecting the Oculus here for this game 5.
Yeah, that I agree with you. Akos could be a really good pick for them here. We're gonna be seeing, I don't know, meta pick would go crazy for one of them, but we're gonna see first round selection go to Star and Mike. Look at that, Mike leaving Liam unbanned. This is some interesting strategies here. Maybe because he's already double picked, I'm not 100% sure, but we're already getting into game number 5. And he's going on to the Yoda for game number 2 because they want to leave, I think they want to leave Lonnie for last pick. Just so that they can target them out a little bit easier, right? That's not what's going on here. They're doing some pre-game strategies to make sure that they are not going to lose to Burst, Wufong. Edward's going to go ahead and grab it though, but there's no bans currently except for, I guess, everybody's banned. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, so now if a character gets selected in the selection and it's not double picked, it's just single pick, it is completely banned now. So they can't. Yeah. They can't snag it up for 3 in the field. It's just locked into that selection and that round selection. And I don't know, I'm not really sure because Spider and T225 just played their Lonnie game. I'm not really sure they will double down and re-pick the Lonnie and use that as their double picks for today. I mean, the Oculuses are still available, right? This could be, oh no, there isn't. Somebody picked Oculus. Oculus locked out the Tamokes? Nope. XY snags
There's literally nothing available.
Nothing.
There is nothing available.
Wow.
They're gonna have to play like Viper, Tarka, Takeda. They're looking at this like, oh my god, they just banned out every single possible hero. I guess Kylan and Valda. And now they know that any hero that's not banned out, that wasn't banned out, is the ones that they're gonna pick. So if they see a Kylan or a Valda, they know to target them out. This is gonna be interesting. The tech that these guys use to be able to tell who's playing what without breaking any rules is crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult, especially for T225 and Spider, right? They're on that last round selection, just getting the last crumbs of the cookies in the bottom of the jar, just trying to see if they can potentially MVP. It's going to be a very hard task. It's a 1-2 split for that selection alone, so no pairs of characters there for those two players. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how game 5 pans out. Action, waiting for this game to start, locked and loaded. He has his notes. Been doing this all day. With the notes ready, getting information. Players getting info from the coaches as well, getting everything they need to know right before the game kicks off. As we see it here, game number 5, locked and loaded once again here for our first bi-weekly finals of the fall split. It's be interesting. We could potentially have our bi-weekly 1 winner this game, or we could be taking on over to our next set of games. Still, it's gonna be a very hard task for the top 3 players in that threshold to try to close this out, but it's not impossible as we see it here. We also have a Wu Chen for this game. It's gonna be our first Wu Chen of the day, and it's gonna be going towards WZ Zarano. OA's Edward locking in his double Lonnie pick already for the day, and it's gonna be WBG's verse on the Akos, and I feel like this man might just clutch it up here for game 5.
Yeah, I definitely think that there's an opportunity for him to clutch it up. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. Everybody's playing something different except for the Cyrus. So this is going to be a super diverse pool of heroes. So we're going to see very few mirror matchups, very few of the same sort of fights going around. It's going to be incredibly diverse in this hero pick pool. I'd love to see the Valda MVP right now. That would be the play of dreams right now. The Valda MVP. I think Viper would have been the better pick though. These players have already showed that they suck against Viper. Like they let Shen Yuan walk everybody down playing Viper F1 V2. So I think that would have been a cool pick. We might get to see it in some of the later games if the picks start ending up a little bit more like this. We're going to be seeing now. Plume Castle is going to be getting a huge drop. SR down at the bottom, fighting against Spider. So all of our match point players are spawning in different locations. None of them will be fighting each other. We're going to be seeing what's going to be going on now. All three of these players locked in, ready to go. I'm your host, Caster Sev. I'm joined alongside Creatives, and we're locking things in with a T225 to start things off. The winner and MVP of our last game. And we just have some blue weapons and armor early on in the game. It's going to be very, very good for him. As we see now, WBG's verse finds himself a purple hung sword. Shen Yuan tried to take away from him. The 1-2's going to come out. Trying to see if he can get an armor swap going on. Looks like he's able to find it. But the scale rush, unable to connect the scale rush through. He's be able to connect the grapple into another scale rush. Gets the uppercut. Oh, into the ability. Jump LMB. Very close, but Shen Yuan's going to be able to go for the wisp, but doesn't get the wisp off. Now it's try and scale away from you. Grapple comes through. It looks like Shen Yuan might be able to get away here, but no! The LMB going to come in, and Verse picking up the elimination right off the bat.
Yeah, the armor being behind the wall. Last hit there onto him to get the elimination onto XY, but T225 going out against Fong. This is what I was talking about. Fong has a job to do. He knows it. Why he can do that, he can qualify for that threshold as well with 19.1. T225 already investing that Valda ultimate. Justino ult here for Fong is at 23%, potentially already invested it as well. Both shots flying on in here for 225. Fong going right back in. The 1-2 from the Han Sword cancels the 1-2-3 there to avoid getting parried. Tries to put the Proprietor off the wake up, doesn't manage to do so. Both players parry, and now next up doesn't happen to have anybody catching right now. It's still neutral battles. Focus there. 14-5. Choking out a lot of HP there from Fong. Gets the aerial LMB as well. Tries to catch him off the scare rush. And there it is. Him hiding those armor swaps. Knowing where they are. Fong starting to move up to the mix as well. And this could be a potential third-party fall here for T225 or Fong.
Yeah, T225 is doing a really good job of keeping up pace, but MTF just with it. He's always got the armor
always
in the back pocket. It's like season 1 Mike. He used to carry around an armor with him everywhere he went. We're no longer seeing the armor carries from Mike, but MTF going to find himself in the shop every single time that he needs to. There's another blue armor right there for him if he needs it. We're gonna see. Looks like he's just gonna go for the back off here. Wufong is following suit. Wow. Only player with an elimination on the board other than Edward is going to be WBG's Verse. And actually, they're going head-to-head right now. Gets the extension over the 1.0. Big parry going to come through, though. Edward's just going to use this time to get away as fast as possible. If Verse can get gold fist blades early, oh my goodness. Musket shot does miss. But we're going to see the max distance grapples coming through. Edward, 1 HP and a dream right now. He's going to try and keep up the pace, though. He's going to find him. Gets the grapple onto him. We're going to see the scale rush come through. Buttery Rock's going to mess up his movement just a little bit. Edward going to keep the pace of running away. Verse still hot in pursuit. Desperate.
Yeah, good kiting here from Edward now. We're throwing Verse into a weird terrain situation here. Does see him go on top, still not full health up, doesn't manage to find an armor swap. The Lonnie ultimate is going to be called in here from Edward, thinking that he was going to TP towards the back, and I think that's where the Lonnie is going to TP now. There it is. The ball throw doesn't connect it for Edward Verse. Still on hot pursuit, trying to find the hit there onto Edward. He's going to be taking a little bit more HP there. Spider, on the other half, going to active against A. Zhao. Syra v. Kylan eats up the damage off to 1.0 there from the Dual Blades, the R&B, LMB. dropping him down there from the Scare Rush. Azhao dropping very low. Is gonna be able to get a full reset in as well as Spider, but Spider first one in has to avoid getting caught by the dazzle. There it is. The tap has to avoid it. Azhao though overholds, has the dual blades in hand. What's gonna be the mix up here? R&B, LNB doesn't get the final hit due to the terrain. Trying to go for the jump LNBs. Does go for the fastball off the crouch there to catch that common armor swap. And now the Syra ultimate is going to be invested there from Azhao to Spider. And Spider's gonna eat up all this damage here. Needs to try to cut it out. He took the damage off the beam once again. Syra ultimate about to run out pretty soon. He does have that kind of online if he needs it as well, but I'm pretty sure he's trying to preserve it due to, look at the mini map, Orano about to spawn on in right next to these players as well. Now Azhao gonna go ahead and send the focus attack. Spider doesn't get the full capitalization off of that due to the terrain. The 1.0 connects there for Azhao. The F caught in there for the Syra. Spider now is gonna go ahead and invest the Kylan ultimate, but Azhao manages to cut the line of sight just in time. Star picks up elimination onto action in the kill feed, and it looks like Spider is not going to find any value off this Kylan ultimate.
Oh my goodness, Azhao broke ankles there for a second. No value off that Kylan ult, just like he said. And what are we looking at the kill feed? TG25 did go out. We saw that happen. It was Wufong able to take him out. Star getting fully eliminated from this game. OUG's Mike with the V1 or V2 ultimate on the Yodo. Looks like he's able to get an elimination off there. That's putting him on 2 kills. WBG verse on 1 elimination. We're going to try and go for this round again. This could be a crucial win for him. We'll be able to take it. This is XY. Going to go for 1 too many LMDs. Verse now going to try and bring it back around. Oh, Ball Lightning. That's going to be a scary card to fight against. Now, Verse taking a lot of damage here. Force the back off just a little bit. XY. Shenyuan had the opportunity to go for the full ult on him. Drop down. Verse is going to need to get this back, though. He really wants this Yang portal. It's going to be crucial for him to pick up eliminations to win this round of Yang. So it looks like he's just going to go try and find another Yang portal. There's 11 players left in the game. Star, the only one eliminated fully. As SR Spider just looking to find a bit of extra loot. Not really going for the Yang portals right away here. As we're going to see now the grapples coming over to Salvation Podium. Verse has the opportunity to get that kill onto OA's Edward, but Edward just too good at kiting away from that situation. So we're going to see Edward back in the mix, fighting against TG25. TG25 unable to control that Yang portal. We're going to see no pass available for him, so he's not going to hop in. Edward versus Verse again. This is going to be an interesting one to see. Within the confines of the realm of Yang, will Edward be able to kite out the rest of Verse?
We're gonna have to wait and see it. Edward going up high. Massive grapple LMBs there from Verge. Tries to go for the musket shot. Goes for the mid-range F. Does catch now. It's gonna go ahead and invest the Aqua's ultimate very early in this fight. Does manage to catch the first leap. Now, the repile here from Edward this time around. He goes for the aerial R&B. He's gonna get punished for it. Jump LMBs ×2 there for Edward. Manages to weave that one as well. And now the Lonnie ultimate is gonna be invested here for Edward. Verse. That's very low. Tries to catch off the second V2. Doesn't manage to do so. And Edward just having everything thrown his way that he throws that Verse. Is perfectly working out. Perfect for him. As you see, the ball throw connects as well there onto Verse. Verse still trying to stay in this fight. Eats up the damage off the pistol shots. But overholding the Scare Rush. Doesn't manage to do so. Connect due to the ultimate still being online there for Edward. But now the final Scare Rush there for Edward off the Fist Blades is going to be able to find the elimination onto Verse. And he already had gold Fist Blades in hand. What is he going to be getting off this box? And it's going to be a gold Greatsword as well. And swap it on over to a Pulse Sword for the super strong Scare Rushes off that weapon alone. Plus the Vermilion's Birthmark buff. And now he's set up here for the remainder of the game.
Edward always turns into a demon when match points on the line. Look at that. Spider loses this Roman Yang too.
Oh.
Why is it whenever you get on match point threshold, you decide to just start losing all of your Roman Yang fights? You start winning, that's how you got to match point threshold. And now you start losing after you're there? This is the big finish. No finish, guys. Come on. Let's get it going. Arano now. Aja's going to lose out to Mike here. So Mike is finally having his first good game in a very long time. We're going to be seeing him picking up 3 eliminations on the board as well. Now Edward sees Verse and he's ready. He wants this elimination as fast as possible. Wants to get him out of here. You see F dodged now into that follow-up again. Same fist blades combo that got him out of there this time. We're gonna see him switch over to the dagger now for that extra little bit of kiting. He knows as soon as people send blood in the water, they're gonna start coming for him here. He wants to get that reset going before any sort of action gets brought over to his side. Now Spider versus Wufong. This is the same thing. Roman gang run it backs have been coming through. Spider is ulted. Wufong has just popped ult now. What is going on? These players turn into like astral peaks as soon as they get onto match point threshold.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the leaderboard on the left-hand side, right? Top 3 all with the aim depletion. It's just crazy to see. But, I mean, they have to try to pick up those eliminations into the realm and try to scale off of it as well. And if they did have the millions birds, they're able to keep leading with the lead. But now Spider catches lunge off staff. Wufong tries to go for the scare, and get punished for it. The grapple there into the 1.0 from the staff and the backside. XY showing up to the mix, as well as another player. It's Mike, and Mike is online, but Spider with the elimination doesn't manage to cleanse off of this. He is gonna fall as well. And Spider being our first one out here from the top 3. XY Mike still getting active. Both players with Vermilion's Burst. Mike, enemy proud here for XY to the 1.0 from the nunchucks. Now the Yoda ultimate is gonna be invested here from Mike. Tries to go for the raw uppercut, nearly tips him there down the terrain, but Nunchuck meter burn there from XY, the bottom side, into the Winston stakes it as well, into the pistol shot, but no! Oh, from mid-range, pistol shot sees it, hears it, snipes him down, snags up the kill onto Mike, and wow, what a disgusting play there from Wufong.
That's unfortunate for Mike, but lucky for him, he does have that Vermilion Bird mode. We are going to see him coming back into this game, and now 2 of the leaderboard players facing off against each other. Oh my god, the dazzle switch into the versus WBG's burst. Finishing off. All the ultimate has been popped and ready to go. Now we're going to see Hugo come through. All 3 of those spears getting dodged out, and now the entire lobby converging on 2-2-2-5 at the moment. This is an unfortunate circumstance. Burst is desperate enough to take out the one person who he needs to keep alive until the very end. Because he's only got a minute left on that game completion, we're not going to see. Oh, big guy. Switch over to that purple hung sword. Take that too. And now Burst is going to be the one incredibly low. Being able to get a little bit of siphon off that one tiger grab. Trying to send it back in. Gets the overhold in. But now, oh my goodness, MTF is going to take out Burst. No way! T225 was able to cleanse off that though, so the RBC game completion gone. T225 now the only hope to end it at game 5, and everybody still gonna aggress hard onto him. They know that the Balda is gonna be the one on match point threshold where all of these players want to get him out, so there's no possible chance that he's gonna win this game.
I told you. Fawn is in the lobby. He is not going to let you increase your lead and finish today's game at any ease pace. As we see it, T225 fighting inside the zone against Action, trying to overhold, has to play the blue card, has the ult online, gets dazzled so the spear throw doesn't connect there. Action trying to run inside the zone. He's gonna go ahead and invest the Syro ultimate, the overholder from T225, catches him inside the bubble, trying to burst out as much of that shield as possible, but T225 is gonna run out of the Syro ultimate. In the back end, Fong now trying to capitalize off of this alone. The 1-2-3 spam off the dual blades, and Fong now taking out Action in the pool with 3 eliminations off of this alone. Fong with a massive game as well with 5. Mike with 3, going at it against Azhao. Azhao with 2 seconds and counting for that Yang depletion to proc on in. And Mike's gonna get the last and final hit. He is gonna be jumping up to 4 kills off of that alone. Fong and XY going at it in the round. Gold nunchucks here from XY. And there it is. See the extensions that XY has off the Temi alone. He did not check meter burn earlier into the whisk throw to continue the momentum. And now, see what he has for Wufong. The 1-2 off the nunchucks. Overholds to stay in blue to not get punished. Tries to go for the jump LMB. Gonna be forced to pop this ab. The palm lightning there from Wufong. XY trying to play on top of the pillars. Might be potentially throwing down his whisk. No, catches the scare rush there. There goes the whisk. Catches in midair. Goes for the pistol shot into the R&B as well. Confirmed damage there from XY. He's gonna go ahead and invest the Temi ultimate. All he needs is 1 whisk drops again into the infinite, and there it is. The Temi whisk connects there, and he just go ahead and stamp down into the whisk throw as well. And XY, look at him chilling back. Look at him like, yeah, what's up? That's me on Temi, and we see it here from XY.
Yeah, Shen Yuan on the Temi is the most dangerous hero in the alive. Like, he's got that. He pulls the ultimate out right when the Shy ult hits her ult, and then he's able to get that infinite ability off by just wisp after wisp refresh by walking in and out of his zone that he's in. So we're going to see that happen to ASE. Going to be able to get himself a nice little bit of loot coming through as OUG's Mike going to pick up that spirit well. You see MTF and Shen Yuan both on that buff. And now we're going to get to see the replay. MTF versus OA's Edward. Through MTF on the fan. Going to get hit with the recharge off of those fist blades. Some MTF trying to make something happen with that fan. Getting back into a corner quickly as he is losing a lot more HP than Edward is. But it's really even at this point. But now Edward's going to be able to get that uppercut combo going on the fist blades into the double charge. MTF wanting to get a dream now. Going to go for a quick pot. Able to get the pot off. Dodges the 1.0. As this freeze is available, is going to be able to get one. Big parry going to come through. Switches to those fist blades. Now has gold fist blades available. Goes for the freeze. Gets the confirmed freeze into the 1.0. And Edward goes out. And now he gets fully eliminated from the game as T's Wufang able to pick up that kill. As soon as we come out of that replay there, trying to cleanse that Yang depletion, it was unsuccessful for him. ASE's Shen Yuan, OUG's Mike, and MTF all battling it out.
Wow. Whisk throw nearly connects there for XY. Not surprised if that would have connected due to it being XY, but Mike trying to stay up here in the Ballista Tower, trying to cut out the pressure here from XY and Fong. Fong just came online game 5 as we see it. 4 on the board. XY catches the Yodo inside the blade, into the grapple R&B as well on the ground. Fong now applying the pressure onto Mike at the back end. The Yodo ultimate is going to be invested here from Mike. Trying to see if he can catch the Justina, but the Justina isn't going to be able to retreat. XY back in the pocket. Mike overholds the great sword, trying to find value. So go ahead and drop down in the top side. XY drops on down with the R&B as well as Fong. And now another player showing up to make this group. Fong Mike gets caught up there off the whisk. So much pressure. XY's going to invest the ultimate, going to snag up the elimination. He also has Dragon's War here for the gold nunchucks. And he's ready to potentially find someone else to let the rage loose here. We do have top 3. Game 5 almost ending. All 3 players in the mix. Scare Rush into the uppercut here from Wufang. Has to recatch the Scare Rush. Catches the LNB R&B. Since the 1-2-3 in the corner. Fong trying to fight back. Now it's going to send the R&B focus there off the fan into the follow-up as well. The F called in there for the Justina. Since the 1.0, since back to the boy getting parried, but Fong's still in the pocket. The Justina ultimate is going to be called in. Wufang's going to respond with a shy ultimate of his own. Tries to catch him off the ice spurs. Doesn't manage to do so, but this is a V2 confirmation now off of that freeze. Does manage to get the freeze off. Doesn't get full punishment due to the terrain. Goes for the pistol shot. Fong trying to retreat now and play the third-party game. And it looks like XY backed on up as well to get back that rage there for that Tumult ultimate as we see it here. Fong, did he just drop a gold weapon?
I think so.
It's not a bad.
Here we see Wolves MTF versus TE's Wufang fighting it out. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, all of these players have had monster games and have now made it into match point threshold. Wufang, Wolves MTF, and ASE's XY Shen Yuan are all in that match point threshold, ready to compete against first 2-2-5 and Spider for that MVP slot in game number 6 as we go for the next game. After this, we're going to see Wufang now on that armor swap. Drop down focus attempt here, unable to connect against that. We're going to be seeing MTF getting sent right into the sky, trying to avoid any sort of extra damage that he needs to take. Let me kite this out for a little bit here, and now, oh, big uppercut coming through, but a parry going to get brought in on the drop down R&B. But Wufang's still going to get eliminated. ASE's XY going to get the elimination, putting himself onto 5 kills. Now it's MTF on 4, Shen Yuan on 5. Whoever wins this fight is going to be the MVP of the game. Oh my goodness. Grapple bump into. Catch that whisk? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Shen Yuan going to be backing off here. trying to go for a bit of a reset before re-engaging onto MTF. MTF sitting in the zone, going for a bit of a buy right now. Pretty smart play here. Trying to get himself all recuperated and ready to go. We still do have Yang Spirit Well and our regular Spirit Well to spawn, I believe, because we haven't seen that in play yet. But I doubt that we're actually going to see these players go for it, just based on the fact that you know, it's a 1v1 fight. We don't need to see that happening right here. We just want to get this game ready to go through and get themselves into the next game. As even though these guys are all qualified, Spider's still on 27.9, TG25 on 27.2, and Verse on 27. They're all still within 1 point of each other. And then 25.8, 25.1, 25.1 for Fong, MTX, and XY. We're going to see who is going. It looks like they are going to be going for Spirit Wells. That's interesting.
You drag it out. Try to let the momentum sit for a little bit, but XY gonna try to end this. He knows he can go the distance between both of these players. XY just so chill, laid back, waiting. About to get that online. He's gonna potentially pop it. No, he's just gonna wait this out. He is going to inflict the Yang depletion onto Fong or MTF now. See him retreating on back. Does have, I think he found the cleanse, so he is good as well. He's not gonna have
once he grabs the other realm, or once he grabs the other Spirit Well, he cleanses immediately.
Cleanses, yeah. For this battle to the last moments, he is going to be running inside his zone now. He does have a tome. I think that's the dual blade one, so he's gonna be having the fire swords with him available if he needs it. He has about 4.5 minutes to activate it if he needs it. But XY and Fong are going to be running into each other pretty soon. XY now grappling on in. Pistol shot openers for both players. First one in, XY into the 1-2, overholds the R&B. Trying to not to get caught here. Comes in off the lights. There goes the wind gust off the fan there from Fong. Mental LB focus. There it is. He uses the tome there to avoid the full damage. He's going to go ahead and best. It's almost ultimate. Now Justina ultimate is going to be called in here from Fong as well. It looks like the Valley is not going to be going towards XY's way. If he manages to catch the Wiz, no, there goes the shield throw. He goes towards the wall, so he fast falls around. The Bane spawns right next to them. Overholds now. Both of these players back in neutral. See XY fishing for the catch, does manage to do so. They have called in once again there for Fong in the backside. We do have him landing on top of his head, goes for the whiz, does connect, pistol shots now, trying to go for the army focus, does connect there for XY. He runs this oh my god! He eats up all the damage, all he needs is one pistol shot, connects with two, has a gold armor swap ready there in that Spirit Well capture that he did earlier. XY now back to neutral, doesn't connect off the whiz, tries to predict where he was gonna run into. Parry baits him. F called in for the Justina once again. Overhold, staying. He's fishing for that catch. You see him now. Goes for the mid dodge. Gets caught up for the opens with a massive parry there onto Fong. Now gets the damage. Fong nearly getting that once again. It's one less XY. There it is. He sees the LB focus. Doesn't go for the parry. Sees it times two. He sees it's not parrying. The Justina ultimate is being invested. Fong trying to retreat. XY. That's another gold armor from Fong. Having it hidden in the back pocket as always. He's been doing this all day long. Goes for the mid-range R&B. Doesn't manage to capture though. XY now overholding. Still fishing for the LB catches. There goes the second time there with the tome. The ultimate is ready here for XY. Goes for the drop down pistol shot. Overholds. Sends the 1.0, the F caught in for the Justina, and now XY could potentially pop this ultimate now. Sends it back to back for the 1.0s off the LNB. Spins it back this time around. The 1-2, trying to find the perfect terrain. This is not where he wants to call the ultimate as you see it here. Fong now trying to back on up. He can call it in now. He does manage to do so just in time, and the ultimate stays on the field, and he eats up so much damage. Catches the whip because he hit the wall. Re-juggles back. The F called in for the Justina once again. Fong, limited scene of the day, but a last cannon shot there from XY, and he is going to be taking the MVP here for game number 5.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Genuine is the most goated Temmie I've ever seen in my life. He knows it. Look at him. He knows he's going insane with that. That was amazing to watch.
Wow.
What a beautiful final fight. 3 armor swaps, and Shenyuan still manages to win. 1 HP to Dream. All he had to do was hit one pistol shot, and we see the Mortal Defiance proc actually come through there, and then he gets the armor swap. He gets the Mortal Defiance proc from the Yang Spirit Well buff, and then he swaps to a gold, gets on 1 HP, goes into the zone, swaps to another gold, gets back a whole bunch of health from the Yang Spirit buff. MTF. Where's MTF Fong? What an insane player. Like, the amount of sustain that he was able to hold there, and like, if he gets another gold on him,
I mean, that's just, it's just so many gold armor swaps there. Keeps him in the fight. Needless to say, I mean, overall, third party has to see it there, especially in the zone where he took out 2 out of the top 3 there that were in that threshold. He just knows what the objective is, and on top of that, he now is in that contestant there to take this bi-weekly home, make it into that 24-point threshold. Had an insane 1v1 against XY in the last and final moments of that game. We also have another answer for Treasure for everybody at home. If you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. The question will be, which player killed WZ Rano in game number 5? Is it A, YZG T225, B, WBG's verse, C, SR Spider, or D, TE Wu Fong? And now questions are getting a lot more harder. You guys have to pay attention a little bit more to what's happening throughout the games, elimination wise. I mean, it can be anything, right? How many characters, how many players kicked this character? What character did so-and-so play? Just, you know, you guys know how it gets down there for the answer for Treasures. But wow, what a game 5 that was. 6 players in the threshold, as we see it right here. XY jumping up to first with 29 current score for game 5 alone, or for games 1 through 5. And then we have Spider with 27.9, T225 with 27.2, and I believe we had another player with 27. But everybody is up for grabs to take this bi-weekly home. And I feel like all the matches, all the isolated 1v1s we've been seeing has just been going to a massive distance here, Seb. Everybody is ready to play, and we see it here for tonight.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be going the distance. I have a feeling. I mean, we've got half the lobby on match point.
Yeah.
So bottom half is going to have to go pretty crazy, but with the off games that they have been having, I don't know if it's going to be possible. Mike was starting to gain his flow back a little bit, and then the third party came in and he lost everything. So we're going to have to see what happens. But jumping into these next games, game number 6 is going to be our next game that we are going to be dropping out for you guys here. It's going to be coming out in just a second. We're going to get to see a little bit of the scoreboard, what's going on. Shen Yuan with a 10.2, 6 kills, 3 ranking points, 7.2 kill score, 10.2 total points in first place. Wu Fong with the 7.5 in second place. 6 going to go to MTF, 5.5 to Mike, Edward 3, 1-1-1-1 for Verse, Spider, Star, and Ajao. T225 with a 0.5, as well as Action and Arano. We're going to take a look at our overall standings and take a look at where people are at in the scoreboard and where people are at due to match point threshold. We're going to be seeing who the next players are qualifying, who's next in line to get into that match point threshold. So if nobody that's match point gets MVP in game number 6, we're going to be going to a next game, and there's an opportunity for other players to qualify and bring it in.
Taking a look at our overall standings. 12 players for Star. I mean, Star was our 2nd seed going into tonight's bi-weekly final. Currently in last place, just a rough day. As you see here, games 1 through 4, only 2.5 points there for FPSGQ Star, 1 point off of game 5. Ajao had a pop-off game 1. He was our MVP, but he completely got shut down in 11th place with 14.1. Always Edward as well, and I've been able to find his fitting with 14.6. For the 11th place spot. But Wu Fong now 25.1 in the threshold. Fong 25.1 as well, matching that Verse with 27. T225 27.2. Spider with 27.9. XY with 29. A 10.2 point game off of 1 game alone sets him up for glory moving on into our game 6. Making into that threshold, we are going to be taking a quick look at our highlights here for game number 5, powered by China Unicom.
Here we go. This is XY's first demonstration of prowess and power on the Tamaj be able to throw the wisps through, get the infinite, and just stare Wufong down while those wisps were going off. MTF having an absolute banger of a game, using that fan like he always does, in it to the Justina. Big parry coming out there, steals those golden switchblades away, forces him onto a pole sword as well. Not the greatest ability to be able to use there. And then this is just so unfortunate. ASU's XY just be able to get the wisp through. That's like Yodo just gets hard countered by Temmie. It's really difficult to play Yodo when you're playing against a really good Temmie, especially one named Shen Yuan. Able to go do some amazing feats. Look at this. Look at this. 1 HP. He gets the pistol shot. He has another armor swap brought out. And then we see another armor swap come through. This is the parry armor. So he uses this armor. And then we get another armor swap after this one, I'm pretty sure. He gets incredibly low, pops ult, runs away, gets his next armor, loses that armor. Shen Yuan barely losing any HP, gonna get caught in the wisp. Doesn't get the second wisp throw off there. But the cannon shots are going to be enough. One cannon shot and bang. Kelby running it right in. ASE Shen Yuan winning game number 5.
Incredible plays there from XY. As you see it, he is going to be MVP once again on a Tomok. I was calling it XY on a Temmie. Just insane. As you see it for game number 5, his 4th MVP, 21,000 damage, 6 eliminations on the board for XY off of game 5. Having a Dragon's Roar, Razor Swift, Palm Lightning, Quick Charge, Thundercall, Overlord, and Alchemy for the J setup on a Tomok. That's 11,000 damage on the Nunchucks. Go Nunchucks plus Dragon's Roar. I mean, wouldn't even see him use the Dragon's Roar, I believe. When he got the drop down Nunchuck meter burn onto, I believe it was Verse with the Wisp extension, he didn't even have Dragon's Roar in his back pocket. So now see it here. Just a crazy game there from XY. It was just insane to watch overall, and I mean, not surprising, right? On the Tomok, once again, I still think he has the best Tomok in the league thus far. He's been showcasing that since he got into the league with how well he can perform with that character alone. But you know, now the pressure's on here for top 6. If you were the first 3 versus Spider and T225, you have 3 more players entering the scene here to take this chip home. So the pressure's on. Selection groups is going to be very interesting to see who's in what, who's going to be able to pick who. But yeah, Morris Isle nighttime is going to be very spooky there. A lot of these players are going to get aggressive, potentially even double Akos for that alone. But you know, we're going to be seeing the ASE MVP stream there with the trio squad on top and XY showcasing here for the solos.
And they've done an amazing... And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we're not heading to a break right away here just yet. But actually, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to a short break, and we'll be right back with you.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Bi-Weekly 1 Finals for the Fall Split. My name is Creatives, and I'm here with the one and only Seb. We've been locked in 5 games, already tapped out here for our first Bi-Weekly Finals of the Fall Split. We've seen some insane plays throughout all these players. That we have 6 players at the threshold already. An insane game 5 there from XY. Potentially tournament decider here in our 6th game of the day. We are going to be going into Morris Isle once again with the Fireflies, and with the Fireflies in the map, you know, it gets a lot more aggressive. These players play for those Fireflies off spawn, try to get that ultimate as fast as possible to try to DPS as much and get those eliminations on the board. But now 6 players are on that threshold. The selections are going to be very interesting here, Seb, for sure.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a little bit of interesting stuff going on. I'm excited to see how diverse the pool is going to be again, because like we saw how diverse it got last game. There was only 2 Syras, and we barely got to see any gameplay from either of them. So getting to see a little bit more action coming out from the diversification of the heroes. Do we get a Shenyuan Viper gameplay? Because it worked, and if he MVPs off of a Viper and wins the whole thing off of playing Viper, we'd be making NBPL history. I think he's probably going to end up going for one of the safer picks, but that would be very cool to see. Be nice to see a little bit of Tarka, but with the lack of Mr. Pandaman himself, I doubt we're going to get to see too much of that going on. But yeah, that's how I'm feeling.
I mean, I think depending on his round selections, which is how strong his Temmie is, I would double lock in Temmie. I would double lock in Temmie. I mean, he was a lone Temmie there. Yeah, he wasn't getting full focus. But like I said, we have to see where he's going to be in the selections, and where all the other 5 players as well, besides him, are going to be in the selection, and who's going to be able to have free leeway in their hero selection for this game alone. But you know, there's a lot on the line in game 6. Top 6 ready to take the chip, bottom 6 trying to stop from anybody to take the chip. Here it is, our 6 players ready to try to take this bi-weekly home. XY, Spider, TT25 versus Fong and Wu Fong. Sorry, MTF. He will forever be Fong. To me, at least.
MT, Mr. Fong, MTF, Mr. Fong. We just add the Mr. to his name, basically. There we go. Look at the setups. Everybody's getting ready to rock, ready to rumble into these next couple of games, because this could be the last game. This is it. This is where these players are going to lay it all on the line. Look at MTF locking in with his coach. He has picked no double pick yet, so he's got the opportunity to pick basically anybody. He can play any hero, open anything. The minute he double locks one hero, he won't be able to play any of the heroes that he's already played again.
Yeah.
We go look at the hero picks on this side. I think Shenyuan hasn't burned his double yet. We're going to see in just a second here, maybe. Please let us see. There we go. Yeah, no double pick burn just yet. He's still got the Shyall pick available as well if he doesn't want to double pick one of the heroes he's already played. You could also maybe see, I don't know, what happened to Matari and solos?
Just felt like she got figured out. She was very good in the beginning. I don't think Shyall was as good. As soon as Shyall came in, she kind of just threw her away from the meta. I think Valda as well got the rework. So a lot of the players started gravitating towards more of the Valda than the Matari, due to the Valda having that big burst of health. But now that the Valda did, her ultimate did get touched up, you know, the value is not as high as how it was before, because there was a time where we had Valdas being selected round 3 and 4, right? So just the Mataris just fell down very low. We had Kylan being implemented into the pro scene as well. Kylan was a really good character who came out. It's just the hero picks, right? Just so many good characters. Lonnie, Liam, Shyall, Syra. I mean, even Syra, right? Syra took out a whole slot. Everybody thought that Syra was just gonna be good for trios, but she made a staple in solos, and a lot of these players found crazy value from Syra. But you know, maybe now that Syra got touched up, we might be seeing potentially Matari come back. I mean, we still have Juan as well, that these players are gonna be able to test once we're back from EWC, to to see what's the meta's going to be looking like here for these games. I think a slot might potentially get opened up there from that Cyrus slot, but also Valda could take that as well. So I mean, it's just something that we gotta wait and see how these players feel about. And yeah, we just gotta wait for that.
Valda just is her ultimate is good. She gets a bunch of health back. Her timer is incredibly short. Like you barely have time to throw all 3 of your spears, and it is very hard to get yourself. You have to have your opponent mess up to connect a spear without getting them into a combo first. So being able to throw that spear, you're relying on your opponents messing up. First, going to be able to get that Lonnie pick in. Wufong is well on the Lonnie. This is going to be an interesting one here. So we're going to see the Lonnie band coming out. Wufong and Verse both playing on the Lonnie. Liam going to come out. MTF with a big decision to make here. Is he going to double pick the Liam and go for it here? Or is he going to save the Liam pick for maybe another game down the road if he doesn't think he can win it here? He goes for the Liam, showing extreme confidence. Liam MTF is going to be absolutely insane. Ajo on the Akos. Action are going to block off the Shayol and Akos picks for them here. Going for the diversity. They want to block off Mike from being able to make any sort of plays on Shayol or Akos. Now they're going to give Yodo.
What?
Star's going to pick Justina. 5th and last round selections here now. We're going to be taking a look at this in just a second. Temi, yeah, TT25 is going to block the Temi off of Shen Yuan. And then Spider going to lock in the Temi as well. They both have the same idea. You're going to get a family meta Temi. It's going to be an interesting one. With the recent Temi changes, not being able to refresh your Wisps in other people's Temi ults, though, that's going to, create a little bit less of an overpowered situation for Spider and TT25. Shen Yuan on the Wu Chen. And Arano's going to be picking up Valda.
The Mike pick is very interesting. He's burning his 2 selections on a Yodo. Yes, he's had the best success last game when he was playing Yodo Hime, but I just feel like there's a lot more better character picks than wasting your 2 picks on a Yodo. Not sure what else he has available. Oh, but still, in this round selection, I would have to go back and see and see his selections just to really break down the double Yodo pick. To me, convincingly, I'm not really convinced that Yodo is a top 3 character. But I'm just watching. I don't really know. But, very interesting that he double picked the Yodo, especially back-to-back as well. Lone Wolf Yodo in the field. As we saw what happened to him game 5, he got caught up in the bottom of the ballista and just gets full focus from the remainder of the lobby. The ultimate, very hard to try to connect and get them into that loop. Yeah, you can get the damage off the V2 follow-up or the ultimate follow-up proc, but still, it's just hard task to do. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how Mike does for this game. It is Morris Owl Fireflies, and he did have a pop-off game on Yodo. I believe it was at Morris Owl Firefly as well. So it's probably something that he's working towards. He definitely wants to make it to that threshold. Very curious to see how his remainder character picks are going to be. But as well as Mike, we have Action locking in his double Shayo pick of the day.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Mike and Action locking in the doubles. Spider and TT25 both on the Temi, blocking off Shen Yuan to play the Temi. They don't want him on there. They're gonna pop him on Wu Chen. And I want to see Wu Chen and MVP. Honestly, I'm rooting for Shen Yuan, and I'm rooting for WBG's first right now. I want to see one of those underdogs. TT25 win would also be pretty sick. Let's see. 7% pick rates for most of these players as well. Meaning that these are the heroes that these players play at the very least. We've seen this come out. Everybody's clustered together. Celestia is not going to see a single player off the grid but Arano. It is going to be Firefly, so everyone's spawning at the Firefly spot, going to try and get something big off spawn and then go loot Celestia because it is a gold zone. So we are going to see, I think Arano's going to get there first just because of proximity. I mean, everybody close to the side as well where Mike is, they're going to have a good shot at it. I think we're going to see a win this game. TG25 completely isolated, and then up on the top we've got Star and Fong on that eastern side of the map. So we're kicking things off. Game number 6, bringing it in, the most intense battle that you guys are going to witness. 6 players on match point. Wufong versus Shenyuan. Spider. Here we go. Action and Wufong kicking things off.
It's a big fight. Wufong, as fast as possible as you can pick up eliminations, the better to stop the pressure of a potential third party. Fong, she's verse. 2 players in the top 6 going at it right now. Fong on the spear, the 1-2 taps there from the dual blades from verse. Stop the pressure for Fong for a little bit. We do have a bunch of players closer up here fighting for the Fireflies. XY already has that Wu-Chen ultimate. Edward in the backside as well, I believe. Did invest that Liam, as we're seeing here, trying to catch out the V2. He double jumps and gets punished for it as well. And now Edward's gonna release the 1 put off the dual blade. Big damage, and Edward's gonna snag on the first elimination of game number 6.
Edward with the... Why does Edward decide to pop off as soon as match point happens? He could have done this earlier and got himself the win, but he decides not to. We're gonna see the ability invested to try and kite out these 2 players. First, hot in pursuit. We already have Shenyuan, who is our leaderboard winner right now, losing out his first fight on the Wu-Chen. As we're going to be seeing SR Spider as well. 1 elimination on the board for him, so he's technically tied for the lead right now. He's taking another fight already. We're going to be seeing him going off against Action. He's going to be trapped in a little bit of a bubble town going on here. As we're seeing inside of the Temi ultimate, but that has burned the Shia ultimate almost to its very core. We're just going to try and re-aggress onto him, but he's hanging out in the no ult zone for that specific reason, to try and avoid any sort of ultimate damage that could be coming off. Oh, big headshot coming through off of the musket. Isn't going to connect off. Ultimate goes down. The Spider gets right back to business, trying to go for the attack. Is going to have to pop that F ability, though. Gets knocked in by the uppercut. Shotgun burst going to come out on the side of Action. Gets the combo again, and that's going to be it for Spider here. Oh my goodness. Action. Why didn't we do this earlier? Like, you're not on match point, bro.
So much damage, but look at Mike. 2 eliminations already into game 6. Starting to turn it up. I mean, I just think he just feels very comfortable on the Yodo, especially with that double pick. And he did have his best game of the night on Yodo last game with the amount of eliminations he's had. So, you know, he knows what he's doing. He is the GOAT for a reason. T225 in the zone, trying to reposition right now on the Temi. Common armor, kind of low on the skeleton department there for T225. XY, once again on the Wu-Chen. Did get eliminated earlier in this fight. Did have that ult, but not enough for him to stay in the mix and try to snag up more eliminations. So, do see him now retreats on back to the bottom right-hand side of the map to try to pick up some more resources. WBG's verse on the Lonnie. This could be a potential pop-off game here for Verse as well. No eliminations yet. The first round is going to form up pretty soon, and we know Verse loves going inside those round games, as well as XY. And the round percentage that XY had moving into that, I think, game 4 was just insane. And if he's able to keep it up there on the Wu-Chen, he can beautifully scale up here for game 6. But Mike on the Yodo against Arano. Arano has purple spear, I believe, and Mike has purple nunchucks on the weapon department. It's going to be a full chase down. Arano not trying to full commit. Goes on with a grapple stagger into the musket shot. Does it 2 times as well. Now the Valda ultimate is going to be investing here for Arano. The overhold, trying to dodge, trying to go for the spin attack. We dodge. Going to go ahead and invest the ultimate. And here comes the full capitalization off of it. Touch beast. Terrain not giving him the full stagger off of it. He's going to go ahead and V2 to avoid second spear. The weave there from Murano. Catches the F there as well. Mike goes for the raw uppercut. Doesn't manage to connect. And now in the pocket. Sends it once again. Gets the 3 slashes. 4 eliminations onto Murano. And now Mike up to 3 eliminations here for game 6.
Wow, Mike is just doing a phenomenal job at making sure these top 6 are not going to have any stance of competing into the rest of this game. He does not want to lose this out, and the comeback of Mike is starting now. He's at 22 points total now, so he needs a couple more eliminations to get himself in the match point threshold. But he's getting extremely close. We're really seeing now the Realm Yang portals have started to spawn out. Look how clustered they are. We now have that extra Realm Yang portal, extra 2 portals spawning on the map for an extra 2 slots and an extra 1 fight. So we're going to be seeing now WBG's verse, no kills on the board so far. We're going to see another parry coming in. Edward looking to get active. Mike ready to go. Doesn't want to let anybody try and survive this out. So he's just going to try and get as many eliminations as possible and get MVP. So that way he can guarantee that nobody else is going to get that MVP spot over him, and that he will be granted an opportunity to try and win on match point. We're going to see him go for that other Yang portal. Doesn't want to mess with anybody trying to contest the Yang portal alone. Looks like Wufong and Burst going to be going for the same portal here. Wufong gets it. No elimination on the board for either of them. We're going to see a Bane spread on this portal. MTF is going to be able to go for it though. It's its own Bane. No Bane MVP coming out here, but we will see him go for the attempt to try and block everything off on that side. Shen Yuan taking a lot of damage now. Action following suit.
Yeah, it looks like he is able to get a reset in. Action though, still applying the pressure. We have Verse in the mix as well. Verse looks like he is going to be playing for the Realm Yang. The elimination could be going towards Action's way unless XY is able to find the damage he needs. He does manage to find the reset. Action retreats for the Realm. Spider and Star going at it. Spider takes the pass though, I believe. Goes for the parry, but still has the F online. For the aerial Olympic, trying to stay up in the pocket. 3 seconds remaining. He has to play around gate, but it looks like he might still stay here to try to aggress the aggression. But looks like they are going to be taking inside the realm. Spider, purple armor, purple halberds in hand. Also has purple spear and a purple katana in the back pocket, but he's not playing swap. Only 2 jades to his name. And he is going to be going against Fong. Fong is on the Liam. Fong starting up high. Trying to find a drop down cannon shot. Throws the first one. Doesn't connect off of this. Drop down R&B focus. Does connect it for Fong though. Spider catches fire. Pushes out the F. The R&B from the follow up. The 1.0 from the fan. Once again there from Fong. Doesn't catch off of this. Goes for the R&B. Tries to catch off the whiz. Doesn't manage to do so. The Liam ultimate is going to be invested. Smoke ultimate is going to be invested for Spider as well. To response there from the Liam ult. And it looks like he's going to try to catch here. Doesn't manage to catch. The blue focus is good there for Fong. Playing around the scale rush killers. Able to weave the V2. Now, goes on the whiz. Has the F online if he needs it as well already. The new, not new no more, but with the change of Temmie. He is having that online. Can't pop it out if he needs it. There it is. He's going to invest off that parry. And now Fong clip off the jump bell and beats off the spear. Clinks off the second scale rush hit for Spider and Fong. Looks for the jump LB, doesn't connect. Try to see if he can catch LB. Proud is gonna force off the F-net once again. Catches for the second time around, and this is GG's. He can go for the twist throw into the full up, follow up, and there it is. Gets the full extension into the R&B, and Spider's gonna win his Realm Yang.
Geez, Wufong now facing off against YZG T225. Look at that, Shen Yuan already fully eliminated from the game. Our original kill leader going to get eliminated.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness, parry into the whisk catch. What a play from the T225 there, but the F ability is going to negate most of that punish damage. We're going to get the overhead connect here into the parry instead of the jump LMB. We're going to see Wufang answer around with the combo of his own, but the F ability back off a cooldown. T225, and that's what we love about Temmie. Fastest cooldown in the game, and he turns away the elimination for T225 against Wufang. So we've got 2 members. I think Fun Plus Phoenix, oh my goodness. Reverse, you're selling, bro. You're selling so hard. Fun Plus Phoenix Star is going to end up taking out... Ooh, SS1's action is going to get eliminated here by Arano. Fully eliminated from the game. But we're seeing that YZG and SR both have their Realm Yang wins. But ASC Shen Yuan eliminated, as well as WBG's Verse losing in the Realm Yang Fun Plus Phoenix.
He went against the shot, yo. Clock is up. Shield throw can be ready. Throws the second one. Overholds now. Action. Trying to cut out the pressure. XY in the pocket. Eats up the damage off the shotgun burst. Pistol shot does not connect there for XR. Trying to go for a quick little reset in, but X-Gen still in the pocket. Massive mid-range focus there to get a lot of that white HP off. And now tries to play the high ground off the F blades. Gets caught off of it, but not enough. He is gonna fall there. Fong and Ajao, sorry. In a mix. Dropped out 1.0 there from Fong. Tries to catch off the V2. Doesn't manage to do so. Ajao trying to cut out the pressure. Damage going towards Ajao's way. Fong with the advantage here. Nearly full off that blue armor. Still with a blue fan in hand. Ajao tries to cut out the pressure. We do have one player out once again out of the top 6, which is going to be XY. But Fong in the mix against Ajao. I believe this is Fong's first elimination. He's able to connect off of this. But Wu Fong now showing up to the mix. Ajao still being the one focused between both of these players. There goes the Lonnie ultimate for Wu Fong. Tries to go for the TP throw. Doesn't manage to catch. Does get a little bit of a splash damage there though. Catches off that second ball throw. Can go for the restand as well. With a bomb lightning there for Fong. And Fong doing it every single time. Comes in at the perfect opportunity. Has the J's that he needs for that mid to long range damage. And now Fong's going to snag up his first kill, game number 6.
And he took the bloom, so Wu Fong is in a lot of trouble right now. And now Spider facing off against Burst. It's actually huge if Burst is able to win this fight. He's able to cleanse, and Spider is going to be able to get himself back. He does have 22 seconds left on his ability for the Vermilion Bird Mite. And this is usually coming into play from this fight here. Spider's losing a lot of HP. He's going to get the bloom. Oh my goodness. Fun Star griefing King right now. Going to parry Verse. Verse, you are throwing so hard. You had this whole match in the bag. You had match point. You had everything given to you, and you still managed to play this hard. Phoenix Star is going to take a lot of the damage from it. That ball throw, though. First, can get himself frozen up, and Rampage is going to do it. Verse, bro, what happened?
Verse is going to be taken out. That's our second player from the top 6. We still have Spider, though.
Mike's gone.
Looking pretty good. Mike was eliminated with 3 on the board, 19.9. We're looking at Spider. We're looking at T225. We're looking at Fong. Currently, Wu Fong. Wu Fong has 1 minute and 8 seconds to try to cleanse. He's going to be going against Fong. He does read that palm lightning from mid-range. Fong knows it. Saw the Jade being shown a little bit earlier in this game. And now, gold is in hand. Needs to try to catch Fong. Try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. We do have T225, but he's posted up for the realm of Yang. Fong potentially trying to kite on over to that rotation, but he's going to be playing the low ground here. Fong still not being able to catch Fong in the mix. Looks like the F is a bit called in there from the Liam. The click comes in off the steroids. It comes in off the wing just times 2 as well. Now the Liam ultimate is going to be called in. Goes for the 1.0. Does catch him to the V2. Wu Fong now to be sent outside of the terrain. Spider is eliminated by Star. Star with 4 already. Taking out the heavy hitters. And Fong now still in the mix. The 1-2 spam there off the halberds. Fong could be the one closing this out. It's only up to him and T225. Fong gonna have to try to cut out the pressure off the Lonnie ultimate. Fong trying to do everything he can to try to second this elimination. T225 trying to lay down pressure there for the pistol shots, but it's gonna be Fong picking up the elimination. The bloom does not go towards his way. T225 gets the bloom, but it does not even need it. Fong's gonna go ahead and snag the purple armor as well. And now it's going to be T225 against Star. And Star's been shutting down top 6 all game long.
Star, at the bottom of the leaderboard, getting donuts for 99% of the day, decided that this was his moment that he needed to lock in. I mean, it's the perfect time to lock in, but, like, come on. We're trying to see a winner here. Oh, my goodness. Star with the sap there. 2-5 in absolute shambles right now. Forced to panic mode right now. FPX Star is just on an absolute roll right now. Not able to get the catch off. He's going in and out of the... Oh, come on. Okay. Here. You see it here. No, he drops it. How does he drop it? Like, T225, you turn into the worst player as soon as we get onto match point. I don't understand this. Oh my goodness! Get it! 1 HP to dream on both of them. Oh. No! Oh my goodness! How? How does this keep happening? Star manages to get himself on 5 eliminations!
that was a little weird because he parried out of the wall and he was able to move freely. And there, T25 went for the uppercut, but the body didn't lift. I'm not sure if that was due to the pillar or what it was, but he went for the grapple bump. He didn't get the reset off the whisk as well, so that's just unfortunate there for T25. But Star coming hot online after game 6, stopping the pressure off from top 6. Already with 5 on the board. T25 has the cleanse. Fong could do it. He snags up, eliminates 3, 4, 5. He could potentially do it if he's the last one standing. He needs to try to close out, but at least 4 in the MVP and not let Star take any. But Fong always posted up in those third-party situations. Could potentially end this in game 6. But T25, 4 minutes and 25 seconds, having to try to cleanse. Edward as well with Yang depletion timer. So we just scrap off between the Temmie and the Liam. 4 minutes and 26 for Edward once again. Fine eyes. Massive parry opening there for T25. F off cooldown very early here in this fight against Edward. Edward now gonna force out the Temmie ult. He's gonna drop down Temmie ult. Beautifully done, but he gets caught off the V2, and he's able to send him up high. What's gonna be the mix up here for Edward? There goes a big damage out the flying knife, big reset, and he can catch it once again off the V2. There it is. He's gonna go for the second time around, and now Edward's gonna do this times 2. Comes inside the air. No cooldown left here for T25. Big damage to the backside. Fog dropping down, but no, it's Star showing up to the mix, and now master parry in for T25. He greasy Star now, but it's still ultimate called in. T25 with a parry, but it does not even matter. Star online with 6, and now he's going at it against Edward.
I don't understand. Where was this from Star when we really said we could have placed on match point? I don't understand the mentality of the players. They only decide to start playing well when they need to beat somebody else. But it's okay. Star going absolutely crazy right now. Gonna hit that aerial dash off onto Edward. Edward now facing off against Star. Trying to see if he can get some sort of extra momentum going. Rampage Jade gonna come through into the aerial dash. Oh my goodness. The amount of Jades that Star has right now. And now, look at this. As soon as the players get out of the game that he needs to get out, he just immediately turns back into the same player that we saw from before. Oh my goodness. Blistering Edge out of nowhere. Coming through onto Edward, taking so much damage. He's able to bring it back around. Procs into the stone form, into the aerial dash, and then Edward takes out Star. He's like, okay, my work here is done. I go back to playing exactly how I did in the first 4 games. Jeez. Oh, this is this is hurting. MTF is our only hope right now of getting us MVP. Let's see if he's able to make it happen. 3 kills for Edward, 3 kills for Ajao, and 2 for MTF. Let's see if he's able to make anything crazy go on.
He needs to win this fight. If he's able to snag up this kill and the kill against Edward, he could potentially take the MVP. Edward now showing up to the mix. It is going to be a little reset here for Fong. Do see Asia on the top side with a tuna. So go ahead and top off that white hub. Edward's gonna retreat from the situation. Wait this out. Get him on the side. And no, Fong loves third party. They're giving it to him. They're actually giving it to him right now because Asia and Edward are gonna be duking it out. Hanko v Liam. Hanko v Hanko. Power here for Edward. It's a shot. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about. Needs one more hit onto Asia. Doesn't manage to do so. He could have waited a little bit longer. He could have forced out the elimination off of 1 ballista shot hit. Now Edward winning this out, trying to fish for the V2. Doesn't manage to connect. So the Aqua's now on the back end, have no ult online. And guess who's the first one in? It's gonna be Fong with the Palm Lightning. The ult now runs out. Sorry, couple seconds too early on my call. But Edward, first one in the scene. Fong waiting for the perfect opportunity. He has the Liam ultimate. He could potentially do this. Could upset the top 6 here. Asia trying to cut out the pressure, and this terrain is good here for Fong to try to catch a mid-range V2 as we see it here. No catch yet here from Edward. Asia still trying to cut out the pressure. Manages to go inside of the terrain. Palm lightning there on the backside. We do see it now connecting here for Fong outside Edward. Trying to get the information about the bell call. Does manage to get
The information down to A Zhao. The F1 called in from A Zhao, trying to cut off the pressure with 30% damage reduction. The 1-2 spam, area R&B, but now no elimination. A Zhao still up here in this situation. It looks like Fong might want to invest this, but he needs to be careful because Edward is getting that rage back pretty quickly as well on the Liam. And the backside, A Zhao now goes in the center of the terrain. Massive parry there from A Zhao. Fong being able to tap out the way. He gets the parry as well. Damage going towards Edward's way. Big parry there from Edward. And the backside, Edward smacks up the elimination. And now we are potentially going to game 7 because I don't think it's
we're
enough.
We're 100%
with
going to
MVP.
game 7. There's no way that we can win right now. As you can see, the names highlighted on the board, Edward and Star are the only 2 players who can MVP this. If NCF gets the kill, Star gets the MVP. If Edward gets the elimination, he gets the MVP. The other can come through and connect. Ultimate is going to be available now for...
Into the sign.
GG's, guys. GG's. None of the top 6 players, who are supposedly the top 6 players in the world, can beat Fun Plus Phoenix's Star. And always Edward is going to become our MVP for game number 6.
Sam not happy with Star's performance.
Okay, it's impressive. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's crazy. But why did he pick this game to do it? Why couldn't he have done that game 1, gotten on match point threshold, and won by now? 8 in the morning, dude.
I don't know. You could ask him. You could ask him. You should ask him. But I'm not sure. But overall, Star with an amazing performance off of game 6. Yeah, big upset there. Star taking out pretty much, I think everybody in the top 6 just shuts them down one by one. Rough for XY was on a Wu Chen pick. Another character I'm not very convinced about right now. The Wu Chen pick is very rough to try to make it work. I think obviously it's a lot more better if there is 2 Wu Chens in the field. But regardless, with 1 Wu Chen, the way XY had to play around this game 6 is just so rough for him to try to get something going. We saw him there just not being able to find his momentum, and he does fall early in game 6 as well. Tries to find a better spot to resurrect and get the scale game back on, but it was just a little bit late too late to continue doing that. But I mean, what a game 6. We're still elected with another game, potentially even game 8. I mean, we don't know. I'm not sure.
Don't say it.
I don't know. Are we still top 6, or do we have another player in the threshold?
We have I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see. I don't even know if Star was at 10 points.
Yeah, he had a bad day.
So then he just went and dropped 7.5 in one game, and it's just like, okay, I killed all the good players. Peace out. I'm gonna go start playing bad again. Gets himself sap parried and loses out. Like, if you're gonna do that, at least MVP. You know what I mean? Like, come on. But you know, regardless, phenomenal game played by Star. Fair game played by Edward. And we're gonna be going into game number 7, where I think it's still top 6. I think Mike's like 1 point off of quali. We're gonna take a look here. Match point players is gonna be Wufong versus. It's still the exact same thing. Edward is minus 0.4. Mike is 1.1 away. Action's 2.8. Ajo's 5.4. Star's 5.8. And Narano is 6. So Verse and Wufong, like, Verse was going crazy in the first couple of games. Like, we saw the crazy MVPs. We saw the amount of points he was getting. Shen Yuan was going crazy. T5 was going crazy. Spider's been going crazy. And then they just, like, they're playing like they're hard stuck Astral, dude. Like,
I want to look back at that, like that last 1v1v1. I'm pretty sure Edward jumped in front of Fong's parry, so he would eat up all the damage there, and so the elimination wouldn't have gone towards Fong's way. So hopefully we get to see that in the highlight. But that alone right there, because Fong got the parry onto the other player, and if he would have gotten that elimination, he could have probably played it a little bit more safer in that last fight. But still, I mean, I think that was a crazy play there from Edward, making sure that Fawn doesn't get the last and final hit, because person that got parried didn't get the all the damage thrown his way, the Akko. So we're gonna have to wait and see how that looks. But Edward off the game 6 with 5 kills, 9 overall game score, star man of the hour with 6 eliminations, 7.5 off of this game alone. Alliances, A Zhao with 3 eliminations, 4.5. Fawn with 4. Mike with 3. Spider and Arano with 2.5. Action and T225 with 2. Burst with 1.5. With Fawn with 1. And XY with a 0, which he had a crazy game 5. And, you know, just that's what I was talking about. The Wu Chen pick just being a little bit rough there for XY. But, you know, this gives another, you know, breath of fresh air for all the other top 6 players who got eliminated earlier into this game 6, into game 7. They are going to be having another run at it to try to take this bi-weekly home for themselves. And we see the overall standings: Rana with 18, Star with 18.2, HL 18.6, Action 21.2, Mike 22.9, Edward with 23.6, so close to making it to that threshold. He needs a game, mate. Needs to try to MVP off of that. But Wufong 26.1, Burst with 28.5, XY with 29, Fawn with 29.1, T25 with 29.2, and Spider with 30.4. And if it goes to distance here, Seb, I mean, look at top 5. If it is very close, it is going to go down to who can snag up the most points in game 6 or game 8, sorry, if we don't get an MVP in our top 6 or even top 7 with how close Edward is.
Yeah, Edward is dangerously close, but he will have to MVP game 8 if he does in fact cross match point threshold this game, which he only has to do by surviving to get that 0.5 placement points. That's the bare minimum of what he has to do. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your highlights brought to you by China Unicorn. We're going to get to watch as Star destroys the entire lobby of players who are top 6. Look at this. Absolutely crazy plays coming out on the Justina. He played a phenomenal game. I can't be mad at that. He's a little frustrated. But look at that. And then he gets himself parried here. He keeps just throwing the rampage around, gets himself parried twice, tries to throw around the good old pole sword for a little bit. And oh, that's crazy that hit didn't hit. And then the 1-2-3 coming in. Star was close to being able to get MVP there, and he wasn't able to bring himself into match point, sadly. And then MTF is so close picking up this elimination here, but then Edward gets his ult back online, throws him into the zone. So much damage. 1-2. Finish it off. Nice play. Edward gets the MVP, but he's 0.4 points away. He's frustrated. Look at that. Verse without a care in the world. Not knowing that he's absolutely throwing.
MVP for OA's Edward. Still not on the threshold. His first MVP of the fall split. 20,000 damage here on the Liam. 5 eliminations on the board there for OA's Edward. Once again on the Liam. Assault Smolder, Sap, Phantom Step, Aerial Dash, Rampage, and Blistering Edge if we needed it. 9.9k damage off flying dives alone. A Hongster with 3.2k. Dual Blade with 3,000. And man, so close there for Edward to make it into that threshold. Unfortunate for him. He needs to pray for game 8. And I think he only needs like 1 kill, right? Just 1 kill or a good placement.
He needs 0.4 points. So if he gets
even 0.5,
yeah, even the 0.5 will work out for him here. So we do have a little answer for treasure for you guys. We're not going to be having an interview after this game just because you know, we're going to try to roll into it as quick as possible. How many players chose Lanny in game number 6? Was it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Put A, B, C, or D in the Twitch chat. If you're on YouTube, please hop over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT to put your answers in the chat. One lucky winner will be announced in the chat, and you will just whisper NARAKA BLADEPOINT if you're the winner. Send them your UID, and you will get some free goodies in game. Guys, try and do it. It's worth it.
I mean, you can take out 50% of the answers right there off rip with just how this system is now. But we are going to be going to a quick break. Once we come back, we are going to be locking in our game 7 of the first bi-weekly finals here for the fall split.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside creatives, and we're jumping into game number 7 out of 8. Potentially 7 out of 7 if we get an MVP win here. If one of our players on the match point threshold, which is half of the lobby, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the top half of the lobby, the top half of the lobby that has been statistically performing better than the bottom half of the lobby the entire day, if one of those players manages to do what they've done time and time again throughout their entire NARAKA career, get an MVP in a game, then we'll walk away happy after game 7 and we'll be done. If Star decides to grief the game again, we're going to be seeing some pretty crazy action going on. Because if Star manages to grief, we're going to be going all the way to game 8, where creatives and I have a business meeting at 9:45, and we're going to miss our business meeting.
Well, I mean, like I said, Star came into the bi-weekly final being our 2nd seed, so I'm not really too surprised that he's having a pop-off game. And I mean, even like Spider mentioned, anybody in this lobby can have a pop-off game, right? He said that everybody in here he has to watch out for. Everybody's a good player. I mean, we've seen it throughout the whole season of the 2025 year that everybody's been locked in and been improving a lot more throughout the pro league, their pro league careers. And you know, I'm not very, very surprised. Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen a pro league final in 4, 5, or even 6, maybe 6 once, but it's been very rare. They usually go to distance every single time I see one. So, you know, it's just I don't know, genders, just character picks. It can be a lot, right? You're just thrown down to the bottom side of the hero selections. You have to play around what you already played as well. It's just so much that comes in to play for these players to try to close out the MVP. And I feel like that's one of the issues that Arano had as well throughout his whole career, where he was one of those first players in the threshold, but he was just getting griefed by the hero selection. He was not able to, you know, continue that momentum that he had in his first 3 to 4 games and try to close out the games. And every single game that passes by, more players are entering that threshold. So, you know, I feel like we're just seeing it all over again right now, but just with the whole top 6 who has made it. But, you know, potential last game today, locking in our game 7. Fong's been a big staple in shutting down anybody in the top 6 and taking an MVP. We saw him there in the Hollerop game, our game with the Fireflies. He shut down a lot of players that were in the top 6. He has a job to do, and he knows exactly how to play it, and his third party is just unreal. The way Fong play, you know, can be a little controversial. For me, I don't really like that play style, but the way Fong plays it, it's been working out perfectly for him here for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's been doing a good job, so hopefully he'll be able to keep up the pace and sort of, you know, keep that same momentum going. But I really just do hope we see like a Spider MVP or something here. You know, people burn their double picks. People have done everything possible to try and get themselves the win. This is the section where these players are going to be up in the first round picks. I think maybe because they're on match point, they stay down at the bottom side. But we're going to be taking a look here and seeing who is going to get to pick first, who's going to get to pick last, and how everything's going to be going. No double pick burn from 2-2-5, which is pretty smart. You know, some of the players burned their double pick. Last game, I believe it was Mike and can't remember the other person who burned the double pick, but we're going to have to see that in just a second here. These players are still getting ready, waiting, and locking themselves in for this final fight that could be coming out here, or the second to last fight. We'll see what's going on. But, Arano looking ready to go, locked in. He's got the muscle tape on, ready to keep those fingers ready to rumble. We're jumping in game 7, bi-weekly final. First round selection, Arano and Star. Second round selection, Ajo and Exit. Third round selection, Mike and Edward. Then Spider and 2-2-5, MTF and Shinyuan, and Burst and Wufong are our 4th, 5th, and last round of selection. So this is gonna Shenyuan might get Temmie here. I don't think so. They might block it off. We're gonna see how this is gonna go. It's gonna be double Lanny, double Liam, double Syra at the start, just to block off 4th, 5th, and last round selection to be able to play that, I'm guessing. Or they're just gonna go 1-2 picks so they can ban more stuff in the first 3 rounds. Because if they all pick individual heroes, Star and Arano are both gonna walk in the Lani. Fair enough. If they all pick individual heroes, then there would be such a tiny pool for the last 3 to pick, but the coordination is not there at the moment. Ajo and Action going to be taking that second round selection. Third round selection going to Mike and Edward. That's going to be Shayol. No Syra? I think Mike's playing it smart here. I think he's already played Syra.
Yeah.
So he can't do the double pick. So he has to Shayol. Now Spider and T225 don't get access to Shayol, which is actually pretty smart off the play here. We're going to see Akos and Yodo coming up from T225 and Spider. Now we're jumping to Shenyuan and MTF. That's going to be a tumult for Shenyuan. Okay, come on. XY on the Temi. That's his thing. MTF on the Justina. That's his thing. Okay. Here we go. Wufong and Verse. Let's see what they're going to get to pick. Wufong on the Volda. There's a chance that might be able to work out. And Verse, the last person to select. Play Viper. Play Viper, bro. You got this. Play Viper. Lock in Viper. Do it. You got this. Lock in Viper. Go. Wu Chen. Okay. Wu Chen hasn't seen very much success. I personally don't like the Wu Chen solos.
It's just rough. I mean, even if you go for those double jump Fs, I mean, it works just like Temi's F, where you're gonna get shotgun bursted off the flying knives, right? Yeah, you do get a proc off the blades, but it's just rough. Even the ult call in too, it's very predictable. Seeing it just a little time connecting. I mean, I did just see a couple Wu Chens in day one, and now we've seen like 2 max, and it's been rough for the Wu Chens off of tonight alone. So I don't know. I feel like it's rough to see who you would pick. They changed with Tarka. I'm not sure if that would be a better suit for these matches as well. So I don't know. Maybe they would test out Juan, wait for the Takeda rework, something. I'm not sure. Go back to Matari maybe. I mean, Valda's still getting picked, but the Valda success hasn't really been seen as well. It's just rough, right? With just how good the majority of the other characters are. So I don't know. It's just something we're gonna have to wait and see how they adjust to and what happens with time. But for now, I guess that is going to be like their last picks if they have it in the pool. It's gonna be that Wu Chen, and you know, I'm looking at this, this hero picks, and I'm staring at XY, double locking in that Temi for that game 7. I wouldn't be surprised if he has another pop-off game. Just XY Smoke is just so strong. As well as Mike, right? Mike on the Alcos, very strong character there for Spider. Or I'm sorry, I said Mike. For Spider on that Alcos. Both of these 2 players, majority of the time, have an insane game with these 2 characters they just picked. Fong on the Justina. We did see him early on the Justina. I can't quite remember how well he did that game alone, but overall, I am going to be looking at XY and Spider to potentially take this bi-weekly home. Also have T225 on the Yodo. The Yodos have been dying in that mid game, so I'm very curious to see how T225 is going to do there with that Yodo Hime.
It's been a decent pick until mid game. Mid to end game, Yodo doesn't work. Early game, she's been great, but the pick at the end, it just seems like any time that the F gets popped, pop into the wisps. You know, anytime Yodo F gets popped, Temi Wisps comes and knocks you out, prevents your heal, you get shot by range, you're done. So we'll be seeing how that's going pretty quickly here. Edward, T225, Spider, Shenyuan, Verse, MTF, and the rest are trying to grief him. This is the name of the game. Grief or your day is over. Let's see how this is going to turn out. I'm your host and caster, Seb, and one more time, give it up for me and creatives. Here we go.
Let's see it. Potential last game. Once again, game 7. Fong spawning in the outskirts. Verse XY. First one in the mix. Gonna be XY on the Temi. Coming longsword. Verse with common halberds in hand on the Wu Chen. Gets caught up there off the F as well. Aerial LMBs times 2.
Blade throw is down there from Burst, just eating up so much chip damage there off the jump LMBs. Oh my god! That was disgusting there from XY. He pops the F, he gravitates towards the way Burst dodged towards, and just lets loose an LMB. With the tracking of the longsword with the aerial LMBs, he's able to get the last hit there to snag with the first elimination of game number 7.
Here we go. TE's Wufong on the other side of the map, closer to the Yushan ruins. We're gonna be seeing. Oh, actually, a little bit of a scrap off going on. We've got the V1 popping out from our resident SS1's action. We're gonna be jumping in, Mike. Oh, getting hit with that. Arano gonna try and come in for some follow-up damage. Mike trying to kite this out, seeing if he can find a way to make a great escape. As fast enough that he needs to. Shotgun burst gonna come in off the hit, and there we go. He's gonna pop that F ability to try and get some space, but it looks like he's gonna get himself caught out either way. Arano picking up the elimination. SS1's action now in a lot of trouble, facing an ulted Lonnie. He's got balls at the ready to throw into your face. The overhold's gonna come through into the uppercut. The F ability's gonna get popped. Oh no! Action trying to make his escape, but he's unsuccessful. And Arano, another player close to the bottom of the leaderboard, picks up 2. Flip over to T5, barely fighting for
Big strap off happening here. Spider on the Naraka, trying to see if he can find some sorts of valid onto T225. The Yoda of this game catches the LMB. Now, the fan wind guster connects there for T225. Spider's gonna go ahead and invest the ultimate, snags up the kill onto T225. Fong 9 makes the 1 dash available left on the Justina ultimate. Does manage to catch the freeze, but doesn't manage to go through the doorway or the window way. Spider sees eyes there to that player. Very low in the back end. That's Edward trying to cut out the pressure. There goes the leap. The F called in. Tries to catch it with the F2, but on the backside, Edward's still alive. 1 HP in a dream. Does manage to kite up a little bit of the pressure in the backside. Into the musket shot there from Spider, and he snags up his second kill here for game 7.
Nice musket shot from the Spider to be able to snag that elimination up. It looks like Ajo's going full offensive right now, as he does have that ultimate available. That hasn't gone to the ult pop yet. He'll use that ability, and he's gonna catch Spider up, throwing him into the players defending against him. MTF's gonna get parried. Use that punish to just create some extra space. No damage on that side. Mike facing up with Shenyuan on the bottom side of the map. You can see ultimate getting popped here. Shenyuan's in a lot of trouble. He's going to use his ult to get out of their circumstance. He's going to be able to get Mike caught in the wisp, but he doesn't get the restand. No! Mike is just going to back off and look at that star with a legendary weapon. That's the scariest sight I've seen. He doesn't even go for the hit onto Mike. Dodged over. We're going to see that ultimate time. It has been getting a little bit lower. And look at this. Star. Griefer King. Going for Shenyuan. Not going for Mike. Not going for the weaker target. Going for Shenyuan because he knows 10.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the rough part, right? Once those selection comes into play. Bottom hand side of the board. Definitely know what characters or what players are playing what characters if they are on their bottom side. With how the system works, being in the top 6 means you are going to be the bottom 6 to select a character. Star quickly rotates off of that puzzle, snags up the gold staff, trying to find value onto XY. The grapple is good there for XY. Catches a low tap R&B there on the ground there from Star. There it is, playing around these huts, trying to lay down the F. Does manage to connect off the wisp there. Now the F call in there for the Lonnie. No ult online for Star. Grapple LMBs once again. Nicely good job done by XY, but Mike now back in the mix. Since the wood 2-3 gets the damage. RB on the ground. Tries to go for the LMB catch. The F called in for XY. Scare rush right back in. Throws down the winds in front of him to make sure he can stop that pressure. Catches Mike in the back end. Star now still choosing the Temi, knowing this has to be one of the top 6 players. Mike trying to get a quick little reset in, but goes for the scare rush, gets the RB as well. And XY's gonna fall into that. He is gonna be going to take a trip to the Soul Altar. Action shows up to the mix. Mike now might have him to force to retreat here off the situation, but Action, a little bit of love tap. We do see Star now back in the zone, taking a full reset in, but it looks like Mike might be getting engaged fully here by Action.
Yeah, Action is going to be going hyper aggro on to the Shyle here. It's an interesting play because, you know, we know that Shyle is the only one in the lobby. know that it's not a top 6 player because it was picked and banned out in the 3rd section. So a little bit interesting that the aggro's getting there. First, fighting against Spider in the early game here, as we're going to be seeing. Now, Spider ready to go full aggro here. It looks like he is just going to end up going for the Realm Yang capture. He does want to get into that Yang. And being Akos in the Realm Yang, especially being the name of SR Spider, you're going to have a huge advantage facing into anybody. Unless it's Fun plus Phoenix or Star. At that point, you're just going 100%. So we're going to see Ultimate getting popped by Mike here on the side of the Shayol. We're going to see Action has ult available if he needs. But it looks like Mike just might agree here with his ult pop. He's going to go for the armor swap and just start taking the runaway here. He has the offensive advantage. But his ult is running extremely low, so he's just going to back off for the time being. He doesn't want to fully aggress, but Action just ready for blood rush.
Action shows up. And your favorite player as well, FPSCP Star, in the mix. Ready to try to get a piece of the action, but Mike is going to be able to snag up the Yang pass just in time. Stops the pressure. Beautiful kiting there for Mike to avoid getting caught up there and potentially getting eliminated, but he is in the realm of Yang with common armor. He did manage to get his ult back due to entering the round, but now he has to go against WBG's verse, player in that top 6 on the Liam with a blue flying knives as well, purple cannon in the hand as well. But comes in off the scare rush there from Mike in verse, overholds, gets the damage, forces out the F there from the Shayol, and now the ult pop there from Mike, trying to apply the pressure. Verse just needs to try to kite out as much as possible. When he does get caught up, can invest his ult, and this could be bad for the Shayol as well. Once his shield throws, the Liam full capitalizes off of that alone. Just having that ult online, or sorry, Wu Chen, being able to stay up. He is going to be able to use the F, goes to F blades, gets cut off the grapple bump into the 1.0 there from Mike, into the jump LMB as well. And there goes the Wu Chen ult called in from Verse. Let's see if he can catch him in the Storm Blade. Very hard to do so, especially with these guys' reaction time. He's cut off the lunge. Jump LMB not good there. There goes the first blade throw. Does connect there to get the damage towards Mike's way. Overholds the scare rush. No. He's trying to find a perfect opportunity. He has one Storm Blade left. Throws it down. Potentially heal him there. So he's going to be trying to kite inside potentially. No. Since the follow-up there. Gets the damage. The health is going towards Mike's way. Very, very low. Has the F once again. To the top 1F, 2F, 3Fs. Now on high ground. Drops right back down. Sends it. Prepared it for Mike. And Verse is going to get eliminated off of that. Verse is going to have Yang depletion timer. Mike's going to get the armor upgrade. And just like that, he's back in the game.
So Verse can beat Mike in game 1. Verse can absolutely destroy Mike in game 2. Verse can beat Mike in game 3. But the minute we're on match point, Mike beats Verse every time. Wow, what a play! Versus had the biggest choke in the history of NARAKA BLADEPOINT in this solo finals. I swear, he had it in the bag, and now he's completely sold. He's in 5th place. He's not even close to 2nd. He won't win on points if he even goes to game 8 decision. We've got Spider, who has won his Realm of Yang, who's now the kill leader of the lobby, technically in the best position for MVP right now as we speak. We're gonna see, ooh, big parry coming up from Verse on that fun plus Star. And Star on Yang depletion as well. This is very good. That's what we want to see here. Yang depletion for Star. Ajao now trying to give a third party as well. No Yang depletion on him, he just wants the eliminations. He wants to get ready. We see the grab come through. This could be enough for the kill. No, it's not. Who's going to get the kill credit? Who's going to get the bloom? We're going to see it. It's Ajao coming through. Star gets the bloom. Oh my goodness. MTF now taking a lot of damage on the other side. Wukong facing off against MTF. He does have that Yang depletion. Wukong did end up winning in that round of Yang. So Spider and Wukong going to be getting heavy chase over to MTF. Double grapple connect onto him here. We're going to be seeing that come out really quickly. MTF is getting brought around a million times over. And now we go into Spider. He steals the gold weapon away from Spider. Moves it back to the round. Trying to see if he can get this pick off. He doesn't want Spider to be able to capture this.
Yeah, this could be bad here for Fong. But a minute 50, he loses Realm of Yang, goes for a common armor swap. All players on his shroud, those 2 players on his shroud are top 6, and we see this spear does connect there, doesn't get the full capitalization off of it though. He's running routes inside his building, top of the ladder or top of the stairs, drops right back down. Spider and Wufong both looking for Fong. Does manage to cut up on the bottom side now. The F called in, overholds F2. Manages to weave it though. Oh my god, but the 1, 2, 3 there from Spider. And now that's 3 on the board there for SR Spider. Perfectly set up. Oh, 4 on the board there from SR Spider. Perfectly set up for this MVP potentially. Has the most skills in the lobby thus far, but action still unfolding across the map. T225 going at it on the Yodohime with 0 eliminations though. Has good weapon and good armor and play for himself. Has the ult online as well if he needs it. XY still alive as well on the Tumult. The Spider trying to rotate on in. Has that Vermilion's burst back for another 27 seconds. We're going to be taking a quick look and seeing how he obtained that Vermilion's burst might. He was going against FPACQ Star. Spider double tap on his roll back. Tens to 1.0. Big parry there from Star. To go ahead and invest the Uncle's ultimate. Delani's going to respond with the ult as well. To be able to weave that first ball throw. Now just set up the leap. 1.0 there into the B2, I believe. No, goes for the jump on the B. Tries to catch the B2 after. Doesn't manage to do so. Since the 1.0, just waiting is out. Being able to tap dodge that beautifully done there from Spider. And now tries to catch the second B2. Doesn't manage to do so. And it looks like he went to distance. Oh my god, that was a disgusting F2. Goes for the skirmishes. Forcing out the Lonnie F. And now with a massive parry from Spider onto Star. Goes up high. Reads it. Wins the Rama Yang. And now he's posted up for the second one here for game 7.
What a parry coming in on the Star. Star is just full aggression, right? Like he, as upset as I'm getting, I'm actually absolutely loving how crazy this game has been getting. Like it is one thing for a player to come back from the bottom. I love a good underdog story. And if the fact that it wasn't match point wouldn't have been a thing, I would be screaming Star's name from the top of the roof in absolute happiness right now. Shen Yuan just waiting, taking his sweet time to get into that Rama Yang. He's going to end up getting himself in there. We're going to see now T5 and Wukong fighting it out on the outskirts. Nobody opting to jump in. They don't want to jump in against another match point player, I guess. Is that Starball in the Yodo ult? Oh my goodness. Wukong's going to get eliminated fully here. T225 with a nice pickup. Could go into Rama Yang right now. Don't know if he's ready to risk it yet. Spider holding off as well. Because it looks like they've made an agreement. The bottom 6 players don't go into second Yang, I guess, because now they're all fighting each other. Ajao completely eliminated. Star picking up that kill. Spider versus Shen Yuan. Edward versus Arano. So one of our match point players is going to have to go on depletion no matter what. Let's just hope that Shen Yuan. As Spider. Ooh, big F2 through the wall. Going to be getting hit with a uppercut there. What a play coming through. He swaps around. It was a really nice uppercut to bring that fight back to kind of a ultimate getting released now. Coming through, Spider gonna try and just hold as long as possible. Oh, big F2 into the heal. He's gonna be able to get the heal off. Tries to go into another whisk throw, but Spider's just kiting this perfectly right now. Shen Yuan, even though he may be one of the best, Spider is almost better here, as we're going to be seeing him jump through. Now the Echo Salt is ready in full swing. He's going to try and grab one of those B2 clutches, but oh no! No way, no way, no way. Spider, bro. Spider! Oh! No
Wow, that was a disgusting whisk there from XY. Delays the whisk throw, goes up high, but he delays it to play the mind game. And you see Spider anticipate the drop down R&B or LNB, and he gets punished for it there with a whisk throw, but Arano cannon shot finisher there onto Edward. Edward not happy about that one. You see him there at the player cam. Not happy by getting eliminated by the cannon shots, but gold armor, gold staff as well for Arano. Wow, that was a disgusting play there from XY. Being able to play the mind game like that was just unreal to watch. And Spider now is going to have 4 minutes and 40 seconds timer on his back. Needs to try to cleanse. Also, Edward in the mix with that Nbpl timer. XY is going to be able to get gold katana off of that realm. So go ahead and drop off, pick up that purple fist blades from earlier, and now potentially playing swap. Does have that gold katana if he needs it. T225, waiting now the zone with 1 elimination on the board. Still have 7 players alive here in game 7. Spider, once again, needs to try to catch somebody, has to cleanse. Mike is still in the mix, 22.9 there for Mike though. Needs to try to pick up 2 more eliminations, potentially making it to that top 3 as well with those 2 kills that he already has. Can bump him in into that 24-point threshold to contest that to contest his bi-weekly final if it goes to distance into game 8. Spider though, with 4 on the board, Arano matching it. So Spider has to cleanse. He needs to try to stay up. He needs to place well still to close this out. But XY as well, slowly but steady. 2 on the board. Has White Tiger's prowess. These 2 players sticking together. He wants no piece of this action. He sees the situation and what's unfolding. He's trying to back up completely. Arano though knows it. Arano and Star both hunting down, but it looks like they are going to be rotating on out, going to the buy zone. Rado might be potentially picking out Edward, but Edward needs to cleanse, so he is going to be able to apply some pressure, which could help out XY to potentially get elimination on the board. Spider's going to make sure it is Edward going at it. Looks like it's going to be Mike pulling up the damage off the LB focus onto Edward. Sends the soul slash, gets the damage, forcing out the F there from Arano on the backside. Pistol shots or musket shots in the back end, connecting there onto Edward. Trying to cut out the pressure, but he forced inside the zone. Ronald, Star, Spider. Spider has the full focuses if he can. You do see him staring inside the zone, thinking about it, but this is bad. This could be a double-edged sword. If he's able to get enough damage plus elimination and cleanse off the zone, he could potentially be dropping very low in the white health department and potentially get full focus from the remaining players lurking in the outskirts of the zone. As we see it here, playing very cautious. He still has a little bit of time to work with there. Do have Merciless in the back end there for one of these players with the staff. It looks like Edward is going to go ahead and play inside the zone. Full rotate on the right-hand side, but Star and Arano are just full on looking at this. As you see it here, he's going to be quickly aggressed here by both of those players.
Come on, Spider, where are you at, bro? You need to get a piece of the action as we're seeing Edward starting to take a lot of damage. Switching over from the nunchucks back over to the katana for the scale rush there. We're going to see a follow-up coming through. He's got that swift cut into the thunderstorm available if he needs. Switching back over to the nunchucks and then over to the katana. It's an interesting weapon swap. I'm actually really enjoying this. 2 minutes and 4 seconds left on his Yang depletion. Star's actually super low on the top side. If Spider just needs to notice the one player who can start to hyper focus. Edward and Star now facing off against each other. Spider's in the mix. Spider's in the mix. Okay, we're seeing that happen. Star's getting extremely low. Spider has his target lock on. He's ready to jump into this fight. Edward getting ready to keep the aggression up. Starting to try and catch this all out. Oh, is that Hidden Lotus potential? I think we saw Prize Fall coming out on the side of Star. Spider sees it. He's ready to go though. Yeah, the ball hit is going to come out, neutralizing Spider for the time being. Edward's still trying to give up that chase. The tech chase on the nunchucks is super strong, but it's not enough to capture Star. Star down on the bottom side. Still losing so much HP. Spider just needs to find a target out. Hit somebody. He looks like he's going to go for Edward here. Edward going to get into the mix of this fight, getting hit with the raw uppercut off of the F1 into the follow-up from Shen Yuan, but no damage. Shen Yuan gets the ult proc. Hit up here. Spider now on the backside. Going to get hit that whisk with the triple charge. Forced to pop that ult now. He's going to try and see if he can grab him out of the sky. He isn't going to be able to take him out there. Drops down below. 21 seconds left. This is not looking good. Edward getting extremely low as well. We need to see the grab come through. Does he get it? Oh my goodness. Come on. Come on. Yes. Yes.
I can know, Mike.
Grab Bloom, Spider. Good boy. Here we go. Spider's still in it. Spider's still in it. 1 HP in a dream. Can he survive? Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Oh my goodness. Spider's still in it. He's on 5 eliminations. Here we go. And he has Yang. That we're cut!
Yes, he does have Yang depletion there, but Spider, due to him connecting off that V2, Mike ran on in, tried to pick up the Bloom, but just the V2 has that splash damage there. If it does connect there from the pound, so he was able to cleanse, but now it's a little bit more time to work with, and now he is not the only one with Yang depletion. There is still 3 other players opposed to him, so it's going to be a lot of aggression. One of those players being XY in the mix. So Ronald's the one that picks up the spirit well, so he is the one with 4 eliminations on the board. He is the safe one right now, so we still have a probability of going to 8 games. XY is going to be rotating back inside the zone, potentially has something hidden somewhere, but Spider is going to cleanse off. Beautiful plays there from Spider. He is going to be able to get rid of that Yang depletion. XY is going to count his blessings inside the zone. Does not want to give anybody and any extra eliminations with how close it is against Spider and Arano for the MVP. T225 now. Go ahead and run on in. He is going to be able to cleanse as well. Now, random bane spawns on in the middle of the zone. You have T225 rotating on out. He has the dagger tone. I think that's the one that's off the bottom side, but Spider potentially gonna focus here by 2-3 of these players. He just has to cut out the pressure. Mike and Star are going to be those main aggressors, potentially taking out Spider, but I'm looking at Star. He is gonna be full focus in Spider. He's gonna send, oh my god, he sends it, gets the damage there, and now Arano joins up. Could be bad for Spider. T225 is nowhere to be found as well. He's trying to cut out all this pressure. Beautiful scare rush there to create a little bit more distance now. Spider on the backside. Still, I'm able to get caught right now. Star full focusing. T225 as well. Arano, everybody full looking out the optics for this game. F2's on in. Tries to go for the scare rush. Doesn't matter to do so. Has to avoid the bait. Doesn't get clipped though. He's safe for now. Still in the mix. This is heavy fire to be playing with. If you guys are the ones chasing down Spider right now, you see him bane surfing, gets to hit up the lunge. Now forcing out the F there from Star in the back end, still getting full focus, doing a good job, but the terrain is not really too favored here towards Spider. He has to be forced to pop that ultimate. He could have gotten clip off of this, but he's still in the mix, trying to play aggressive as much as possible, try to get somebody else baited here in the situation. Now the ult pretty much nearly gone. He has around 10% left on that ultimate. Mike still in the trail. B2 doesn't connect. Try to get a little bit of siphon back off of that. Arano dropped on R&B into the answer from Mike. Spider's still alive. Arano takes out Mike in the backside. Star loses out to Yang depletion. Spider's gonna be able to get a full reset in. T225 now being first one in against Spider. Has the nunchucks in hand. The F2 connects there for Mike, or for Spider, sorry. T225 now still full aggressive Spider. I believe he manages to get a bloom somewhere hidden in the backside, or instead of Italia, he is going to be able to ice off the pressure, getting a full reset in. He has no white heals to his name, and the pressure is going to be going towards T225's way against Arano.
All right, here are the stats, ladies and gentlemen. T225 has no stake in winning this game at all. He's on 1 elimination. There's no way that he can do it. If Arano gets MVP, he wins. If Spider gets MVP, Spider wins and the day is over. So, to go to game 8, Arano needs to win. If we have game 7 as our final game, Spider needs to get MVP. Spider's now fully reset. Nobody has their ultimates available. Everybody's burned their ults. 5 kills apiece. So they will be tied at 6 kills. So if if whoever kills TG25, it still isn't enough to secure the victory if they kill TG25. If Arano kills TG25 and then Spider kills Arano, Spider still wins. So you have to kill both, or you just have to be the first one, last man standing. Oh, Spider getting knocked up. This is so intense, ladies and gentlemen. Arano going to be sending out that merciless havoc over and over again, trying to zone off space, just keep all of the pressure and aggression on his opponents, make sure that nobody has any room to breathe or slow down. When you see F3 getting popped up, Spider preventing the heal there. Try and go for the scale rush in, but oh, he does connect the scale rush onto Arano, actually. Let's see if he gets this. Goes for the scale rush vertically. Spear Storm into T225. That's actually going to connect. gonna see the dagger attack coming through, but it's not going to come away with any sort of value on the dagger tome. TT25 is actually getting dangerously low right now. Arano gonna try and make something happen. Actually, huge F ability from Spider on the back end. Arano is gonna pick up that elimination. And now it's a 1v1. 6 kills for Arano, 6 kills for Spider. Spider has to get this elimination if he wants to be MVP. It all comes down to here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is taken away.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive 1v1. This is for the dub here for Spider. He needs to try to find some sort of opening, but Alani applying tons of pressure onto Spider. We do see Arano. Can he clip off the side of that terrain right there? Pistol shot is good there for Spider as well. Tries to leap down, doesn't connect. The gold frame is good there for Alani now. Playing on top of the terrain. The ult is gone for Spider as well. The Merciless does not connect. The F2 does though. The F caught in once again for the Alani. And now the click comes in off the Scare Rush. Pistol shots on in there for Arano. Spider trying to find a perfect opportunity. Sends it, gets the damage, I believe. Sends him in the edge of the zone. Tries to go for the Dragon Slayer, but does not connect there. Click comes in off the light once again. Sends it, gets buried, and now Arano can capitalize off of this. Hit and load it from Arano. It's Spider now trying to stay up, but there's so much damage inside the zone. He takes so much damage, catches file. Arano has F once again. Drops on F2, but he does a miss input, and now he's gonna fall. We're going to game 8, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to snag up our final game of the day, and Arano clutches up in nice fashion there.
Yes, no. You got your hidden lotus. You got your hidden lotus.
You got the hidden lotus.
You got the hidden lotus. That's all that matters, right? Bury into hidden lotus, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Why fall? Stupid Soul J. He gets Pryo off the F2, hesitates, and Arano dodges.
Yeah, miss input.
Spider. Supposed to be the best. Arano, who's been hanging out at the bottom of the leaderboard all day, clutches up, and look at how happy Mike is. Look at how happy Mike is, because now he's on match point, and Spider's upset. Look at him go. He's gonna
wow. That, I mean, for me, I thought Spider was going to want to get aggressive once he heard those ults being invested there by TT25 and Arano. There was a big downtime where the rage recovery was happening for both of those players. He played the full reset there, and he tried to make it go the distance, but unfortunate for him, I just felt like if he would have gotten a little bit more aggressive earlier and make it to where he can get one of those two players who were already fighting a little bit weaker and potentially even get them eliminated, they wouldn't have time to have that ultimate online to go on a 1v1 against him. But he waited there until the last and final moments there of that game. The rage recovery was just enough there for Arano to avoid all that pressure there from the Aqua's ultimate, and the terrain wasn't in the Aqua's favor. Yes, he did catch the F2, and he hesitated for a half a second. If you guys go back and look at it, it was just half of a second where he did not go for the raw uppercut, and he gets full punish for that alone, and it's going to be dropping us off to our 8th game of the day. And now once again, I think now we have 7 in the threshold off of that game. We're gonna have to wait and see how the overall leaderboards look, but still, I mean, what a massive game there for Arano. I think he potentially made it into the threshold already, and here it is. We ask, we shall receive. We have it now. We have 10? No, 9 players in the threshold now. There's only 3 players who can't win. Top 9 can't.
Are you CPR trained, C8?
What do you mean?
Are you CPR trained at all?
Yeah.
Because these players are choking, bro, and we need to help them. They're choking so hard. Oh my goodness. Spider, current lobby leader right now on match point. Shen Yuan in 2nd place, TT25 in 3rd, Arano in 4th, MTF in 5th, Verse in 6th, Wufong in 7th, Mike in 8th, Edward in 9th. Any of these players get MVP? I swear to God, if Stars wins this game, I'm gonna be so upset.
I mean, that's the beauty of this new system, right? You just have to make it to that threshold to be able to make it. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll talk about it in a second. But, you know, answer
They're
for treasure.
really rubbing it in like this, bro.
Which player killed SR Spider in Game 7? I mean, that just happened, ladies and gentlemen. We had a prize fall connect, hidden Lotus there, stuck in his own, took so much damage. That boy popped off there in those last and final moments. Was playing Lonnie is going to be A, W0 Rano, B, YZG's T225, C, WBG's Verse, or D, ASEXY. For our answers, make sure you guys are on the Twitch chat. If you guys are on YouTube, swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. But yeah, 8 games to distance, not surprised. Overall leaderboard for Game 7. I mean, sad. I think they were just hearing you, bro. I think they knew exactly what you didn't want, so that's what you get, you know?
All right, well, I want Arano to win this next game then. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Spider with the 7 points, Arano with the 11.4, putting him in first place. Mike actually picking up third place with a 3.5. 3 for Star, 3 for Shenyuan, 2.5 for Aozhou and T225, 1.5 for Wufang, 0.5 for Edward, donuts for the rest, and the all-time standings goes. Action, Star, and Aozhou, unwinnable for them. Unless they kill every single player in the game twice and win with the first place finish, they are not getting enough points to surpass Spider. Edward, Mike, and Wufang, all they need is a 1-game MVP. It doesn't matter if their points win. Verse MTF, Arano, T225, Shenyuan, and Spider. Whoever MVPs out of the top 9 players gets it. If one of the bottom 3 players MVPs, Spider wins by default on points, unless Shenyuan or T225 do end up passing. But the likelihood of that happening, slim to none. I mean, the likelihood of us going to 8 games also was slim to none. But I'm not even sleepy anymore. I'm not even sleepy anymore.
Was it really though? I think bi-weekly finals game 8s are norms, you know? I was very surprised we had top 3 game 4. But, you know, I knew you was hoping for a change, Seb. Unfortunately, tonight is not the night. Hopefully we have better luck next time. But we are going to be taking a quick look at our highlight here for game number 7, powered by China Unicom. This was the Crouch LNB, LNB, Crouch LNB, LNB, Crouch LNB, LNB, Crouch LNB. Whoa, Starfall though. Starfall doesn't get the full capitalization, but Crouch LNB, LNB, off that Yoda ult, Wufang not happy. Was not happy about that one, but he is going to be having another run for it in game 8. XY against Spider. Massive Spider opener there. Parry opener there for Spider, I should say, against XY. This was disgusting, though. Look at this. Oh, my God. He catches him there off the lead. Drops down to the raw uppercut into the grapple extension R&B. Aerial R&B finisher. Spider gets Yang depletion timer off of that, and it kind of forced him to play the game a lot different. He was eligible to get a bloom here against Edward. He connects off the V2. This was what I was talking about. Look at the knockback there onto Mike. Double jumps up on out. And this was the last and final moments of game number 7. Arano snags up the kill onto T225. Spider against Arano. Massive parry there for Arano into the hidden Lotus. That was disgusting. Crouch LNBs inside the zone. Arano just finished him off there with a crouch LNB and making it into the threshold. What a set game. Wow.
Mike's just running away like Spider's ready to hit him there. The IRL smack. Ready to go. We're going to be seeing Lonnie MVP. Big dubs for WZ. This is actually his second MVP of the day. Merciless Havoc, Pride's Fall, Cyan Fang, Tuna, 15,000 damage, 7 kills, 11,000 healing. Most of the damage coming from his staff and flying knives. Actually, he had not a lot of damage done by one singular weapon. It was pretty spread out between his weapon pool. So, you know, that's nice to see because he played a lot of dagger, he played a lot of staff, played a lot of flying knives, dual halberds. Cyan Fang doing a lot of work for him as well. We saw that in the early game. Arano, like, I just don't understand why he couldn't have done this earlier. Like, if he's got the potential to do this, why doesn't he go for the win?
I mean, the beauty of it now, with this new system, right, into 8 games, it's anybody's game now. You have 9 players in the threshold. We thought top 3 was going to make it. Nothing happened. We thought top 6 was going to make it. Nothing happened. And now into our last and final game, we have a possibility of crowning somebody who hasn't won a bi-weekly in a long time. obviously, you know, Mike Spider versus taking Biweekly being the summer final winner. Edward Wu Fong. Yeah, we could have new players like Arano taking a chip home. Even Fong now as well. Fong was a big upsetter, especially Game 6, shutting down a lot of these players. Game 5 and 6, I should say. I mean, it's anybody's game, and I mean that's what changes in the system now, where we had that threshold, opposed to how it was before back in the day, where we didn't. Right, it just came off straight off the points, but now to 8 games, anybody that has that 24-point threshold is eligible to take the chip home. So I don't know if you want to give your prediction, Seb. Who do you think is going to take Biweekly 1 home today? I mean,
I think that Fun Plus Phoenix Star is going to win MVP. And he is somehow going to get enough kills to beat out Spider. You know, because up is down, left is right. Star is going to win this game.
So you and the Star.
I'm giving it to Star. And even if Star wins, it'll go to decision. Like, even if Star wins and doesn't get enough points to beat out Spider, like, he's still going to win the MVP. And he'll be the last one standing in this lobby.
Okay.
Unless Shenyuan plays Viper, then it's Shenyuan.
I mean, I did see XY, I think it was Hollow Rounds, right? Where he just was taking 1v1s back to back. Everybody was pressing him and he was just eliminated everybody. And I think he died after the 5th kill or 4th kill. So, I mean, potentially, right? Now we are on a time crunch. I mean, all the hero selections have been picked for the majority of these players. Some players have actually picked 2 already. That's what I meant to say. And some players are going to be forced to play, you know, those off picks, like, you know, even XY. He just locked in his double Temi. I'm not sure what else he has in the back pocket, but, you know, the Viper pick could be the one coming out for game 8. Fong, wouldn't be surprised if he brings out the Matari or even the Tessa, right? He is a big Tessa lover. So we've seen him play Tessa in game 8. Or even a Matari, like I mentioned, he was playing the Matari a lot, even double picking Matari when she was heavily in the meta. But then that kind of died out with her changes, and you know, he started playing Tessa a little bit more. So, you know, it can be up for anybody to see how this is gonna go. We're gonna see that unfold now with game 8, locked and loaded into stage. Beautiful stage as always. Starry nights. Stars flying down, no pun intended there for Star, but Fong looking to take another one home as well there for TE. Has a chance to do so now. Even playing for the top 9, everybody trying to see they can take this MVP home, and with how everybody has been performing throughout the year, it's up for grabs now, Seb. It's up for grabs.
Here we go. I've got my trusty NARAKA hat on now for good luck. We're going to be getting ready to jump in to this next game. Game number 8, our final game. We're going to see these hero picks. A couple people have burned their doubles. A couple people haven't. Spider almost took it home. He's going to try and continue that progress into this next game. We'll see if he's going to be able to pull it off or if it's going to go to somebody else. I was really hoping we were going to see a verse win, but it looks like that's a little bit. That ship has sailed. So we are going to, we're gonna have to see what we'll see. You know, it's everyone's getting locked in. Everybody's getting ready to go. Mike is close to winning. Spider's close to winning. Everybody is close to winning. There are 3 people who cannot win this game. Statistically, there's no way the bottom 3 are going to win. 9 to first place right now have an equal chance of winning.
Yep. I mean, it's up for grabs. Top 9 now, I think. I'm gonna have to look, but I think top 9 now has MVP. So,
yeah,
looking at everybody's hero selection. Yeah, top 9 now. Everybody has MVP. So, it has to be an MVP decider. If it's Mike again, I wouldn't even be surprised. I mean, Mike's done it numerous times. Game 8, just not having the greatest day, makes it to the threshold, and then he MVPs. I think he still has his Aqua game available as well. Could have been a little bit of a mind game there, double clicking that Yodo. I'm not really sure what he's gonna pop up here for this game. But the round selection is gonna be very interesting to see. Man of the hour, FPX GQ Star, locked and loaded. He could potentially take this home as well. Not sure what else he has in the character selection pool. Bong. Think he might be going Tessa or Matari. See, I already double picked the Justina. He needs to try to pick an off character, potentially even Akos, but I don't really know if Bong plays Akos. I think he does. A Temi would be nice for him as well if it's available. Temi very strong. Mike, lock in double Yodos. Let's see what his other selection of heroes are. Hopefully we get it pretty soon. We're gonna be, pretty much can do the mathematical equation to see what he has available if they are going to pop up. But if not, we're just gonna have to wait and see what he selects for game 8. Wait in and out. A little bit of shoulder massage there from the coach, letting him know that he's still the GOAT. You got this. You can clutch this up. Not another, just another day in the office for OUG's Mike. See him there. All right, here it is. Double Yodo pick, Shayo Temi. Still has the Akos. Yeah. If Akos available, I wouldn't be surprised if Mike goes Akos, with just how strong his Akos is. Everything else, if he's forced into like a Matari or Valda, it'll be a little rough there for Mike, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Players are locked and loaded. Coach is talking. Players talking. Game's loading up. Game 8, last and final game for sure of the day. Goes to distance. Top 9 players are able to take this home, which is gonna be Mike, Edward, Vers, Wufong, Arano, Bong, XY, TT25, Action, and Spider. No, just Spider in that pool. Just HL Star and Actions are not eligible with the MVP, and I don't think they have enough points to even overcome the first place winner. But we see Spider being in that second round selection. I don't think he has double picks, so he might have free will to pick a character he wants to play.
We're gonna see what we shall see. Ajo and Star first to pick. Spider with the biggest advantage right now since he is top of the scoreboard. He is going to be given that first option to select. He can pick any character that is not Kylan and is not Lonnie. He's going to get the lone Liam pick, which means they will know who he is playing. As Liam is going to be banned out now. Shen Yuan, Viper, bro, please do it. Please lock in the Viper right now. Shayo. Okay, boring picks coming out from TT25 and Shen Yuan. Arano and MTF are the now left to select. We're going to be seeing who's going to be jumping in there. Justina and MTF. Play something crazy. Play something crazy. Your coach has a smile on his face. Temi. Okay. Okay. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. You're seeing our next couple of players. Verse locking in the Akos immediately. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign, but hopefully I'll finally start to pick up the pace again. We're going to be seeing coming back into this. It's going to be Wufong. Wufong in Verse now. Akos and Yodo. Now every single possible hero is banned out. Ooh. Perdoria zipping. Mike on the zip. This could be the plot armor move that he needs to win the game.
But
you
it's
never
on
know.
Morris. It's on Morris.
We're on Morris? We're on Morris? Oh no.
We're on Morris, and Mike had a trend happen in game 1, pulling out the Zipping. Been a long time, but just with how the selections went, he was in last round selection. First, canceling out that Akos pick there for Mike, forcing him into one of those characters in the bottom of the list. And he does have the Zipping online. If he's able to clutch up with the Zip against a character pools like what we have for this game, it is going to be a crazy run there for OUG's Mike. But I mean, double pick Akos for Burst, saved it to the last moment, making sure, or making it, making a statement that that's his best character. If he's locking in that for 2-round selections. Well, technically not, because he wasn't second to last, but still, that's a good pick for Burst. Had a decent game on the Akos when he played, I believe, I think it was the Holorock game prior to the last game we just saw, game 6. But We are going to be locking in our last game of the day. Top 9. Ready to see if they can take this chip home. The only person who cannot is going to be Star, Zhao, and Action. Everybody else eligible if they take that MVP to take this chip home. My name's Gradives, and I'm here with Seb, and we're locked in here, Seb. We have our hero picks. I don't see anything too crazy. We have a Wu-Chen for Edward. That's going to be rough there for him for sure.
Yeah, Edward is not winning this game on Wu-Chen. I'm going to say that now, and he's going to win. Watch this happen. It's going to be crazy. But, yeah. Average points with Wu-Chen is 0. So,
yeah.
A little unfortunate to see. No stats for MTF on the Temi. No stats for Mike on the Zipping. No stats for Wufang on the Yodo. 7% pick rate for most players' picks. Actually, 27% pick rate on YZG's TT25. TT25, as we like to call him here. Star has a 13% pick rate, so it's not his best, but it's not his worst. The 7% and the no data are definitely their least picked. We're going to be seeing this kicking off in just a second here, ladies and gentlemen. Game 8, the final game. They're putting it all on the line, bringing it home, and someone will be crowned a winner in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League solo fall split week 1 finals. I think I said finals already. I was trying to sound dramatic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the game.
We're locked. Game 8 right on its way. Look at them landing top right for those Fireflies. They are going to be contesting in that cave as we see it now. Our last and final game, locked and loaded. Has split cam. They're on 2 of the GOATs to ever touch this video game. OUG's Mike and SR Spider. But now, can they clutch here to take this chip home? It looks like money is going to be free will there for Mike to scale on up, potentially even see if they can rotate on then. But this is rough. Usually we have game 8s where not a lot of players are eligible for the MVP, and in this game we have over 75% of players who are. So usually in game 8 we have full W key fest from the majority of the lobby who is not eligible, but now everybody pretty much has up for rights to take this chip home. And right now Star against T225 pretty much knocking up all that armor there from T225 since the follow-up, and T225 is going to send it towards Action's way. XY now showing up to the mix. Action, let's be real careful. T225 still in the pocket. The grapple stun there onto Action. Another parry happening towards Arano this time around. We have a Sara ultimate invested there by T225. Action trying to run for the hills. Does not connect off the Dazzle, I believe. Lots of grapple buns in the back here. Fall picking elimination onto Zhao. Looks like T225's ultimate is about to run out pretty soon as well.
Yeah, T225 burning the ultimate pretty quickly here. It's an unfortunate circumstance, but we're going to take a look at SS1's Action. Fighting against WZ's Arano, T225 now in the worst possible state that he could be in, getting chased down by none other than FPX Star, the King himself, jumping in at these huts and trying to kite this out. Star has no grapples though, so there's no chance that he's getting anywhere near where T225 is. But people who do have grapples, WZ's Arano, and we have ASU's XY waiting. You see the 1.0 getting released. He's taking a lot of damage right now. F just doing a bang-up job at creating extra damage, chip damage for anything is needed. Look at that, another little piece of chip coming through. Nick gets the knockout, no heal for him. CLMB to connect, and MTF picks up the first kill of the match.
Hey, the Wu-Chen picked up elimination. Edward onto Verse in the kill feed, takes out the Akos. That's gonna be our second kill, but now aggression still happening here towards T225's way. He is going to have a nice kiting path to get more soul blooms, but Arano from downtown snags up the kill off the Star. T225 now trying to cut out the pressure. XY showing up to the mix. We see him here on the Xiaoyo trying to find a value onto T225. He is going to be able to invest the F to create a little bit of the distance. He does have this tower as well to continue the kite game. Do see him very low on the white health department as well. Nearly half of that white health gone. Arano with common armor still in the pocket into Justina. And Arano could potentially do it here on the Justina. The 1-2 against C35. Justina ultimate invested as well. Tries to go for the double dash. Does connect there onto C35. And now XY catches Prowl. What's going to be the mix up here? Double uppercut. Goes for the aerial LB. That would have been disgusting if he was able to connect off of that. But it looks like it is going to go back to neutral. The freeze is not connected for Arano.
Arano not able to connect on that freeze. It looked like it was about to hit, but we don't get to see that happening. Overhook can come through on the side of FunPlus Phoenix Star, who did get eliminated earlier. This is a salty run back. He knows that he's not going to be able to do anything else, so he's going to try and run it back as fast as possible. Arano actually taking a lot of damage right now. Shen Yuan to be able to make that elimination happen. Star now facing off against Shen Yuan inside the zone. Goes for the parry, but the cancel comes through. He tries to throw it back around to see if he can catch the end frames of that attack after the parry animation gets finished. We're going to see now Star popping that ultimate. It is the B1, so we won't lose any hit per dash sent out here. Immortality proc coming through, and he's just going to take as far away as possible. Shen Yuan's going to follow this as fast as possible. He wants to be able to get this elimination. Ooh, into the mines. Oh no! Mike stunned out here against Spider. We're gonna see the ball capture come through. Let's send him into an. Oh my god! Oh! Who's coming there? That's MTF! With the wisp coming through on the back end, Mike is the luckiest person alive. He just got signed twice. Got sent into 2 signs, still came out ahead, and that is the zipping difference.
Yeah, that's insane.
Trying to see if he can pick up that elimination. He knows there's no ultimate available, but it looks like he is just going to take some time, back off, regroup, and refocus his strategy onto another player. It looks like Mike and Spider going back at it again, though. Dagger versus Dual Blades. Purple versus purple. They're both equally stacked. Spider is just going to back off this, even though he does have the health advantage as of now. Mike is going to be able to get the reset in. Spider just backing off. He wants to take his points to as late as possible in the game. He's going to win his Yans. Edward's going to get the Moon Main Triangle. He's going to use it right away. He's been covering one of those Yang portals. And we've got everybody left alive. Nobody's fully dead yet.
Everybody's up. 12 players still alive. Yang starting to form on in. A little bit of love tap there for Wufong and Mike. Mike on that zip ping. Trying to get active against the Yodohime though. Seeing if he can find the elimination that he needs here. Sends it back-to-back 1.0. Overall, sends it the second time around. The third time around, to say. Forcing out the Yodo F now. Tries to go for the grapple bump. Doesn't manage to do so. Can only get one pot in there in that F late. So now chases on once again here for Mike. There goes the Yodo ultimate. Manages to cancel it though. Beautifully done there for Mike. Doesn't have ult yet. He's hit off of that slash now. Overhold. Trying to see if he can stay in the pocket in the back end. Fong now showing up to the mix. Off the third party. Now the recall off the ultimate there for Wufong. Trying to lay down the pressure. Mike can go ahead and invest as a ping ultimate. But the Yodohime ultimate isn't this lasting an eternity here against Mike. We see Fong waiting for the perfect opportunity. Mass imperative for Wufong in the back end. Look for the raw uppercut to the 1.0 for the Globals in the back end. Fong now lets it loose onto Yodo. The Wufong. Wufong now needs to roll out of that whisk. He does manage to do so. Mike now still fairly healthy in this fight. No ult online though. Blue armor swap there for Wufong. Trying to see he can stay up. It looks like Mike is going to back on up and play that Remo Yang.
MTF deciding to go for the elimination on the Wufong. Tries to go for the grapple restand. He gets the 1-2. Goes for it again. We're going to see the overhand on the side of Wufong this time. Using that ultimate. Just fully trapped, and MTF just wants kills right now. Big parry coming in! MTF wiping out Wufong. He's going to be fully eliminated. Edward's going to get a huge parry off this Mike, taking away that purple spear away from Mike, which is going to be a huge detriment to his strategy. We're going to see the dodge come through on the shotgun burst, dodge come through on the Katana 1.0 as well. We're going to see the combo hit come through into the catch off of the ultimate ability, but now we see the sustain coming through on the side of Edward onto Mike. But now we've got another ultimate hit coming through. So much damage getting released now one at a time. Into the switch, into the catch, into the uppercut, into the grapple bump, into the focus attack. Mike, 1 HP in a dream, and Edward takes it. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Shows the secret card there. Playing TP Wu Chang. We have not seen that in the Pro League. They're all playing the F-Blade with the shield, but now Edward there catches Mike off guard. Doesn't expect the TP to connect. Even with so much sustain, not being able to outlive just so much pressure that Edward is having there. But XY now against Action. Long sword there for the Valda. XY on a great sword in hand here for the Shayo. Still has ult online. Not sure the Valda has ultimate. We'll see in just a matter of seconds. Yes, he does have that ultimate. Playing the high ground, gets clipped off the skirmishes to the air RB, and that's all she wrote. XY is going to be having that Yang depletion coming out this first round. Looks like Asia wins his run with Yang. OA wins theirs as well, which is Edward. And now Edward is going to bounty Mike. Mike needs this for the info to try to cleanse with 3 minutes and a half. Needs to do it quickly. Fong right next to him, potentially could get an aggression between both of these players if Mike spots him. But the way Fong plays is like a lurker. He just waits it out. He waits for the perfect opportunity, comes in for the third party, snags up those eliminations as easy as possible. And you see it working out pretty good for him right now as well, even throughout the whole day. Currently with 2 on the board on the Tumult. He's had some insane whisks as well, as we see there in Celestia, being able to capitalize off other people's success. Catch them in the sign, goes for the whisk, applies the pressure. I mean, it's just textbook there for Fong. And now Mike against Asia. Mike needs to try to cleanse. Says the one put off the halberds. Blind eyes there for Asia. Edward now in the back end. And Edward knows he just fought this a ping. He knows his player is going to get active. Asia is going to go ahead and invest. Solani ultimate catches Mike off the first ball throw. Now there's a big ultimate has to be invested here from Mike to try to sustain everything thrown out his way here between both of these players. And now he's trying to back on up. Throws on the F down. Edward swaps his attention onto Mike. And this could be bad here for the GOAT.
Mike looking like he needs a good old break. He needs a timeout in this game, but it's not going to be given to him as Ajao and Edward just full pursuit onto him right now. We're going to be seeing Edward and Ajao actually starting to take the fight to each other. Edward going to be able to send that off, doing a whole lot of damage to Ajao. He's going to use his ability to get out of there. Clink going to come in. Ajao wanting to be in a dream. Who's going to get the kill? Will it be Edward? Will it be Mike? Who is going to get caught up? It looks like Mike's actually caught inside the Wu Chen ultimate. Ajao is going to go down to Edward. Edward's going to get the cleanse too. He didn't even need the blue. Mike needed it desperately. He's going to try and get the elimination off on it to Edward now. So it looks like it's almost impossible. But there we go. Into the grapple bump. Terrain is griefing right now. 1-2. Jump LMP. Jump RMP. And he finished it off. Mike eliminated 11th out of 12. Ajao's going to come in for the salty run back, but he lets the kill happen. Oh my goodness. Edward's clear to win this. It's Edward or Arano right now.
Wow. I mean, that was just insane there from Edward. Thus far, the most valued Wu Chen we've seen throughout the whole day. Wow. I mean, aggression is not stopping. Verse against T225. F2 called in there for Verse on the Akko. Skirmishes is back on in against Star this time around. He's kind of in the corner. Verse. There's a lot of HP. Salvat on over to these common armor swaps. Palm Lightning there for Spider in the back end. Looks like Verse does not have any eliminations yet. 35 seconds with a Yang depletion timer. Action though. Apply the pressure on the flying knife. He's in a sandwich right now. He sends the 1.0. Gets punished for it. And Star with elimination there onto Verse. And now Action getting active against Star. Big damage here happening. Arano trying to join the party as well on the Justina. You see him picking up some of the resources there from that falling body. Star is going to be able to get a full reset. And Spider now looks like he does manage to stay up as well in the backside. Star. Everybody trying to rotate on over to this Roma Yang, but the one already posted up is going to be OA's Edward. As you see it here, has pass in hand. He's going to wait this out, playing this out perfectly here for OA's Edward. he is going to be having those gold halberds in the back pocket. Swaps on over to it as soon as I said it. Has the flying knives as well. Purple nunchucks in the back pocket. Posted up with 4 eliminations. Star and Arano going at it. The Justino drops very low. Star nearly doesn't even get hit once. I believe he says full purple armor. He's gonna go ahead, invest his Skyline ultimate. Arano's gonna wait this out. After wait 3 seconds, he's caught out the V1 though. That's so much damage. And Arano's gonna fall. Star snacks up the elimination. That's his 3rd win in this game. And Arano's out of game, mate, as well as with Fong versus Mike, all out of the run here to take this ship home.
Why is Star on 3 kills? Why is Star on 3 eliminations? TG25 is 1 HP in a dream right now. He's looking like he can get eliminated pretty quickly here. He's gonna get caught in the ult! MTF with the, oh my goodness, the jumping bow shot. Backflipped into a headshot there. And then the Wisp did a little bit of extra damage. You see Edward versus Star now. I swear to goodness. I swear, if Engraving coming through, if Star wins this, I'm gonna be super stoked. Edward trying to make something happen crazy. He's got the F2 available. He's gonna send out his ult. First charge gonna come through. Able to get 1 pot off. And we're seeing now he's sending in so much extra damage. No TP connect gonna come through. He's able to find some good dodges coming through though. Misses that last Wu-Chen charge. Why? Why are you here, Star? Why are you here?
Wow. I mean, Star's been a big upsetter ever since that game 6. I mean, just being able to shut down everybody's momentum as you see it here still to game 8. Edward had a massive start to this game, and now Star making sure he can stop that pressure from any of these top 9. We have a couple players already out. Fong spawns on in. No, that was Edward, I believe. XY and Edward both with game depletion timer. That's gonna be a Wu-Chen and a Xiaoyu. Fong though, playing what he plays best. He's gonna wait this out. 3 eliminations on the board right now. A post from Edward. He could be taking this MVP home. As you see it now, Asia going out against Action. Needs to see if he can find his elimination as quick as possible. We have a couple other players roaming around this area as well. The drop down there from Edward. Needs to try to cleanse. So now Edward is going to be roaming around in this fight. Since the flying knives through the window, F caught in there from A Zhao in the back end. Action now has to go flying knives on hand. With the ball, the ultimate ready online, as well as A-Shot with the Lonnie ultimate since the mid-range. Let's get the damage off the LNB focus now. In the backside, the ball, the wave is going to be avoided there from A-Shot. Edward still playing out a little bit more cautiously. 2-on-1 R&B, jump LNBs, jump LNBs. Now the Lonnie ultimate is going to be invested. Gets caught 2 people inside that spirit throw. Going to stop the pressure just for now. A-Shot drops down R&B focus. A-Shot now is going to be snagging up the bloom as well. And now Edward still needs to fight to try to cleanse this out. But Fong posted up in the 3rd party. 3 minutes and 45 for Edward to try to cleanse. XY waiting it. He potentially hears this fight happening. Spider's still alive. I haven't even looked at the leaderboard and looked at Spider. But look who's up against him. And it's the Star. And he's been shutting down everybody thus far.
The Titan Killer coming through, trying to see if he can kill one more Titan in this match. He took Mike out. I guess Edward took Mike out, but he's been taking out Titans the entire last couple of games. He's on 4 eliminations, tied with Asia and Edward. Edward is on depletion as we speak, as well as Shen Yuan. MTF is technically our best qualified player at this moment because Edward is on depletion and we don't know if he's going to cleanse. He's got 2 minutes and 57 seconds left. He needs to find somebody. And he's looking, but he's looking in the wrong areas right now. He's can't find a single person. We're seeing that most of these players, 3 of them to be specific, are closer to the Eventide Temple Pagoda area. We're going to see Spider with a big parry on the Shen Yuan, the ability to come in into a soul break. Tries to soul break the other way around to avoid the damage from Star. The follow-up damage from the Grief King himself. F ability going to knock Shen Yuan off his rocker. Edward now jumping into the mix, seeing who's the lowest target and see who can get some extra little bits of damage onto here.
Wait and see it now. I mean, 2 minutes, right? Needs to try to get this elimination. Both of these players on that top 6. Massive parry from Edward now. In the backside, flying knives from, I believe, Who is that? Star. Star is the one stopping the pressure going towards XY's way. Needs to be real careful. Eats up a damage there off the pistol shot, but now the shield throw, it's gonna be good there for XY. The Wu-Chen ultimate has to be invested for Edward to be able to iframe down with the shield throw and go frame, but now taking so much damage here with this Wu-Chen ultimate, and Edward's gonna snag an elimination. Not sure if he cleanses though. We're gonna have to wait and see. The Wu-Chen port's on now. He does manage to cleanse, uses the TP to create the distance, and now off the scene, he's still back into this fight with 5 kills on the board.
Oh my goodness, it's Edward's game to lose right now, and I know I probably just caster cursed him, but he's up. He's ahead, he's leading the lobby in points and kills. He's a whole point ahead, Star and Agile. He's 2 points ahead of MTF, and he is 4 points ahead of Spider. And we see Edward is taking a bit of palm lightning damage from the other side. Everybody's just kiting this pagoda. They know to get the Wu-Chen. Let's see if they're gonna be able to conquer that. I doubt it. MTF just biding his time hanging out, and he knows he doesn't need to go crazy right now. Unless Edward gets another elimination, then there's going to be a problem. Right? But since he's the only Wu-Chen, they're able to track how many eliminations he has. So they know that he has about 5 eliminations right now. So they've seen Wu-Chen pop up and kill feed 5 times. And that's going to be a little bit concerning for them. So they're going to know how to They're going to know to start targeting the Wu-Chen. And we're going to use that F ability to distribute from distance. And honestly, F2 has been working way better in Nbpl. Like F1, sure, you get a bit of shield back, but is it worth it? No. Look at how great Edward is doing that. He's getting hit with the 1-2. MTF has decided to join the fun. Oh my goodness, running in, and it looks like MTF is going to pick up that kill, and Edward's chances of winning the Nbpl solo finals have gone. Star has now gotten himself 4 eliminations at 5.5 points. He's tied with MTF. I swear, if we see Star, Ajo, MVP, I'm done. That's crazy.
That's what Spider is hoping for right now. If Fong gets eliminated right now, he does not MVP, and it's okay if he loses there to start an ace out, because he will be the runner-up there at the top of the leaderboard to take this chip home. But if Fong continues to play, he's been playing, he's been having perfect third parties throughout the whole day, and now you see it now. We are going to be having game depletion there from Star onto everybody else. Asia, Fong, and Spider, and Spider drops very low. Asia's going to invest the Lonnie ultimate. Spider does manage to catch him inside the ball throw. He is going to be able to whip him back there. We do see him trying to create the distance. Fong gonna cleanse this out. Fong playing this perfectly. Now, Asia still applying the pressure onto Spider. Spider trying to use this terrain to cut out the pressure. We do have him now using that investment as well. Asia still very healthy in this fight. Star showing up to the mix. Fong can potentially get the last hit as well. We're doing this all day long. This is 1-2 spam in the back, and Asia now apply the pressure on to the Temi. Now he is gonna be dropping fast, falling down this terrain. He is gonna be getting a full reset, and Spider though doesn't really get a full reset. Half white health, half armor. That's very low now due to the zone. Taking so much white HP. Fong back to full health. Everybody still having their eyes onto the Liam. And now Spider has to make sure that Fong doesn't get this elimination and that Fong doesn't manage to get any more kills throughout the whole game 8. But this is a very hard task because look how Fong is playing once again. He's playing a lot more back. He's playing in that 30-meter range against where the aggression is happening. He's starting to rotate on in at the perfect opportunity. Spider opens up with a massive parry. Asia now on the back end. It's dropping very low. We do have now Fong trying to get up. He is going to be able to get a little bit of damage towards his way. Spider's trying to go for a full reset, and Star now showing up to the mix. Asia on the backside still very low. Spider has a little bit more health advantage between both of these players. Can go ahead and play nearly closely to the zone. And now Fong still in the mix. He's going to get hit off the bank. Just clip off the first one, and now he needs to try to stay up. The pressure's going to be going towards Spider's way now, though. Asia, though, eats up the damage off the shotgun burst, and that's more than the fine block there from Asia. Fong still has the opportunity. He gets the damage inside the zone in the back end, and Fong gets the elimination against Asia and Spider, and it looks like Fong is going to be taking Biweekly 1 heal here, but now it's going to be him against Star. Massive 1v1. one. He's gonna go ahead and throw out the tomb, and that's the Viper one. Doesn't get the full stagger. He's gonna respond with a Temi ultimate, and there's gonna be a quick reset in here from Fong.
If Fong wins, he wins. But if Star wins, he does end up getting MVP over him, and Spider will win. Fong has to win this if he wants to get the MVP. He's not out of the woods just yet. He's got to dodge these punishing slashes with Kylan ultimate. Looks like Kylan has dropped down, but NCF has no HP. He gets buried. No! On first Phoenix Star!
No!
What? Oh my goodness, the Grief King just made it possible. No. Who is it?
It's Spider.
It has to be Spider.
Wait, he won?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. It's 1 point.
No.
No, he didn't get it. He didn't get it. He didn't get it.
Spider!
Reaper!
Look at Star! With the grit! He knows what he's doing throughout these games! He knows he has been griefing, and Spider wins off of that alone! And that is exactly what I was saying. I thought he did it! He snagged up those 2 kills inside the zone, and Spider wins! Oh my god, that is the closest bi-weekly final I've ever seen!
让我们恭喜2.5年秋季赛第1双周单排周冠军 SR Spider， 有请小蜘蛛来到舞台中央。Championship Spider。今天的比赛无疑对所有的选手的耐力都是一个极大的考验，但是 Spider 还是凭借着出色的表现以及稳定的分数，最后拿下了这个赛季的第1个周冠军。此时此刻站在了周冠军的舞台上，想对大家说什么呢？
感谢大家一直以来的支持，谢谢。
有点敷衍呀！我说周冠军，其实在这个舞台上，我们的积分冠并不多。你自己是怎么看待这个积分冠的？
冠军运气比较好吧，只有可能运气比较好才能拿到。
不光是运气，积分冠一定需要的是一个非常稳定的分数进账，才可以凭借超高的积分最后拿下这个周冠军。其实，在这个舞台上，我知道 Spider 已经拿过非常多的周冠军了，但是距离上一次确实可能还是有一些时间上的距离的。你觉得这个周冠军对于自己来说有着什么样的意义呢？
象征着以后会往更好的地方发展。
尤其是在这一次，我们的秋决会有秋季赛有非常大的变化。你想对这一个赛季的自己有什么样的期望，以及想对自己说什么呢？
就希望自己能一直保持下去，拿更多的冠军。
相信这一个周冠军也给你这一个赛季整个的赛程打开了一个非常漂亮的开端。好的，接下来让我们有请李小姐送上属于 Spider 的周冠军印记，有请。Welcome our Scorro and Seal. Welcome. 相信这个流程对于 Spider 来说已经是非常熟悉了。我们有请 Spider 跟我们的李小姐一起挂上属于自己的周冠军卷轴，并且去拿到自己的冠军印记，来向我们的镜头展示一下。Okay, now you can show the seal to the camera. 来，选个位置吧。Okay, now it's time to stamp your logo on the scorer. 这个感觉真的是久违了，再一次恭喜 Spider 拿下第1双周的周冠军。Our first bi-weekly final championship, which belongs to Spider. 当然，我们有请小蜘蛛向前一步。其实这一次的周冠军啊，还有一个小小的不同点。因为这一次的周决其实是我们去往 EWC 嘉年华之前最后一次可以去尝试赛点制的这个机会了，马上就要去到沙特去打 EWC 嘉年华了。对于这一次的比赛有着怎么样的期望呢？
希望自己能拿一个比较满意的成绩吧。
其实这一次也算是第一次跟随我们永劫无间的赛事一起到国外去打比赛，有什么话想对所有跟你一起出行的兄弟们说的呢？
希望兄弟们都能打出比较好的表现，一起加油，就是给观众献上一场比较
I wish all the like esport player. 确实 ，Spider 这个回答，所有的选手在舞台上跟我们呈现非常精彩的表现，同时也是对所有观众的一种极大尊重。当然，其实今天的比赛又打满了，每一次打满，我们都要说，其实大家整个过程都是非常辛苦的。包括其实，在今天的比赛，我们也能够看到很多像老将啊，包括像我们久别赛场的魔霆锋，都给大家奉献了非常多的高光镜头。有没有什么话想对今天同场竞技
的兄弟们说的呢？
说一起打8局确实有点辛苦了，希望大家好好休息。
希望大家好好休息。确实，今天的比赛确实辛苦，但是每一位选手坚持到最后的精神都不得不让我们佩服。当然，也感谢今天赛场上所有给我们奉献如此精彩比赛的所有选手们。但是我们最后还是要恭喜本次2025 NBPL 秋季赛第一双周单排周冠军 S2 小蜘蛛。
Again, our first Biweekly Final Championship, which belongs to SR Spider.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And I just had to flex on y'all real quick. I got the hat in real life. So, you know, all you guys
That's
trying
cool.
to get it in game, I got it IRL. So, you know, I'm kind of winning. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we just finished our 8th game and concluded what we already knew was going to happen by game number 4. Spider is our champion for the biweekly solos for Biweek 1 of the Fall Split of 2025. It was a ferocious battle fought. MTF Fong almost had it. He was very, very close to coming away with the victory there, but unable to finish it off and get that last elimination. So we see Star taking the MVP in game at number 8, and Spider is going to take home the biweekly champion win.
I don't got no words, man. I don't got no words. I mean, we just got to break that down. We got to break down that whole game 8. I mean, Arano 2-2-5, Fong verse, all out of game 8 fairly early into this game. Mike falls as well to Edward. Edward, with the Triumph card, plays that F2 Wu Chen, knocking out these players out of their momentum, thinking that it's going to be an F play down. He goes into that fight. It was Edward, Azhao, and Mike. Azhao was so low there in that situation. Edward uses his ultimate to stop Mike from aggressing Azhao with how low he was. He threw down the V2 onto him right below the tower next to Sunwing, and that's how Edward was able to snag the elimination onto Azhao. Then he kills Mike, takes him out of this game. Edward on the Wu Chen had a outstanding performance throughout game 8. I mean, it was the best we've seen so far with the Wu Chen throughout the whole night. It was just insane to watch Edward almost winning the biweekly off of the Wu Chen alone, and that would have been insane to watch him doing that. But then, you know, the person that's been knocking everybody out was Star. Star was in a whole role throughout all game 8. He's been doing it since game 7. We've been hearing you say it all game 6 through 8 long. He's been that decider that has been shutting down these top players down. Even though he was on the bottom of the leaderboard, he stopped all that momentum from any of those players to make it into that MVP. He continues that momentum all the way to game 8. Fong being in that runner-up on the Temi right before those last and final moments of game 8, he only had 2 eliminations on the board. He manages to catch 2 kills inside the zone. I thought it was enough for him to take the MVP, but throughout the whole game, Star's been putting in that work that made him pretty much come down to a 1v1 between Star and Fong. And Fong sends the 1.0 off the dagger, and that is going to hunt him for quite some time. Seeing him release that and getting parried there from Star, and Star taking the MVP off of that game alone gave the ticket for Spider to take this biweekly one home for himself. And if I'm Spider, yo Star, where you trying to eat? Where you trying to eat, Star? I got you, because that was just an insane performance. Even though he was at the bottom of the leaderboard, as we're gonna see, he had crazy game 6 through 8. Even though we were trying to see it end up earlier, Star teed up in that, you know, last quarter of tonight's game, and it was just insane to watch there from Star.
Yeah, Star had a wonderful performance. As much as I was hating, because, you know, I was hating, I actually really loved to watch how crazy he popped off. It was a really cool comeback story. But Star getting the MVP in game number 8, 9 eliminations, or 5 kills, 6 points, 3 ranking to 9 total score. MTF with the 8. Edward with 6, 5.5 for Agile, and the rest is history, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at some of our highlights brought to you by China Unicom. We're starting things off with MTF. Oh, MTF. He needs CPR. He is choking. Wufong, it wasn't even a choke. Like, it was just the fact that Kylan ult was way too strong. He got 2 eliminations. He was on a roll the entire game. So was Star. But when it came down to the end, Kylan was stronger than Tamal. And we saw that come out in full form here. Gets a Rano pre-Yang. XY gets eliminated by Edward. Like, there's so much craziness that was going on in this game that we don't normally see. Look at that parry coming through, shotgun blast coming through, as well as Edward, as well as Star sending in shots from behind. Edward does end up getting this elimination, and then we do see him collect Bloom, cleanse, and almost go for the win, but then MTF had to end his reign right here with the dual halberds. Takes it out, gets another Bloom. Agile gets eliminated here alongside Spider. This is crazy. He gets the 1 and the 2, and I'm like, okay, we're good. Winning. But he doesn't get a single Bloom, so nothing back. Star gets enough Blooms to get his ultimate back up online, and just does this. And then big parry in the longsword, and Spider becomes the champion. Big win. Here we go.
Wow. Overall standings for tonight's matches. I mean, SS1's action with 22.7. Gonna be taking that 2 ranking points over OUG's Mike with 26.4. I mean, look, top 11, we're already in that. I mean, it was just insane set of games. Alliance Asia with 26.6. WBG's Verse with 28.5. TE Wufong 28.6. OA's Edward with 30.1. MPACQ Star with 30.2. T225 32.2. Arano with 32.9. XY with 34. Fawn with 37.1. And Spider with 39.9 to take the chip for the first bi-weekly final of the fall split. I mean, that was an insane set of games. Wow. Mine went blank. Mine went blank for sure, because I was thinking of something. If Edward, it's just so much happening. We'll get back to it. We see our overall rankings for today's matches. I mean, Spider had 89,000 damage to end the day. T225 with 76,000 damage. Fawn with 73,000 damage. XY was 69,000 damage. Edward was 68. Asia was 66. Star was 63. He had 63,000 damage. He had 3 pop-off games, game 6 through 8.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. Like, the first 3 games, I was like, it was amazing. And then after, we just saw a complete change in pace. As soon as people started getting match point threshold, the whole vibe of the game just switched around. It was absolutely insane.
Yes, and there it is. Our winner of bi-weekly 1 is going to be no other than the man himself, SR Spider. I mean, throughout, did kind of choke as well. We had a similar situation game 7 in Hollerod. Came down to a 1v1 between him and Arano, and he needed to win that fight. Gets caught up off the prize fall, and it takes it to game 8. But fortunate enough for him, he was able to still come up on top there. Star with an MVP to close it out, but Spider with the amount of points to make him be the bi-weekly 1 winner. And yeah, came back to my mind what I was trying to say. We had mentioned that Fong choked. I think Fong had a very rough league showing last season, and it's been quite some time where, it's been a little rough for him. And I feel like right now, his playstyle is very controversial. I know, like, for me personally, I don't like that playstyle alone, but the way he's playing it right now, he's pretty much gotten the timings down to a T, and he's capitalizing off of that very well. And I mean, what counts is eliminations. Damage, he was still up there in the damage, but still, eliminations is what wins tournaments. And Bong looks like he has mastered that now with how well he performed tonight. Since tomorrow's schedule, we do have trios finals for the bi-weekly 1 or the fall split tomorrow, same time. if no delays, will be at the regular time of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. But yeah, I think Fong is looking very polished right now. And for the F2 Wu-Chen, I feel like the F2 Wu-Chen kind of thing was more like when Kaiba whipped out the V3 Akos, where it was just like a trump card, right? Like not a lot of people were used to it. They weren't expecting it. So they were, caught off guard off of it. So I don't really think we'll probably see players probably try it out a little bit more on that F2 Wu-Chen. But I feel like it's gonna be one of those things where, because the TP is very easily avoidable. So if the Wu-Chen is going to be, if that's gonna be the standard on the Wu-Chen, it's just like dodging another fall the spear dash, right? Or spear throw, sorry.
Exactly,
I feel like it's not gonna be a norm for that, but still, overall, beautiful set of games. 8 games once again. Yeah.
Here we go. Oh my goodness. We've just had 8 crazy games. We've crowned 1 winner, 11 losers. We have played, we have found the grief strats. We have found the crazy new formulas to the meta that these players have been trying to exploit and adapt to. And it has been absolutely amazing to be with you guys. I've been your host and caster, Seb. I've been joined alongside creatives the entire night, bringing you premium NARAKA content. Thank you guys for watching. We'll catch you guys on the flip.